Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Raidiant Academy 108, Day 2. My name is Zobi. I'm joined by the amazing Keg, my co-proctor for today's final exams of our semi and grand finals. Keg, how are you feeling after our first day of action yesterday that went for quite a while?
It went quite a while. You know, I think we are still recovering mentally, physically, metaphysically throughout all of that. Emotionally, all illies. But I mean, the thing though is that this has definitely been the most highly contentious Radiant Academy we've seen so far. And if day one is going to be the way day one was, I can only imagine what the semis and grands today are going to be like.
No, for sure. And I mean, both ends of the semifinals as well have teams that we've already covered. So we decided to take a step back with our friends over at Super Cat versus now a new team, a new contender, Minecraft 123. So let's take a look at that bracket to see how these teams managed to get this far. You know, are we have any undefeated champs that haven't dropped a map? Have they been embattled since we've gotten here, Keg? What do we see?
Minecraft 123 so far has had a pretty good time in playoffs. Super Cat, the same through Goats on Boats. We saw Super Cats very early on yesterday. They looked like a very solid team. I mean, there's a reason why. I believe this is Avery's team, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean, Avery has been, like, I'm trying to think of, like, some...
The winniest Twitter.
Yeah, like the Lionel Messi of Radiant Academy, just the most winningest winner of all time in Radiant Academy. And the way they've been playing, even beating out their duo Bunny Bee, they look like they are on track to get yet another medal.
No, for sure, but it's interesting, right? Because the quarterfinal that we casted, right? Yes, it was a 2-0, but it was like overtime, left, right, front, and center. But Supercat and Minecraft 123, they had a pretty easy time in their quarterfinals, right? Both were 2-0s. Quarterfinals on the side of Supercats was a 13-4 to 13-3. And for the other squad, they had a little bit dominant of a 13-3, 13-5 as well. But what stands out to me for Minecraft 123 was in their round of 16, they had a really close map 1, but then they stomped 13-0 on a map 2 of Haven. So I'm curious to see how later on that might affect the picks and bans. But Ken, we talked about that half of the semifinals, the one that's going to be on broadcast. What do we think of Hyper Reserve GC versus Berserker's Dawn?
Berserker's Dawn played really interestingly throughout their entire matchup against 10x GC. Kind of like how we saw for the quarterfinals, the 2-0s that you see don't really do justice to how close a lot of these games were. 10x in the second map led a lead over Berserker's Dawn, but unfortunately, there was a team comm difference and maybe role changes as well. Razora came into my Twitch chat after our stream today and was like, dude, I've never played Initiator before. And I'm like,
well, they were killing it.
You did amazing. But I mean, there's just a lot of small little intricacies like that I think added up for 10x to not be able to move on to the semifinals. And Berserker's Dawn, they looked pretty good. I don't know how they're going to hang in the semifinals versus Hyper Reserve.
I mean, Hyper Reserve is a squad that has a mix of very experienced players and a mix of maybe some less recognizable names, but they do have one of the defending champs, Australis, who won the last Radiant Academy with Plan Bree. So that's a player to keep an eye on, right? Especially if they do go into the grand finals up against a team like Supercat, because Baddison was just on their team, right? In the last Radiant Academy. So that would be some head-to-head mind meld action. But let's step back to Supercat versus Minecraft 1, 2, 3. Our first semifinals, our first game of the day. Because these two squads, all right, we already know, we've already seen Supercat. We talked about the roster, right? It's going to be Avery, Carrie, Baddison, Rise, and Princess Icy. 4 of the 5 have won titles in Radiant Academy at some point during the 2024 season. For the side of Minecraft 1, 2, 3, though, it's Leia, Raven, Millie, Fennekin, and FS Turanuki. So some recognizable names there, right, Keg?
Yeah, some recognizable names. I do think that we saw a lot of great gameplay out of Princess Icy specifically yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
It was a slow start. But by the end of Haven, things ramped up quite a bit, and I believe it was this duality between Princess Icy and I think Korosu, where they were starting to able to leverage the odds back as a cipher to shut down the top fragger of the enemy team against them. That really helped swift the odds back over to get them where they're at now.
And I don't even think that was just like a one-time thing either for Princess Icy and Cypher on Haven, because I think in their next matchup that was off-stream for the quarterfinals, it was like a 19-7, if I remember correctly, in one of those stomps. So this kind of dichotomy of, okay, both teams are really good at Haven, is it going to be immediately banned, or are we going to see a team pick into it because the other team floated it knowing they're comfortable with it?
Well, something tells me that the map's picks and bans may be ready. We'll have to wait and see what they look like.
Ooh.
Because I don't know what to expect for today. There was a lot of Haven yesterday. We saw some Split. We saw a bunch of other maps as well. But really, Haven was that defining factor. What do you know? It's Haven Split again. Okay. So Haven Split, last map looking to be Ascent. Okay. Nothing too wild. I will say, though, again, maintaining from what we talked about yesterday, teams that can communicate well on Haven, very likely to win it out compared to a team that can't. Split could be much more even ground for the team that may not be able to convert with comms on Haven, which could be a good leeway to bring us to map 3.
I think for me, my analysis and breakdown of this is I'm confused with Supercat banning Bind, because they looked pretty good on that map, right? Like, yes, the prerequisite with that kind of wonky composition they had was like their players had to be hard hitters, right? But I think they delivered in that. So it being their first ban there instead of a map like Abyss, which they floated, it is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Minecraft 1, 2, 3 picking into Haven, not a surprise. Supercat picking to Split, not a surprise. We saw it pretty frequently from both of these teams. Like, that was like their only maps played in the group stage for both of these teams respectively. And Ascent, right? It's kind of like a final goodbye if we make it all the way, because reminder everyone, while we're on the old map pool, which features Ascent and Sunset over Lotus and Fracture, Taeho is also in the mix. So it's interesting because I don't really think either of these teams, other than Supercat, really experimented with the Taeho. But I will say, Keg, that the composition we saw on Split from Supercat, that's the only time they played that composition was on broadcast. every other time they're running a little bit more of a tamer comp of a Fade, Clove, Raise, Omen, and Vice. So I'm curious to see if they're going to bring it back out, like based on and how they gauge their opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I think Supercat has just been a very big force when it comes to mechanical play, and that might be able to carry them through the semifinals. And we get to figure that out on Haven, whether or not their rotates can look good, and if they can go for those very fast W key defensive pushes that we saw so much yesterday. That was a big defining factor for a lot of different teams. But it does seem like we'll have to wait an extra moment before we get into the lobby, which is good, because I'm not ready to start map 1. Actually, I hate to break it to you, and I'm sorry, production, but I gotta go to the store. I gotta go visit the Radiant store and pick up some merch.
Yeah, I mean, look, t-shirts. I love the little cat mascot. I was talking about yesterday how I always use the emote in Discord. Like, it's one of my go-tos. And they feature even some of their calling all heroes, like Overwatch merchandise as well. So if you're a well-versed gamer, not just a Valorant degen, then they have a little bit of everything for everyone. And I love the diamonds, too, kind of being that kind of mark on this this branding as well. It definitely shimmers for anyone who would wear it.
Oh, I see what you did there. I see you, Zobi. Well, I guess if I'm going to the store, would you like anything?
I think I want that little cat t-shirt of the Mercy.
Okay, I think that can be done. But hey, why don't we all take a field trip, since it's school after all, and come join me, and we can go take a trip down the little memory lanes and get ourselves some merch, and then be back just before we get the players into the lobby, because we did have a small tech issue.
Welcome back. We hope you guys enjoyed your field trip to the Radiant store, picked up some merch, supported some good gameplay and players here at Radiant Academy. But we're getting ready to jump into the action for that first best of 3, the semi-finals between Supercat and Minecraft 123 Keg. And we're actually allowed to shed some light on what happened. Supercat sent one of their cats to eat the Ethernet cord of Minecraft 123's players. Jokes, for legal reasons.
we've all been there. I've chewed my own Ethernet cords a few times. They're delicious. The cat knows what's up.
What do they taste like?
Ether and net.
I think they'd be like a little spicy, you know, the electricity surging through it. But
it's spicy, all right. You get a nice jolt.
But let's go ahead then and jump into our agent select. And a quick reminder for everybody that our map pool is going to be Haven, Split, and if we make it all the way, we will end upon Ascent. And Keg, I mentioned this yesterday, but Minecraft 123, I'm well acquainted with why their name is Minecraft 123. We got some crafters, we got some miners and builders on this squad. Raven even hosting their own Minecraft server, you know, that everyone in the Val community, if you're mutuals with them, can jump on and have some fun and mod it. I know I have. But let's see how that translates into Valorant.
Whoa. You didn't say it was modded Minecraft.
It is modded Minecraft.
What
Makes
mods?
it even spicier. Ooh, I think it was just an all the mods pack.
All the mods? Okay.
All of them.
Well,
Every
there goes
mod.
my next week. I'm gonna build
Two
myself
Come on, that's the standard Minecraft phase. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna build a site, a Haven, as my base. I'm gonna put my applied energistics build everywhere. I'm gonna have myself my thermal Tinker's construct builds everywhere. Thermal expansion on the walls. But you know what? There is a big thermal expansion coming through here in this as well. It's going to be Turanaki on the breach, which I believe is absent back over on the defensive side. So this will be an interesting case of stall versus anti-stall that will not exist.
Okay, you didn't even address the elephant in the room. We hyped up a singular player on the side of Supercat. And who was that? Princess Icy. And who did I not see? I don't think, if my memory serves me correct, Princess Icy. Baddison having to flex over to the Sentinel. I think we had a substitute player of Reverie stepping in on the Yoru. So this is highlighting, number one, how flexible of a player Baddison can be. And also it's going to shine a new spotlight on this duelist that's been introduced alongside Carrie on the ISO.
Carrie was a demon yesterday. Absolutely popping off. Was able to find so much value just in pure mechanical play, no matter who they played. So we're going to have to be waiting to see how this first pistol round plays out. Very curious to see, because we saw a lot of just huge, heavy rotates. We did get to see a lot of audio lookouts from the defensive side towards the end of each Haven matchup, waiting for each of these rotates to happen in mass scales. But I like these small little nuances that come out from each team.
No, for sure. And again, curious to see how the little quick composition shifts will work out. Because to me, it felt like, especially for Supercat, right, they were tweaking agent comps here and there, like minorly, right? You know, like switching up the duelist that Baddison was on, maybe switching up Rise and whether they were playing Smoke or an Initiator. Like, it gave me the vibes of a squad that has been scrimming and was testing out different compositions in an official competitive environment for if this squad wanted to stick together going into the main season, which is what I'm hoping to see coming out of Radiant Academy, is that we'll see some solidified rosters who do want to stick together, because we've talked about it, Keg. That's one of the main issues plaguing the Game Changers community, is that they don't stick together long enough to grow as a squad, and then they wonder why necessarily they didn't find the level of improvement they were hoping to achieve in such a short period of time.
All I'm saying is that the Game Changers teams that are very well structured are the ones fighting for qualifiers for VCL right now.
Yeah, we have, I believe it's 7 players in the upper bracket right now that after tomorrow's matches have the chance to return or debut in Valorant Challengers League at the end of January. So make sure you guys tune into those if they end up getting a clean feed together. But we're already into the mix of the game, into the weeds, and into the A site. Heavy exec and the heavy rotation met by this squad. Battle it out, duke it out, and it looks like players falling left, right, and center, but Sight eventually will fall under the control of this squad of Minecraft 123. Should be able to get the plant down, but they're not done just yet. The player of the spike was seeking to contest these players. You see, it's not quite working out. The double swing around the Radiant boxes, and they are going to get the job done. I believe Supercat gets the first round.
Very fast reclear and retake coming out from SuperCat. Impressive to see. We didn't get to see the full momentum of everything with the HUD being absent, but again, just a simple game plan in mind for SuperCat. It looked like they may have started with a mini defensive default, holding each lane, and eventually, very quickly, reflooded into sight.
And we'll see if we can get that HUD updated for you guys, but just know, the one that has a breach on the team, Minecraft123. The one that has a Killjoy on the team, SuperCat right now. And I think I have a steel trap memory keg. I'll know who each of these players are. Just kidding, I'm gonna try. But for now, it is just gonna be kind of a defaulted spread out approach. Far more search for players where you can. And so far, it's just been a spray down through the dark cover. See, maybe some pressure to destroy this initial Killjoy utility so they're robbed, starved of that information elsewhere, but no commitment towards any sites just yet.
Oh, I like this anti-lurk. No Sentinel utility. It is being shot out just in case. That alarm bot does exist. It is there. But so far, though, the follow-up does not exist. Luckily, though, information found outside of A lobby. Backing away. Breach, as you mentioned. Available from Minecraft123's end. A smoke is down. That could block the alarm bot's position. Have it not been destroyed yet? We don't know. Contingency is set up and ready, too.
I really thought they were about to get the timing on the exec into A, but then the players from the side of SuperCat were rotating over. So what do? They cancel the A hit, repivot on to C, and they are going to meet this Killjoy head on with replenished utility, but they're doing a lot just to deny any prospect of these trades. The flash with the Bulldog quickly biting down. Badison doesn't matter if they're on. The Duelist or the Sentinel are going to frag out. They keep it pretty clean for this squad. They redistribute the weapons, and it looks like all you lost was a Bucky.
Yeah, not too bad, all things considered. Love the defensive holds, but again, like you mentioned, these pivots and the calls to reorient the entire attack from A to C within seconds was very impressive to see. It's also kind of scary early on to directly contest the defensive Killjoy, showing that just because her utility does exist on a specific site does not mean it has to be automatically respected, regardless of what the weapon difference looked like.
All right, here we go. Looks like the gun's now in hand. They're not scared of an A exit this time, but they're running into the stack, running into the outlaw. And like you mentioned, we know Carry and this weapon are a dynamic duo. What's an even better combination? Picking up a Vandal off of your opponent and carrying it forward to further lock down this site. Paranoia, the aggression out of short canceled out, leaving this Omen on an island here over towards Long. They're just hoping that a player overpeaks from SuperCat's defensive side while the group up occurs. And at this point, doesn't seem like that overstep's gonna occur.
Oh, but look at this overheat. The defensive 50-50. You do lose at least the second coin flip. Towards the back lanes, though. Spotted by the Sova's recon. It's not long for this world, however. Each team, you know what it is? Without the HUD, each one of these, like, gunplay moments is very cinematic. I feel like I'm watching the next Avengers movie.
No, for sure, right? We're more focused on the action than necessarily who's doing it. You also have to focus more closely on like who is where, kind of. It's definitely a vibe.
This turns us into the old men from the Muppets.
Oh my goodness. Like, at least we know which team is which, right?
That's
like, we
true.
know SuperCat is on the defense. We know Minecraft123 is on the attack. And speaking of, with SuperCat winning out that last round, they should be up, what? 3? Did they win?
Look,
that's what it's testing our memory at this point too, Keg.
I'm just here for the ride. Speaking of a ride, though, it's a fast hit over towards A site. After shotgun at back lanes, it's going to ensure that these defenders don't have many places to go. It's going to be a big smoke that comes through. A cyber cage up front to allow a double swing from both different ends. And it's not long for this world where it seems like the attacking team is shut down immediately. These A hits have not worked for Minecraft.
Yeah, it's just SuperCat dominance right now. I'm gonna call it's a 4-0 right now. It could be a 3-1. If my memory serves me correctly, though, I'm leaning towards that 4-0. So at this point, if you're Minecraft123, I'm not saying take a timeout, but it's definitely got to be in the back of your mindset, because this is not how you want to be starting, especially when this is your map pick.
Very curious to know what the eco looks like for either one of these teams right now. I feel like a timeout might be a little too soon, but if this next round does not go in Minecraft's favor, I would absolutely consider a timeout here. It's just a matter now of getting the opening pick. The Killjoy is gone despite the weapon difference. A reset has been called, and look at this push-up from the ISO! Unbelievable! That's what's so good about ISO, especially on a big map like this. You can't cover every lane at once. There's always something you can sneak on by.
Alright, and here we go. The Yoru on the squad, tucking away into window here. And at this point, it feels like the aggression's not paying off. The dink, but the, again, positioning here is lethal from that player Reverie. The sub in, running out of bullets, trying to go for the style points, but it doesn't matter. They have trust in the rest of their team. They have the trust in Avery, who had scaled into the spawn as well to clean up the mess and keep Super Cat on this flawless tirade.
Unbelievable there again, all into the hands of the Yoru. Right now, if you're Minecraft, you need to essentially dial back and wait for either a defensive player to make the wrong move, either a jump peek that goes awry, or just bait out 30, 45 seconds for that Yoru to push up to eventually take them out and then execute from there. As long as this Yoru can stay alive, it's always going to be a consistent thorn in the side of Minecraft. Or should I say, a lot of them.
Oh my goodness, yeah, you don't want to get burned here, especially on your first map. Drop the water bucket clutch and get back on this scoreboard. I mean, that was an eke around and there were some clean deagle shots, but the job ultimately was not served. So now let's see what happens when Carrie captures a player to kick things off, able to find Luna or Fennekin in this duel, and they shut them down, showcasing that, okay, if we're given even chances, even footing a 1v1, I can win those out. But can you win it when Madison is scaling out solo grass? It does not seem to be the case, but they're still alive. They're still trying to seek out these kills. So what do? Dump some util, force them to respect your name. That's exactly what they've done. Raven able to find the kill. Now it's still just grass battle after battle working out for this squad, and they finally have their eyes set on a site, and that's B. But look who's trying to complicate things further. The Omen here, which I believe to be Rise for this squad, throwing some more chaos into this wind, and they end up on a C site instead.
I actually like this plan. You can't ping through smokes anymore, but the Yoru all inside the smoke can. Just sitting around waiting, no one aware about the Omen's ultimate from the back. Still, like you mentioned, being an absolute pain. Good trade overall, however. Damage may have already been done. Players are looming around various different corners, trying to find a way to get to that spike for the defuse. The Yoru seemingly the last one left alive now, a 1v2. Both attacking players are not around each other, but there is the stun lined up for the swing. Tradability not an issue. A great round from Minecraft.
Definitely one they needed to get the ball rolling here on their map pick. And honestly, like, I don't want to discredit Minecraft 123 and what they were able to do in that round, but I do think it was also partially just ego and a little bit overheat coming from the side of Supercat as well, right? Battison, your solo Anchor Sentinel on C, pushing out grass, gets overwhelmed, they punish it. And then very similarly, the Omen ult really deep into spawn, gets red, gets punished, and then what do you have? Your Cypher, which I believe to be Raven, just takes that C space, takes that C site for the squad, gets the spike down, and then they collapse back in through Garage after they had that start grass control for so long. And we get to jump back in and see if we're correct about all of our agent comms. Maybe.
That's right. Speaking of believing, we were fixing things behind the scenes to make sure the minimap, the HUD, no more cinematography being brought back into the games itself. So yeah, we were flying a little blind for a bit, but again, it was very cinematographic? Cinematographic? No.
Cinematographic.
I don't think cinema's a real word.
It's like cinematography, but instead of graphy, it's graphic. So it's
cinematic. Who would have thought?
That works too. That works too.
Look, we're teachers. We're not Englishologists. We're different kinds of teachers. But
I'm taking English right now, guys. Give me some time, and I'm
learning English right now. I mean, right now, it's been an interesting ordeal to watch and see. I completely agree with you, Zobi, that a lot of the loose conditions for the defense has been just overheating. But again, you have a Yoru. It's more of the natural inclination of what you want to do on that side. But that has been the great way Minecraft has been able to get things going. Get rid of this Sentinel early on, get rid of the Yoru, then execute from there. It's such a big adjustment.
And it's, speaking of adjustments, right? It's also an adjustment, I feel like, from the last game they were in that we witnessed on this map, right? They were the ones that were like super, super passive, never really going for those kind of explosive plays, playing very disciplined. And I think that's kind of coming out, number one, because they have now a sub in the mix compared to the Pug roster they've been running the entire tournament, which is Reverie, who was on that Yoru. But also, I think it's that confidence flowing as well, right? Just the fact that they were dominating towards the end of the day yesterday. The fact that, again, they are a team with veterans, 4 out of 5 champions in previous Radiant academies, the most winningest winner as well, as we've dubbed it now inside of Avery. And as we get ready to jump back into the game, I'm curious to see if now Minecraft 123, that they're on the board, they've gotten over that first hurdle, if they can turn things around before the half ends. Because I want to say it was what, 4-1, 5-1 when we left? 4-2, okay. So I think they won their third round then. We'll have to double check like the actual like scoreboard and how it went, because our memories are apparently not like a steel trap. But still, 4-2, I think that's what they need to start closing things back up, maybe make it, 6-6 half.
What does that mean? That our memories are like a steel trap? That we
Nothing will
Bear's
escape
legs?
It.
Oh,
like once it like absorbs that information, it doesn't like get let out,
I mean, I don't have telekinesis. I can't explode a bear with my thoughts, That's where I was thinking.
Yeah, we are the steel trap. We are the ones capturing bears, but now the Minecrafters have to capture these cats if they want a chance at this first map. Their pick, I do believe that we are resolving a separate tech issue than the production-related ones at the moment. And it looks like they also did have one round play out. So, Keg, do we think it's going to be the round 1 by Minecraft 123 or the round 1 by Supercat?
Were we playing a round, or are we talking about the next incoming round?
They already played another round deeper, so that was a 4-2.
Oh, they're going still. Okay, that changes things. Sorry, I thought we were still paused. Okay. Given the way things have been going, I'm more inclined to say this is probably a 5-2 right now. I think Supercat's been a team on the defense that's more malleable and is really good at adapting around just pure gunplay. Minecraft 123, they've got good setups, but I think the issues that Supercat have been having are just player specific and really easy to fix.
Okay. I'm gonna then have to go the opposite way, Keg. We can't have any bias or favorites in class between the two instructors. I'll say it's a 4-3, and I think it's going to be now again. I feel like it'll take like a timeout or like a side swap for these aggressive tendencies to get reeled in a little bit. So I'm gonna say that like maybe 1 more round or 2 more rounds is where they're gonna overheat a little bit before they realize, okay, maybe we're throwing, maybe we need to reel it in and get the lead back, which is when that 4-4 would be a wake-up call. So I'll call 4-3, and we'll see what happens when we jump back in.
What do you think the half score line's gonna be?
The half score line. If it's a 5-2 like you predict, I'm gonna go 8-4. Okay. If it's a 4-3 like I predict, it's attack-sided. I'm gonna still say 7-5 favoring Supercat, interestingly enough.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking 7-5 regardless for Supercat. I think what we'll see is probably another round 1. We go 5-2, timeouts called, big change comes out from Minecraft. They get a string of rounds. Then, the usual song and dance of a small change coming up from Supercat, and then we end out the half.
Well, but if you remember, right, this wasn't a team like Supercat that didn't take timeouts yesterday, right? They didn't take timeouts. Yeah. And I feel like Minecraft 123 is also a squad that I don't really see taking timeouts either. So again, it's just gonna have to be quick calling on the fly. And we also don't know who was IGLing for either of these teams, so we'll have to see if their big brain can think through their opposition's current flow.
The good thing about having Pug squads like this and not really having a coach is that you don't need to take a timeout to take a timeout, Like, you don't need to have that in-game pause. You're always just calming and throwing suggestions of things you want to change on the fly, probably right after you die, annoyingly, to everyone else still alive in the server. But, I mean, that's the way it goes.
As somebody who's just now taking my dive into competition and playing as like a co-IGL, I can ascertain that is true, Kate. It's just like you're never done playing the game. You're calling in the pre-round, you're calling while alive, and then even when you're dead, you're like calling, at least from a macro level. Like, you're not necessarily like trying to tell them like, okay, if they're in a 1v1, like, don't do that, do this. But yeah, it's called, they summed it up as you're macro managing your team as an IGL from the grave. And I'm curious to see if that's exactly how it kind of does translate once I get some more experience under.
I love macroing. It's my favorite thing. That's why all I eat is macaroni and cheese.
I thought you were eating potatoes today.
Potatoes,
it's still macros.
Cheese, all combined together. Sure, yeah. I don't even know what macros
comfort
are.
Food.
Every food's comfort food. Oh, man. But I mean, yeah, I'm excited to see how this all plays out. I think macro levels of games is really interesting. It really adds a new layer of depth and dynamics, I think, for teams. And as we continue competition for all levels of Valorant, especially game changers, I think just more knowledge into the macro level of play makes things a lot more interesting and higher level of competition for teams.
And I mean, Haven, at least we're getting these like little bugs that kinked out like for the first match of the day, right? Because we got so much Valorant still to play, right? These are our semis, we got grand finals. This is the last one as well for the 24 season per se before we head into the new school year, which is gonna probably get a new format. You know, it's gonna be 5 tournaments for 2025 to look forward to in conjunction with the main GC circuit. And speaking of the GC circuit, Keg, let's talk about those format changes on our new little podcast called Radiant Academy 108. I'm loving them personally. Like the squad at Radiant cooked, right? We finally get like a group stage, a Swiss stage. We get some more broadcasts as well, those matches of the week to highlight those players during the Swiss stage that might not necessarily be on the main event broadcast, but are still growing to those capabilities, that potential. Like, what do you think of it?
I mean, look, the more matches we get to see, the better. That's the most important thing. I'm very impressed and very proud of Radiant and everything that everyone in the back end has done. And I think this is just going to be a project that keeps on growing. And I'm very excited to see how it turns out for Game Changers this year. But speaking of Radiant, we get to see a lot more Radiant level play going into this next matchup. It did turn out to be a 5-2. ISO now set up inside of C lobby ahead of the KJ turret. You want to keep yourself as a surprise, but a lot of aggression from Supercat early on has not been met with much outside of a single Sova drone getting rid of the KJ util in that garage.
Ooh, and this is interesting, right? It's very, I would say, reminiscent of how they took and maintained a main space. But talking about flying too close to the sun, Keg, we said they were still going to be egoing, and that they are. One gets punished. Luckily, Avery thinks better, holds a deeper angle with that outlaw. But in the meantime, Millie has snuck up, has had the blades out, and now that they've gotten a kill and a gun upgrade over towards A, they look like they want to collapse into this site off of Millie's entry. And this is a duelist you don't want to mess with, but you are messing with a double tap and carry with their outlaw. That is a whole nother challenge on its own.
Cypher U2 already destroyed outside of C. Surely now Minecraft 123 have to be somewhat aware that a flank could exist. Down a player though, Supercat looking for options. Flank no longer available, but the Sova is still waiting outside A lobby. Avery, a great opening pick here for the post plant. Outlaw does not find the connection that Carry is looking for. Everyone now has to reflood in. Utility, one smoke available, but a Paranoia will slow down Rise. Paranoia in return met with Minecraft 123, taking 2 out of the 3 kills here. There we go, a third. One left, it's Rise, nearly being a sentry turret. Instead, the Raven, Rar, Uwu gets 2 to end it up.
If Raven doesn't get that kill, like 9 out of 10 times Rise is winning that. Did you see how low HP the majority of the Minecrafters were? Like, that would have been an easy transfer. Yeah, like it would have been the clutch, like the 3K clutch for sure. But aside from that, I think Supercat did do a good job after losing Reverie, kind of picking up that slack. Carry, for example, the Outlaw through the smoke, tracking the bullets of that Vandal. Insane. But look at this. I love the adjustment. Even though it's an eco, placing your kills right on this A site, because look at that. The read is correct. Minecraft 123, counting it down, heading to this A site yet again, because that's where they just found success pretty easily upon the entry.
Very quick rotate coming out from Supercat, and it's necessary. You only have sheriffs going into this. You need to fight up close and personal right away to take away guns off of Minecraft. Luckily though, Millie's already on site. A Paranoia meets the jet, just barely evades it. What's going to happen here? A wall available. Avery blocked by the smoke. Gunfights are everywhere, and Avery remains hidden. Carry and Rise are good for 2, 3 even. Raven Roar, ooh, has the last line of defense for this attack. But there it is, the double tap from Carry, picking up a fallen member of Minecraft 123's Vandal to win it out.
Yeah, Raven unable to tie it down for the squad this time, despite being 10-6 on the scoreboard right now. And it really did just come down to Supercat playing a textbook eco, right? Gamble the mass rotation off the initial information, play together in that site smoke from Rise, and explode out as soon as you are sure that everybody is on that site. It's just a death ball. The GCDs in combination come up in their victory keg. And while you may have been right about the 5-2, I think both of us might be wrong about our 7-5. 6-3 right now. Eco round for Minecraft 1-2-3. Supercat likely gonna guarantee a 7th unless...
Addison again. Remember, they've had that role swap. They were not a Sentinel yesterday, and I feel like they're still trying to play a different role. Carry's hidden in the back lanes. Good for 3. Unbelievable. That's 3 gone. A rolling thunder could have been panic used, and I'm so glad it wasn't. A near ace for Carry.
Wow. Again, 7-3 now. Closes, denies the door of opportunity on that thrifty round for Minecraft 1-2-3. And again, Minecraft 1-2-3, it is possible for the 7-5, right? You win this round, you get another bye, but it has to be the back-to-back. It has to probably be leveraging these key ultimates, like the Rolling Thunder, like the Cypher Neural Theft, because that's all you got, essentially, right? Like, maybe if Fennekin or Millie pop off, you could see those ults before the half is up, but that's a big hashtag doubt from me. We'll see if Supercat with their own ults, right? Like, we've seen Carry, we've seen the Death Contract. Yes, Fennekin or Lunafox got to diff them last time they utilized it, but now they're on a tear. Now they're warmed up.
Oh, I like how Carry's playing, just waiting for that alarm bot to be popped off for the kill contract, which shut down the lurk entirely. Great change of pace from Minecraft 1-2-3. A default once again to find this opening pick. Unfortunately for Supercat, it's been Battison, the victim of these opening picks pretty much every round. Luckily, they're still alive. They have the turret to help. The pressure has been amounting to Avery instead. Shockbolt number 1 used. Millie unable to find the dash in. That might hurt later. Not getting that extra space in could promote the Rolling Thunder on entry, not post-plan. Carry does not win this opening fight, and that puts more pressure back on C. Reverie once again overheating to oblivion, leaving Battison, an unfortunate victim of a lot of these 2v1s, left alone to solo hold C site and not for much longer.
Yeah, it's just 1v1 after 1v1, and again, this round's pivotal, so might as well lock it in, deny any heroic efforts from these teams with the Neural Theft. You know where Rise is coming from, you know that Raven get aggressive off this flashpoint or melee cannon as well from Garage, and you just stack up the players. Hope there's not a god of transfer, and this should be a done and dusted round. Not just done and dusted, but in flawless fashion at that, and Keg, one of us is about to be right. The 7-5 or the 8-4. I called the 8-4 if it was a 5-2. You called it regardless, so let's see.
Yeah, I'm just happy that both teams are doing well at this point. I think Minecraft 1-2-3 have definitely gotten their bearings together. Millie is 3-10. I still think Millie passes the eye test, however, because I think they are doing their job as a duelist. They are entering in, giving space to Minecraft 1-2-3, and a lot of rounds where, frankly, they probably shouldn't be able to get away with it. 4-stack for Supercat outside of A, fully expecting a Rolling Thunder play directly in. Avery says, no, we are good. Rolling Thunder will not be available this half anymore. And that's going to reorient Minecraft 1-2-3 to reset once again, and honestly, probably just try to kill Battison.
Yeah, I mean, that's when the aggression pans out for this squad. Because, I mean, not only did they get that opening kill rate, but look how deep the Omen is. Look how deep Rise is. So they know this isn't an NA hit. They know this isn't just a singular lurk player in Garage. They know that the end goal is C here. And not only do they have the Killjoy utility, but they have Reverie. Backside gets confirmed. The flash up should connect. They don't swing off it. They're just delaying. Their team flashing Carry, who has to wait things out. They're going to try and sandwich off the bat off of this utility here. And Battison, 3 kills, goes nuclear out of window. The timing connects upon the dark cover fading, and the crunch is lethal. The A4 half out of the flawless. And I mean, okay, I guess it's a bad time to say this is an attack-sided map.
Well, you have the stall from the breach. You do have a lot of info gathering off of the Cypher Sova. I think this still goes more in Supercat's favor just off of the Yoru alone. But I will say, had Battison not played as a Sentinel and, you know, overheated like they have the last few rounds, I think that could have been a 7-5. But I'm really happy Madison played so patient there. That was the entire crux of that last round.
No, for sure. And I'm so happy to see Raven and Madison topping the leaderboard. It's like, you can't take our Sentinel players away from us no matter what you do, John Riot with Teho. Especially seeing Madison on the Killjoy. Glad to see it. Here we go. Pistol round. Fundamental in this half and how it'll go, whether Supercat get an early advantage towards that double digits. Reverie, nice gate crash to try and shock these people with pacing. And speaking of shocked, Millie done dusted. So is Turanuki and Reverie. Well, you talked about overheating, and that's what you gotta do on the attack half, right? You've got to be that entry. You've got to make that space. You can't be afraid to push forward and take these duels, but can you overpush? Yes. Into CT, into Raven, the player that has been holding out the mantle for Minecraft 123, does it again.
A lot of members of Supercat defensively were overheating so much, and it hurt them a lot of different rounds. But now that they're on the attack, that overheating can become a gift and not a burden. Madison and Reverie have been dominating this first round. Once again, Madison opens up and ties up the bow for this opening pistol.
And again, starting to nail the coffin together, assemble it, ship it away on Minecraft 123's map pick of Haven before they head into Split, which has been dominant historically for them. We'll see. I mean, this is the lethal buy that we love to see out of Supercat, right? The Bulldogs, the Outlaw, and Carrie's hands. They're going to be looking to locate any stack play and dismantle it out of Minecraft 123. It looks like the call's been made. Some C-split action, right? The stun, set up your jet dash down C long. The Omen Paranoia if there's pressure mounting out grass. Let's see if it connects.
Good early on. AJ Util procced out. Called the main mile by Supercat to wait. Hopefully get this opening pick. Millie has been struggling in the kill department so far this matchup. Backing away, now the breach stun and flash set up and ready to go. Reverie has already fallen. The flash is now null and void outside of the paranoia. Millie's good for one. Kill number 4 of the match. Carrie's gone now. Entry potential from Supercat is now gone. Everyone has to flood in as a squad. Trades galore any which way you look. Avery's good for 2. There's a reason why they're a champion. It leaves it down to just one player, and what should have been a very winningful round. Avery once again pops off and brings things to double digits.
It was a nice dent into the economy, right? You only salvaged a Bulldog and a Spectre, so probably won't be able to carry that momentum forward, so we'll have like at least a lull in the pressure and additional round tallied forward. But I was curious to see if Carrie would force another Outlaw, because look at those light shields smattering across the arsenal for Minecraft 1, 2, 3. Looks like they're just gonna go for the dig. Reverie, though, 3 off a Dimensional Drift with a Bucky in hand. This could be juicy. We'll see what happens, because no one's directly contesting B main here, so they should be able to get grass pretty much uncontested for a B hit.
Yeah, and I think the positioning here from this Omen and Breeds are good for a flood retake just in case. The Omen's set up and ready to destroy the clone. Reverie, blind, is good at least to get that spike down. Rise does get the post plant opening pick. Omen now gone from Minecraft 123. It's going to be now substantially harder to get the space back to go for the defuse, especially on top of the spike.
Whoa. And here we go, Millie, you talked about having a quiet start. They find one for the re-entry frag. Reverie, that we talked about this Bucky. The dart covers down, the groundwork's been set. The tap doesn't connect, but the shots do. 2, 3, 4 in quick succession. And they are going to deny any additional rounds. They win the eco conversion, and then they tweet about it on their cell phone.
Hi TikTok, hi Twitter.
It's back.
Unbelievable. I've never seen a 4K with a Bucky like that before. That is foul from Reverie.
Oh my gosh. I highlighted the Bucky and was like, hey, maybe we'll see like a Dimensional Drift singular kill with it, you know, get a hero rifle and carry that on. Whereas they say, nah, this is my mainstay weapon, using it the entire round. One smoke, which was intelligently placed, right? I would say for the retake, goes south real quick. And now they gotta pull out all the stops. They gotta pull out the B hit off the gate, set Millie up for success again with this Omen, with this breach. But unfortunately, all this utility, right? Carry with With the vulnerability, the swarm grenade, all of this delays that pressure and forces the pivot right into the ace site, where the dimensional drift's gonna spot every one of these players, and they're still fighting into it and winning.
Great goal here for Supercat to opt for A site yet again. Minecraft 123, they're teetering on the edge of losing map number 1. They've got to change things up, and I really enjoyed what the call was on a lesser buy to full push garage, full push B main in the attempt to just get rid of guns early on. Destroying the eco of Supercat is not in question, but getting rid of guns and leveraging the odds of taking those fights most certainly could be. But Minecraft 123, they have not won a single defense round yet.
Yeah, again, the Bucky was lethal for that, for the economy, for the rounds, for the hopes. Maybe the hope will be replenished with the Lunafox and the Odin in hand. Definitely a defensive hurdle to play around, to leap over. And the solution seems just to be to slow things down, right? Look for mistakes.
Where
Again,
is the spike?
It's in a lobby. Oh, it was a lobby. They realized their mistake.
Okay.
And pick it up from the shadows. I mean, might as well use it. But speaking of use, that Odin's not going to find much of it. Baddison good for a kill, but they've denied the smokes now for this squad. Raven as well, trying to find kills off of their setup, but it's just a bait into Avery's crosshair, and the numbers dwindle by the passing second. Without spike needing to get planted, Keg, they didn't need the spike. That's why they dropped it in line of sight A.
And now Reverie's position is so good. Any audio could be heard and cut off here at the intersection. Reverie, that's one. A kill contract most certainly should be the coup de grace to end out map number 1.
Wow.
It is Carrie and Supercat. All of them combined was just one unstoppable avalanche of duelist potential.
Now 13-4. I want to say that that's a surprise because of how far Minecraft 123 has been and how like their bracket run has gone so far. But I also don't think Minecraft 123 has been truly challenged up to this point, and this is the team to beat in this tournament. And number 2, I said it in the pre-show as well, right? Like, there's been dominance on Haven from Minecraft 123, that's why they picked it, but it's been stability and consistency on this map as well from the side of Supercat. So no surprise that they pick it up here, but I'm surprised it was that dominant with a substitution coming in, with the Baddison role change, right? And so all of this coming together and they still have a really good game is shocking.
Yeah, I thought for sure this would at least be a 13-6 game for Supercat. I really enjoyed what the sub, everyone changed their roles, but you could still tell the inclinations of playing duelist for some players still existed, which worked very well for the attacking side. But I gotta say, for Supercat, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I feel like Supercat still hasn't been challenged yet. They had the better comms, they had better mechanical, and going into the next map, I don't really see that changing.
I think Fruity Fish was their challenge, low-key, in the round of 16, right? Like, the 13-11, the 13-9, that was the team that I said had the tenure behind them, had the chemistry already built coming in. We'll see. I mean, we're heading, like we said, to Split next. This is a map, again, that we have not seen this event from the side of Minecraft 123, and sometimes that's a really good thing, and sometimes that's a really bad thing, right? And we are about to find out, Keg. But before then, big reminder, guys, go ahead and check out the Raidiant.store while we go to jump to a break here really quickly. You know, cop some merch, support some good marginalized gender initiatives like Radiant Academy, like Calling All Heroes. All the proceeds go back into supporting events like these to generate opportunities. So with that, Keg, when we come back from the break, we'll see map number 2 of our our semifinals between Supercat and Minecraft 123.
Map number 1 was a huge battleground of different frags and kills that we got to see left and right, and I gotta say, Super Cat, they continue to be pretty super. And Cat, all throughout.
For sure. Even, losing Princess Icy here, having Reverie come in, they have not lost that cinematic flair, and in terms of how they take duels, how they win rounds. And even if those few rounds they did lose were because of some overaggression, right, those were accounted losses, considering it was a 13-4, right? So still dominant, and we're getting ready to head into Split, which we talked about is going to be, taking a look back at that map pool, the pick of Super Cat, which again has not been played by Minecraft 123. So big question mark about what they're going to play, but also in my mind I have a question mark about what composition we're going to get out of Super Cat, right? We have the composition changes already noted from them between the match we streamed and the matches we didn't, and then we also have these newer players coming in, right? Battison off role, Reverie playing another duelist. So what do you think? Do we see the Tejo or not, Keg?
I could definitely see a Tejo here. I think if I'm Super Cat, I'm feeling very confident going into this Split matchup. You just won against Minecraft 123 on their own map pick on a very differently styled map than Split, and they didn't win a single defense round. I feel like you could come into this Split bringing out pretty much whatever you want.
Oh, for sure. And I would love to see like a double duels with Battison, and then like I'm trying to see what Carrie could be on. Carrie has also played like a Clove, right? No, Carrie's playing Clove, right? Because then it's still an aggressive agent, right? It's just not a duelist. And so I think that'll be kind of interesting to see that dynamic of. It'll be kind of reminiscent of what we saw, right, from Karosu's squad, right, from Fruity Fish, right, where they had like every agent has to frag in order to have impact. But this is a squad where I think that fits the bill for them quite well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see what kind of adjustments Minecraft can bring out here. I think the level of what they need to fix isn't really that high. It's just that we didn't get the chance to see too many defensive rounds. I think by the time they could have gotten something going, their eco was already tanked into oblivion, and they just weren't able to find the impact needed to start it up. So I think if they can start off well on this first half of Split, they can definitely bring this to a very long, just like yesterday, a very long Split match.
Oh, for sure. We'll have to see. I mean, they are starting out on the defensive half here, which in my mind, I think that does like give you a sense of stability, not even just based on the map itself, but like you don't have to be the one to make decisions, right? You're just like hunkering down, playing reactively, and I think that takes a little bit less planning, right? Because I've learned that like defaults are pretty universal, right, against compositions. Like if you understand the comp, you understand like what the defaults could look like, and so if it's a squad that doesn't have chemistry, you can still call a default around it based on the agent comps, and instead of these micro kind of duo activities for if you want to get offensive on the defense or not. But let's take a look at agent select to see if we have any comp consistency for Super Cat and what the surprise element from Minecraft 123 is going to be.
Carry on the Clove, as you called, looking pretty good. Big question is, okay, Tejo, and maybe a Vice. Vice is locked in by Battison. I like this call. My big worry for Minecraft 123 is similar to what we had seen yesterday and all the Split matches, really, is if they are willing to play into or if they have to give up mid early into a round. Because, yes, defensively, you do have to play very reactively a lot of the time on Split. But if you lose mid control, that makes rotates very difficult for one site. The thing is, though, is that Super Cat, we'll have to wait and see what Reverie locks in, don't have a really big dive comp on their attacking side. They may have to spend more time pushing into a site than most other teams would. But if Reverie locks in a raise, that will change. No.
I thought it was going to be a raise. So this is the comp that they've been running like off broadcast, right, this entire tournament, but it's been with a Raze, not a Yoru. Seems like we have a one trick on our hands with the substitution player, possibly. Battison is just kind of going for that one-for-one substitution, it seems like, for what Princess Icy was playing, right? Maybe they weren't adept with the Cypher, that's why we saw the Killjoy on Haven, but this Vice is what Princess Icy was playing, and there's the completed composition. Like I said, the one they've been playing now, let me count the cards. 2 times already out of the 3, now make it 3 out of 4, and I think that's what's going to help them, is that consistency, right? And across the other composition, I think they do with the Sage have that sense of mid control pretty down pat.
The Sage Wall should be good for stall early on, but we do see a lot of attacking teams prioritize breaking the wall as soon as it comes up and then resetting afterwards, which could be a very big boon to the side of Minecraft 123. That's going to keep players consistently watching mid and then having less players hold down on the site itself. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, we didn't see a Cypher from Minecraft 123 on their defense. And that's going to make the A-holds a lot more difficult. There's no...
Play retake.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, that's a big part of the map you're losing, and oftentimes you'll see at the highest level of play, A site is not the site you want to consistently retake.
Unless
so
you're Sentinels.
Awkward. Sure. But a lot of the time back then, I remember Kaplan even made a tweet about the importance of Sky on this map before she got nerfed, that you'll have the Cypher dedicated setup on A site, the guiding light would come out, the flashes would come out from A ramps into lobby mid-round just to see if anyone's lurking there. Without a Cypher, without a Sky, means that more often than not, this is more free real estate for a team like SuperCat to play it slow and get a deep lurk up at A, and Minecraft 123 might be none the wiser.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. My guess is that they'll have like someone consistently post up ramps, or like looking at the composition they were running, maybe they'll even push down a main so you can't have that lurk player. That was something we kind of saw last time we cast Split Kick, was they were consistently clearing out that space, and that Cypher that was lurking over towards the A site was forced to play deep water, was forced to rotate back to the team. And I think that's why a lot of the teams did lean into, okay, let's fight heavy mid then if they're not giving us the respect to develop control elsewhere on the map. Or what we saw actually was, I think it was Ira on the deadlock, super late somehow just waltzed past all the Cypher utility anyways. So does it really matter that much if we have seen exhibits against that? We'll have to find out with this composition where it's not even a deadlock, but it's a Sage instead.
Yeah, I mean, the Sage is going to be very linear about where the walls can go. More often than not, it has to be placed inside of mid, and once that gets broken and that little piece of the puzzle solved, what's the adaptation? Where are you going to put the wall afterwards? And that's one of the big issues with the modern Sentinel play on this map, is that you bring out the Sage, that wall's gone, you want to put it somewhere else. What's going to happen with mid?
Let's find out. They only have the stall, right, of the breach as well, for the retake as well, the Tejo to clear out some of these close angles on a retakes. And I think that's what they're setting up for. Look, no players on site, right? Heavy heaven control. So they want to have as much control over the A site that they can without actually giving up players to hold that space. So I expect, for example, Turanuki and this Raze to fight for ramps. And they even have a deep wall, so they're like giving up mid, basically, right? They're like, hey, yeah, you can have mail, you can have vents, because we're holding what matters, the
funnel
sites.
Into A. They're waiting for this Raze to be contested a lot. I don't know if I agree with this. What?
What?
Why? Okay, this is... If this is the game plan Minecraft 123 want to have, I don't agree with it. Okay, hold on. That was a good lineup overall, but SuperCats still end up winning it out. The entire idea is that Minecraft 123 wanted to funnel SuperCat into splitting mid in top of ramp. That is so risky, because you are conditioning your whole team to try to fight into these very small condensed corridors and smokes with very little information, especially with Turanuki, the first one to die. You're just hoping you can win these fights.
I saw the vision, don't get me wrong. Like I've done that exact adaptation, but on a map like Abyss, where you give up mid and you have like tripwires from your Cypher, like on both entrances towards the sites. And that's what I thought they were replicating for, but then Tura just cut out in the open, right? And also that prerequisite was then you have to hold ramps control, and they lost that almost immediately. So then the Benz players were pinched instead of being the ones to pinch once they had taken that mid space control. But this round, interesting, because of that heavy mid pressure and no presence there from SuperCat, they get a free A site, and it is going to be a 5-on-5 retake simulator, but you don't have weapons. You also do have a flank hold. Look at this sheer wall. It's going to go off. I'm hoping they cross over at the same time so neither gets cut off. Oh, but now Fennekin's alone. What? How?
The Outlaw. Did they get shields? Oh, lordy. Avery now might be stuck in a rough spot. Great for the re-entry here. Top of ramps control, still not in the favor of Minecraft 123. Battison securing 2, make that 3 different kills. And of course, 1 for Turanuki on the way out. But SuperCat, they've recognized a very big weakness on Minecraft 123. It is most definitely this A-hole.
For sure, and we identified that from the get-go with this composition, right? We just wanted to see what a clean retake looks like. And I'm not gonna lie, I think that was just because of the weapon discrepancy. So if they replicate that and play a retake with 5 people alive, I think it could go a lot better, right? We saw it especially there. A lot of that weight was on Baddison's solo screens, and if you have a weapon with equivalency, Baddison gets dropped, right? And you saw, I think it was Avery as well, kind of late to swing to try and pick up the pieces as well if Baddison did fall, so they could get those trades. That, again, isn't going to fly in an actual side exec. But speaking of side execs here, this is what I thought the A side defense would look like, right? Fighting forward, claiming that space, but now they've given it up after dumping and wasting all of that utility, right? Guided salvos, stealth drone, and all you know is that there's one player there.
Wall was set up inside of mid. Turanuki and the breach, Fennekin, Luna Fox still holding towards the back of A site. Utility galore. Every which way you look. That's a 4-stack setup outside of A. Looks like the Lurk was debating about waiting outside this wall for it to break, but opted not to. The smokes now, at least one set of them gone off the Super Cat.
Whoa!
Reverie's entry denied completely. Turanuki's holding the, well, was holding the line.
Oh. This is interesting, right? We actually saw them fight for the A site, hold it for a while, keep it even on 3-on-3, but with a collab with the Outlaw, how do you account for carry? A variable like that in your equation, right? It just blows up the whole calculation, and now they're abandoning that calculation, that system of equations altogether as they make the rotation over towards B. At least Fennekin gets to pick one off. Luna Fox now down to a 1v2, where they're gonna wait with the safety element knowing, okay, let's see if the spike goes down B and then make the rotation on the retake.
Avery secures the plant and is one step closer to getting that Nightfall for a future round. Luna Fox, almost full utility now, minus a single flash. Now, if Luna does get both kills and the defuse, that's a free rolling thunder for a 4th round. That's really, really good for this defense. But that is the literal best case scenario for this player. Stun, a flash, the aftershocks already brought out, all the utility brought out, and not a single one affected this attack. That's one gone.
Ow.
But Avery's there for the trade.
Yeah. If Luna Fox shoots that haunt, I think they win it. But Avery just, again, pinpoint accuracy there, knows where the player is, knows what crosshair placement to take, and mechanically sound, secure it. We talked about how Minecraft 1-2-3, we wanted to see a stable start, but again, this composition is so attack-coded that starting the defense isn't quite working out how they want to. Major faults, they did have a quick adaptation, right, to heavily fight A, and they look like they're trying to repeat it, but look at the adjustment from Super Cat, right? They still want to go away. That's evident from the spread of players, but they're playing so passive, they're waiting for that util dump. Tooth and nail. Or they're gonna disrespect it altogether with a solo raise exec?
Yeah, Avery was setting up that sewer lineup with the haunt early round, pre-round. And so this allows Reverie to take that free ramps control. That's a lot of space taken. Quick rotate from Minecraft 1-2-3 has been good. The weapon differential, though, could definitely hurt in the long run, though. Remember, pistol round, Super Cat funneled all the way up A ramps and was mowed down by the Omen on the opposite side very quickly. But Rise isn't in a position to do that. Reverie, though, dancing with the devil, wins the tango, but Turanuki there gets the trade early on. Entry potential gone. Already maybe too late, though. Avery has a second haunt set up and ready to go. Turanuki is so close to Armageddon. Could be good for the setup once more. Everyone's running away on the defensive side, looking to hopefully just guerrilla warfare, take some bodies away, but even they can't do that.
Again, they get the call correct, they delay, but eventually Super Cat pierces through. And it really did come down to, like I said, and like you mentioned, just ramps control never being fought for, right? That time they fought for main, but it didn't matter. The Rays had impact, had the initial pick, and even with Tanuki getting that, or Taranuki getting that insane stinger kill trade from sight, it didn't matter unless they found that second frag on a Baddison. But speaking of second frags, Leia trying to go for both, but Carrie gets the trade, gets the 3-piece, and Super Cat gets the round, and a plethora of ults to follow in its wake.
I mean, honestly, at this point, if you're Minecraft 1-2-3, you have to fast push A site. Like, you need breach ult as soon as the round starts, maybe even the Tejo ult on top of it. And that's the expectation from Super Cat. They're using this round, recognizing what ults Minecraft have available, to switch it up and push B. This could be a gigantic waste for Minecraft side.
I'll have to see, right? It's again similar to Haven where you just gotta get that ball rolling. And these big ticket ultimates are one way to do so. They already have the indicators set up here for the exec of the Nightfall into the beast site. So they're gonna get this control, and it looks like Minecraft 123 again leaning into the strengths of this composition are gonna try and play retake here with those ults. But look who's already deep into CT, planning around that. The Steel Guardian invested, and just as they escape, Reverie swings before the clock strikes midnight. So spell still in effect takes care of them. And here comes that exec with now players in advantage.
Two players affected by this carnage, though. One of which completely alive, or at least was at the start of the sentence. Avery's good for 2. Damage may have already been done. Carrie's forced to back away, but no one's tapping the spike. The remaining players of Minecraft are so low, but a second life tab's been given to Carrie, all the while to stall. Enough to stop things.
Doesn't matter.
Minecraft 123 get their first round, but it was so close.
Wow. And I don't even think it should have been that close, right? Reverie, again, getting dropped with that aggression. They get all the old action that they want. I think it really just came down to Supercat's awareness of the potential of those retake ultimates, right? Of the Rolling Thunder, of the Armageddon. So what do? They vacate. They play from main. They play from box, where that's the last place you expect those ults to get dumped. And it works. The players are still alive, get their kills, they get their trades, and they trust in Carrie to try and clutch things out. But again, Leia, so thorough. Not only finding the impact, being that kind of bodyguard, but getting the smoke down before they go for the fight. So playing for their team, playing the win con, and they get their first round as a result.
Once again, Supercat wanting to go up against the psychological warfare of Minecraft 123, opt to push into B yet again. Prowler's out. Noticing no one's on the first bend of sight. Sight with the haunt confirmed that no one seems to be apparently on it, at least aggressively. No retake ultimates this time. That was a big condition for Minecraft 123 to gain this space back. Still, there is Showstopper available. Double Blast Pack in should be enough to get at least 1 or 2, but should be traded out.
Here we go. From the shadows expended, trying to guide this kill for Millie. Unfortunately, it does not work, and now Reverie gets their chance with the spotlight, with the Showstopper. Leia spotted with the jiggle. Didn't think they were accounted for, and it all comes down to Turanuki in the 1v5, waiting for the overgrass, which Battison, you've done it before. Yeah, do it again. Avery, the haunt, connects though to the shots. It was all to draw the crosshair away to set you up for success and the kill. A 5th round follows in its wake, and Keg, we did it before. We called it. What score do you think we're going to have at the half?
Honestly, I think this could go 10-2.
10-2. Okay. I hope that we get a timeout. I talked about how neither of these teams give timeout tendencies, but if we get a timeout, I'm gonna say we're gonna have a 9-3.
I can agree with that. It's just, I think a timeout's not gonna necessarily fix what's going on with Minecraft 123. They have the right ideas. They have plan Bs. We can talk about that in a minute because we're probably gonna see it into the end of this round. But early util dump from Supercat. A great entry from Reverie. Notices that A site is empty. That's indicative of Minecraft 123 wanting to go for a flood retake. I mean, Battison's already fallen. That's a great start. Now, of course, the Omen has to wait to see for the flank watch. But the call's been made. Overextend. Overheat. This is necessary to fight back from that extension above.
Not even that, right? You see 3 players fighting your Vice, your Battison mid. Yeah, you're gonna take space elsewhere on the map, right? Flip the map. But unfortunately, they split through mid, so those players were still heavily in the spawn. But Rise, never accounted for, has the paranoia, not gonna dry swing, looking for these kills, and that's the hero rifle in hand, dropped as well. It's all down to Leia, who was spotted here as well. Deagle in hand, the gun upgrade from their fallen teammate. Even that can't save you from Rise, and there are 3 kills on this round. Supercat locking at 6, guarantee at least a tied half.
Minecraft 123, all things considered, I really like the game plan going into that last round. They pushed B-Man aggressively. They were looking for that fight. Supercat, vaguely aware that they should swap sites and push A, did so. No contest early on. Game plan again, the plan B. Minecraft 123 recognized that they lose site control. Yeah, they lose site control. Okay, let's hang back. We'll gather everybody. We'll start up a flank. We'll go for a big retake. A site is empty again. We could definitely see picture perfect scenario of last round once more.
It's just so unfortunate, right? Because half of this battle's been RNG losses for the side of Minecraft 123, right? They play B main twice, right? On the eco with weapons, and neither time it's a B exec. And as a result, like you mentioned, they get a site for free. And this time as well, they grew, right? Battison wasn't alone mid. They had the Omen. So everyone alive and kicking. -1, 4v4 here. And now Avery, instead of taking that space undeterred, they dump the Nightfall there just to counter this retake. And then look at the shots from Carrie! Heaven! The 180 to get both kills. They get out with their life as well to fight back the site, fight back these screens players, and Leia cannot transfer from the first to the second. Super Cat up 7-1.
Yeah, Minecraft 123 again have the right ideas of their approach, but they are just getting outgunned by Super Cat.
I will save it.
Yeah, it's so interesting, right? Because we saw a nearly reminiscent composition with this Tejo, right? Played by this exact team, mind you. So, right? You're taking a composition this team has used and showing them, like, how you think it should be played, and you're failing to do so, right? Literally, the only differences between these two comps was that it was a Vice Tejo instead of a Sage Tejo, and we're seeing how that works.
The Sage is just not working with this composition. I don't know what else to say. It's the Vice would have been infinitely better here.
How are you alive?
Oh, I thought for sure Referee would get that opening pick. This is a solid start, though. You have finally caught Super Cat on the entry. What was the last? I don't think they've been able to do that up until now.
No,
I think every
sure.
single round was Minecraft pushing the wrong site. And again, it was kind of RNG. Like you're coin flipping it, but you just flipped the wrong side.
All right. I like the counter wall here. An indication they are going to try and commit to the pivot towards the A site here. The Teo's been there. It's still there. We'll see if they can buy enough time for their team to rotate back over when they've already invested the guided salvos. It is. Look at the two players in spawn. The Sage, and Millie, the Raze. Rotating over towards CT.
Look at this mid. Huge. Could win the round. Carry takes down Leia. No post plan smokes for the defense. Down a body. No res available. The Sage is all by themselves. The Tejo on an island. And the breach was locked out by the Sage wall, delaying their rotate even more. The Tejo's now gone. The weaponry, absolutely not good for Minecraft. Is that a weapon picked up by Raven? I'm not too sure, but the sheriff counts. It's the GC. Deke make that twice over. One bullet left. One in the chamber. Picks up the Vandal.
Time.
12 seconds. A great finger on the pulse for Minecraft 123. And Aftershock could save the day, but it might be too late. At least for the spike plant, and Carrie's there to save the day. That is the best round we've seen from Minecraft so far.
Wow. And I mean, over on Haven, right? Raven was one of those players trying to carry the burden of their team on their shoulders, right? 15 and 13. I think the only player on their team that was positive. And we saw them try to do it again. We talked about how the Sage wasn't having enough impact. So what do? They put themselves in the center of the fight. And you saw that Rise was aware of it and tried to counter instead of sticking the Spike. And as a result, Spike goes down with very little time left. But because they were so fragmented in their defensive hold, it just wasn't enough. They get the refrag, they get the plant. And you talked about that Aftershock being off. Well, kiss of death. We're sitting 8-1.
Good stall from Super Cat. Referee does not overheat early on. That was a near loss as soon as the last round had started. Luckily though, Super Cat, they froze, they reset, they didn't reheat back into B site. This time though, that smoke goes down, could be a different story. 3-stack setup, a resurrect available from Raven, Roar, Uwu.
Oh, Leia in the hot seat. But again, when you have an Omen, when you have a Shred of Step, you're never out of options. But speaking of options, look who's headed towards A with the Spike. Super Cat and the Tejo, ships in the night passing out on each other. The Steel Garden further confirmation that they think this is a B hit through and through. But look at this, Turanuki is going to quickly realize Spike was never here. They can drop all these players, and they still haven't. So the players are still B for Minecraft 123. Turanuki is going to realize real quick that this is an A call.
And look at Carrie's positioning too. Can listen to the audio of every player rotating. May be able to get one for the row, but no, spotted. Slowing down everybody. Hello, says Rise. Rise backs away. A smoke in play. Stall, stall, stall. Play for the timer. Carrie is still an existing nuclear weapon in the back sides of this map. And now they're joined up with Referee. This is such a guerrilla warfare from Super Cat. They are taking every single inch that they shouldn't for this attack. And with one left alive, Carry, another 4K.
Okay, good. What if we're both wrong? What if it's an 11-1?
Honestly, I could absolutely see that happening here. It's the same issue we saw from, I think it was 10X yesterday. They rocked the Fade on this map defensively, and they had to re-clear everything on this map in post plans, slowing them down, allowing more time for players, which are now SuperCat, to take these hero positions that were not cleared out and just a death by a billion cuts every which way to make sure their post plan can't exist.
Look at this again. I don't even think the stealth drone connects. They're looking the wrong way for this raise. Melee tries to make a name for herself in this situation, but even that doesn't work. It's all down to Raven, who, if they got a kill, would have been able to get the res, but fortunately, Battison is there, knows where the players that were drawing Raven to them existed. And 10-1, headed into the last round of the half. There's so many ults for Minecraft 1, 2, 3. Is it enough to convert around? We'll have to see, because last time they had them all, it did go their way, but it was by the skin of their own teeth.
It was, and I was really happy in that last round, when they had all these ults, that they were not erupted immediately. It was the case of Millie taking contact plays, the Taeho and the Breach waiting behind a wall for those ults to be erupted for the fast push in. This time now, Breach and Taeho separated out, early Rolling Thunder, a showstopper in play, desperation abound. Oh no! This is what I thought was gonna happen the last time Minecraft 1, 2, 3 set this up. And even then, Turanuki falls. The Armageddon's not gonna be available, Sobi.
Look at Reverie!
Oh my.
They're all the way through heaven. They likely wrap and clear screens. They likely clear out Leia, who's been an impactful player. I mean, Raven could have been going huge there, but the shot's on the line. Now your player is up close and personal, known by the Prowler. They're just freaking trick shot in the last person for the 11-1 half. SuperCat. Whether it be a substitute player coming in, it doesn't matter. The champions are not messing around. 11-1 here. Dominant after a 13-4. You lose this pistol, you gotta force, and even then it's gonna have to be flawless until overtime.
It's so tough. Because, yes, I do agree with what you said before. Minecraft's arsenal is attacker-sided. But I think the issue with Minecraft not converting rounds goes beyond their agents. I think they're just not able to get the map presence needed, and I don't think they're winning the gunfights needed.
But like, look at this. Every time they have a read, it's towards the wrong side of the map, right?
Yeah.
That's like, and when they do get the correct read, like SuperCat's just so fast to disengage and pivot. Like the coordination, the communication's on a different level. Like, again, it's almost like they have insider information with how this team is playing. Because once again, I mean, here we go. They go on to a deserted A side at least to get the spike down, but SuperCat's gonna play this 5-on-5 retake.
And this is good patience from SuperCat. Very little utility used from their own end. Sage Ball is available. I do like this collapse from Minecraft. Top of Rams. Sword Battison away. Flash in return, though, could be good for at least one. The double swing gets rid of Turanuki. That's going to be a lot of the oppressive firepower for Minecraft. One, not discovered. That's Luna Fox. That's one, but the instant trade carry once more was a palindrome ahead of everybody else on their team. And gets 4 more on top. 25 now for carry.
Wow. And Kat, what were you saying in the Agent Select? Nah, we need them on ISO. The Clove, I said, hey, they're an aggressive controller. They got this. And wow, 25 and 8.
I don't even think we've seen a Clove smoke come out.
I think we have in some clutch situations, but...
Sure, but not impactful.
Because they don't need them. But I think what stands out for Carry in my mind is just the awareness, right? And the impact. Like, the one round where they were all the way through B Heaven, right? They popped the not dead yet. They cut off, they delayed the rotations for that long on a retake for the A site. And then even that last round, right? Like, in no way should they have been able to get that pivot on that trade over towards A main. And they still do. So the force comes out for Minecraft 1, 2, 3. They know this is A. The mass rotation coming in from SuperCat. They're going to be here to contest head on with really heavy weaponry bought up because they had no reason not to.
No flank watch, by the way. Very fast access for Reverie. Raven, Roar, Uwu is good for 2 at the very least. Okay. This is looking solid. SuperCat Referee has to make a 1v3 with just a Bucky.
There we go. Breakthrough round here with that force up. Again, maybe just some swings, hoping you would win out your 1v1s because you are feeling it right now if you're Super Cat on that retake. You're like, it's okay, we'll just get some half-buy action here, try and win it out. Because still, look, weapons, double Bucky in the Deegs. We've seen the GC Deegs work, right? What was that one retake that was like near perfection on a Haven A side last map? Well, let's see if they can replicate it.
Yeah, the one that looked like an action movie.
Yeah, and look at this as well, right? 3 players over towards A. They're fighting for ramps, which is what I wanted a team to do.
Oh, hello!
Oh!
Peekaboo!
Not again. Not again. Reverie got a 4K with the Bucky last map. They get a 2 here. And now Avery's carrying on their legacy. The dink follow through from carry. And it's going to be a thrifty possible 13th round to punch their ticket into grand finals. Unless Raven, 1 off from the resurrection here. Battle Sage in full swing with their own barrier deployed.
Get the resurrect. Maybe. Don't want to tap the orb.
I mean, this is, you know, there's a Bucky ramps, right? So you have to res before you go for the swing in my mind, right? My concern, though, is they know they walled Battlestain might be able to see them over the smoke. Now there's a crossfire of death set up. Like, you have to res here. You have to bait it. And this close smoke kind of gave you that ability.
My ultimate is ready.
Here we go.
Follow-up off of that orb hit. I'm surprised. Both players have already been identified. But this resurrect could also be bait. That'll be a good chance of both these Buckies to push up through the smoke.
Here we go. Hesitancy drawn. The Bucky takes the dive. Raven gets the trade off of their teammate. Do they know Rise repositions in the same corner, though? 30 seconds they've been playing the maximum time sentence, just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. The gamble, the tracking, it's all aligning, and the shot here too. The 4K clutch to keep Minecraft 1-2-3's chances and Radiant Academy 108 intact.
Oh, that's good for Minecraft to stay in the series in the tournament, but it is by an absolute, it's not even a hair. Something thinner than a hair. An atomic level of hanging on. But it's winnable. It can be. It just has to be off of hero plays, it seems. Just a matter of taking this A control once more. There is an Omen, Leia. They were placed deep inside of Spawn. I was wondering if they'd go for a fake smoke early, but no. Stick together. In the great words of Sonder from Planet of the Apes, apes together strong.
Well, I mean, you say that, but it was one player standing among the rest, with Raven winning out the last round. Rise does have to get out of the way of the oncoming storm, but the nade misses. They exit back in and they're out of bullets. It's a Raids connect. Harry back from the dead. Dismiss, good. They know their ramps at a minimum here with the swing. The vulnerability still in tow. Now these players are divided. One main, one ramps to connect. Fennekin overwhelmed. All they did was deny the inevitable. 13-3, more dominant their performance on their opponent's pick of Haven. And they win things out 2-0 to return to the grand finals. Again, they want to rack up the most titles for this roster. They are going to get that opportunity to do so, Keg.
Avery's going to become the most decorated soldier in the Radiant Academy army. With all the medals that they have.
This would what be? I'm going to go double check. They're 6th, I think. Yeah.
Sure.
It would be Carrie's 5th as well. So, like, again, it's that duo that is lethal, right? It's been literally... I think there was one time that Harry didn't play, that they didn't win with Avery, and that's why they have one less title here.
Oh. Because you didn't have the valedictorian with you.
Yeah, this is your valedictorian and salutatorian duking it out for the GPA, and unfortunately, if they're both acing every exam, then Avery's always going to be ahead.
Yeah, apparently so. I will say, though, Minecraft 1-2-3, I think things were very difficult from the get-go with the agent composition. I don't agree with the Sage choice. Raven had a great clutch at the very end as a player, mechanically gifted, but it was such a hard composition to beat.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely a main event player for a reason. And again, this was a squad where, like, yes, you recognize the name Millie, you recognize the same name Luna Fox, you recognize the name Raven. But again, Turanuki coming into competing, it seems like. Leia, again, recognized but not as resounded. And they're just building that experience with main event players, which is really, really nice to see. And that's what Radiant Academy is for, right? You have to get used to that competitive environment. Just get that experience under your belt to know what it looks like before you find the players that you want to play with in the long term, that you build that chemistry with. Because again, this is a Pug squad. We saw it in how the calling panned out on Split. It was a lot more drastic of an impact than Haven, where everybody knows how to play that map. And that's what led them to fall sooner rather than later. I mean, semifinals, I would say that's pretty good.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty good. You know, it's nothing to scoff at, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
But we only have one more series left. How did we get here? Let's take a look at the bracket and see how things have shaken up overall. Of course, our series has finished. Has the other side of the bracket finished too with their semifinals? The answer is no. Hyper Reserve GC is up one map over Berserker's Dawn. It's looking like they may be the team we get to see face up against Super Cats in the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think their game as well right now is a 2-8. Not sure which team is currently leading as well. So that's kind of a sum compared to, I would say, a map 1 taking as long as they did. But regardless, Keg, which one do you think? I'm thinking, if it's 8-2. That's kind of like what Supercat did to dominate here. So I'm thinking like it's Hyper Reserve right now that could go 2-0.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too. I don't know what kind of agents they like to play. I think Berserker's Dawn yesterday, they were just rocking ISO Yoru the entire time against 10x, right?
I think
I'm pretty
for
sure
the
they
most
were.
Part, I have my notes ready and rearing to go here for you. I believe it looks like
Because they just kind of
they were the ones that had Lover, Arthur, Des, Ira,
yes.
and Maddie.
So Arthur was
Des,
just Yoru
yeah.
nonstop.
And then Des was ISO nonstop, yeah. But Ira, in my mind, I think, I don't want to say they were the MVP, but they had a really good map. They were having a profound impact on Split. Maddie as well had a really good Omen map as well. Like, this team is not one to be trifled with, so I'm hoping they throw up a fight and they go to a map 3 on that side of the bracket.
I mean, sure, we could use an extended break, you know? It's all the more time to go to Radiant.store. And hey, you might be wondering, what is this guy talking about, right? Believe me, I barely know what I'm talking about in general. But if you're enjoying Radiant Academy, you can support Radiant and all of their initiatives by buying some merch at Radiant.store. That's the website. All the profits go back to supporting future events, bringing us on, have Avery win more tournaments, farming them money, and it's all for marginalized genders. Look at the merch. Isn't that so cute?
Bro, I just pulled it up because I wanted to see what else we have here. They got coffee mugs, bro.
Ooh.
Like, I love putting all my pens in those. They also have, like, a long sleeve, like, sweatshirt crop top. No one sells that kind of merch usually in esports. And then, look, their mouse pads are even sold out, right, for the smaller one. So, like, that shows how kind of, like, revered this merchandise is. Like, you know you want to grab some of it. They have tote bags, too, bro, that have a little sunbeam on them. That is adorable.
All I'm saying is that Avery uses a Radiant mousepad. That's the only reason why they've been able to win almost every Radiant Academy. You heard it here first.
We'll confirm it if we get an interview after grand finals. But with that, Keg, like we said, we have to wait for that other side of the bracket to conclude before we get our grand finalists that will duke it out for the last Radiant Academy of the 2024 season. So with that, make sure you stick around, grab something to drink, and when we come back, we will crown our final victors for this season.
Oh, sorry it took so long, everybody. It's the funniest thing. The line at the Radiant Dot store was just so long. It took forever.
Around the corner,
Everyone's
bro.
buying stuff. It's like, well, it's okay. You know what? We are expanding and we're getting more people to check out, and it's working well. But there was still a very long line. But on the bright side, though, we were just so excited to see how the other side of the semifinals was going that we had to check out the third map.
Yeah. It was a interesting development, right? It was a 13-4 map 1 into a 14-12 overtime after a 10-6 comeback from Hyper Reserve GC to send us into a map number 3. And while this was our previous series of Minecraft 123 versus Super Cat, this is the map picks and bans for the series that we are about to jump into a map 3 of between Hyper Reserve GC and the team that we saw yesterday as well, Keg.
I'm gonna say something a little spicy, Zobi.
Okay.
I think this map veto would have gone better for Minecraft 123.
You know, Haven's still on there, and Split is still on there, so I don't know, Keg. I don't think so.
I
think they could have won. It could have been a 2-1, yeah, for Super Cat.
It
but
could have been. I mean, that is better. I didn't say they were gonna win, but I mean, it would have been better overall. But Pearl Haven and the last map being Split, we just came out of Split and we're gonna be going back in. Remember, it was a very big mechanical diff, it felt like, for most of the rounds in our last time of seeing this map. And we've seen the whole spectrum of differences between teams. Yesterday, it was a little mechanical, but it was more so map control. Whereas for today, it was mostly just going in, very brazen, and taking all the fights you could.
Oh, for sure. And I think the issue here now is with their opponent, Hyper Reserve GC, right? They got players like K, they got players like Astralis. We're headed into Split, so I cannot necessarily say what Astralis is going to play, but I know them for 2 agents, Keg. I know them for Chamber, and I've come to know them through things like Tanax and their time on Stat Esports as an ISO. And I'm looking at Split and I'm like,
We
are
saw
we
an
going to
ISO
see
yesterday.
either of those? You are not mistaken, but do I expect an Astralis ISO here?
I mean, I wouldn't be against it. I think that's more likely than what Chamber.
We'll have to wait and see as we get ready to jump into Agent Select here very, very soon, hopefully. But aside from that, I don't expect to see maybe anything necessarily different, I would say, than from Berserkers on this map, because their comp worked really well, right? Like, they had a great showing.
Oh! Well,
there it is.
Color me corrected.
I was gonna say, I feel like I lean towards the Chamber for them on this map. We've seen it. It works. You can just, like, rendezvous back site. My concern is that, like, there's nothing in my mind, like, looking at... Well, okay. I'm just lying. They got Liv. That's a new face for Berserkers Dawn. If I remember correctly. Am I an idiot? I am not an idiot.
I don't think you're ever an idiot.
Dez is gone.
Yeah, and the lack of an ISO on top of that too. Liv bringing out the Sky. We had mentioned the last time we saw a Split that Sky defensively is so good about shutting down a late lurk from start of A site up into ramps that could absolutely disrupt so many different things. That could be potentially a big issue for this Chamber too, depending on how things go. There isn't a native lurker for Hyper Reserve. I think you could make a strong argument for K's Astra. Maybe Miara on the Tejo. I lean towards doubting it, but look, I mean, it's so early in the Tejo lifespan that anything could happen.
I definitely think it's going to go to K or Australis as the lurk players, but I got to jump back over to this Berserkers Dawn side because, again, they're still running a double duelist, right? You have Lover swapping over to it instead, and they may not be comfortable with the ISO, but the Raise, I think, is going to go really well. You got your initiator that you wanted of that Sky Keg. But Ira, they're going to be that lurk player. We saw them do it really, really well. And my eyes are now drawn to Maddie Keg because they dropped 32 kills on that last map to get them to this map 3 of Split. And I'm not saying that's like what made or broke their success on that map, because Lover also put up some numbers of 23 and 18. But now that, like, you have to ask them to do that again in order to get to the grand finals, like, I'm not consistent map to map, and depending on your players to be that consistent map to map can go south quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not something you want to natively rely on in your team composition, especially if you have to do it for this map and then potentially for the grand finals on top of that too. It's pretty exhausting.
No, definitely. Well, we'll have to wait and see here as well. We do know that for this map, Berserker's Dawn starting out on that defense. I am curious to see, because this is a different like flavor of the Tejo as well, right? With the Astra, with the Chamber. We really only seen them with those kind of more aggressive compositions, right? Like last time, we won't talk about the one that, you know, was it kind of a 13.
That didn't happen. That was AI.
Yeah, we're talking about the competitive comp. It was nice they had Golden Clove Sova. So that was just aggressive on aggressive. This is more well-rounded, right? With the Astra pick in my mind. So we'll see how it goes. Already into the pistol. Already back into these aggressive tendencies we saw from Berserker's Dawn yesterday, claiming that A-Space, pushing off any lurk players that could have been. They just trusted in the utility there, and they've cleared out mid for the most part. Miara, first kill over towards B main as well, so they're going to crunch into heaven. It's all going to be upon Maddie to hold down this barrier of their own roots.
Yeah, mid control extremely important here for Hyper Reserve to get that map control. Ariel, good to remove Liv early on. It's going to be the remaining defenders fast-tracking their way into mid to take these fights. Arthur, absolute fury in their eyes. Removes Australis early on. Not much more to go through on here. It's only 3 players on site. Easier said than done with 22 HP though. K is gonna go for a micro flank from behind. Through the smoke, through stuns, through everything you could possibly think of. It's one to the hands of Arthur. Another for Maddie. And a lot more damage than I initially thought had been done against Hyper Reserve.
Yeah, definitely a battlefield there around the guided salvos. I think you saw Irene particularly trying to maneuver around, and although they lose their life, the chaos is enough to shut down the final players of Berserker's Dawn and get that pistol on the board. Now, Keg, I don't want to necessarily call it early and just because Hyper Reserve won the pistol, but I feel like a consistent thread is if you stomp map 1, you have a really close overtime on map 2, that same team is going to stomp map 3. And this was a 13-4, then it was 14-12, and now it's split. What do you think of that kind of trend?
I think this can still be a very close map. I think a lot of it's going to fall onto the shoulders of Arthur and probably the other flasher being Liv. We talked about the Chamber before. I'm still kind of skeptical about this pick just because they're heading the double flashes, which could make a very long-range play.
Whoa.
Well, I guess if you have no flashes to go up against, it's not that bad. Astralis, good for one. TP's out. The mid-control discovered. It's going to lead a little minor caravan towards mid-side. Berserker's Dawn, remember, they're down weapons. They're really looking to break this economy of Hyper Reserve.
Oh my goodness, 2 players though trying to go Robin. They're about to pinch out onto them, and of course Ariel with the Hero Vandal leading the charge. So I like the idea of using that ruse to set up your own kind of play, to try and cut off that singular player that was B main, but just again, the rotation, the collapse inward from Hyper Reserve GC is perfect to hopefully keep this round nearly flawless, right? You hear one at least coming from mid, you're gonna soon find the second, and just take the duels together.
Lover does have a lot of utility. Boombot needs to work with. An outlaw picked up by Liv in the back. I don't know how many flashes they have. Oh, McKay's already up above. Not a player down just yet, but look at this. That collapses every piece of utility you would possibly want. That's 1 HP left. And Irene's good for 3.
Wow. I mean, first off, we just gotta say, like, that is why the Rich Tejo combo is so lethal, right? That guided salvos and aftershock covered basically the entirety of heaven, right? Liv survives with 1 HP, pushing their teammate into the death zone, right? Just to tuck away in that little safety corner. And even then, they survive. You know where they are. And that's exactly what happened. Those players fight in and fight together. Nice that they got 2 players down, but with the heavier force that we saw from Hyper Reserve GC, with this Outlaw, with this Vandal carried over, it still has a good chance of converting a 3rd.
All right, there we go. Sonic Sensors. Procced out, and Ira unfortunately will no longer exist into this round. A fast track to B once more. Berserker's Dawn forced to be very reactive. Their Sentinel gone. Mid control lost. Berserker's Dawn have so little to work with into this post plant. Maddie might be able to bypass this chamber.
I heard it.
But the Astra, as you mentioned, is there for the follow-up. Back to mid we go.
It does set the seeds of doubt though, right? So you're going to keep those additional players tethered to B main, watching the flank, wary of the trademark and its effectiveness. But it doesn't matter if the players on site are anchoring beautifully. I like this dimensional drift, guiding the utility, guiding the shots, and now they know, okay, 2 are off site, 2 are main. trying to, again, cause chaos with some of this utility, but they haven't addressed the backstick control. And so now Miara just a tuck away, play down the timer. They may lose their life, but they're sure not going to lose the round. And that's why they try and swing out, get the kill early. So hopefully you'll be able to escape before the spike detonates, but nope. Whoa! Life flashes before Miara's eyes, but they save the weapon. And now, Hyper Reserve GC up 3-0.
And Berserker's Dawn, they just haven't gotten started in this map yet. They haven't made a move at any point of a round except for a retake. We see Ira setting up the sonic sensors for maybe an early contact play off of it, but Taeho's Crabs good at detonating that utility early on. Everybody else forced to eco back into Stingers and Sheriffs once more. This is more proactive in mid and A ramp, but Hyper Reserve, they're playing it much slower than they have initially. They're allowing these defenders to take that push up and overheat.
Okay. And there it is, the gap in the smoke. Lethal there. I mean, they didn't expect the gap period, though. That's the issue. Looking up the minimap maybe last second, it doesn't matter because we talked about how they like to clear out A main. Well, that's also been bitten in the bud. And as a result, they open up that A side control. Australis is just left as a lurk player, right? To buy time for now the Taeho to deposit themselves here to cut off these rotations, right? Vandal in hand, yes, gets chipped down, but they got what they came for, a kill. Ira now, thinking they know that they were also on their way out of vents. The Asher usually here to support. The Stinger swing almost connects for one, but unfortunately the trio, too strong, and Hyper Reserve GC hold on to 4 players and 4 rounds.
Maddie smokes mid. There's no utility response from Berserkers, even gap or no gap, right? You know Australis is always holding for mid. There's no flash to peek out and extend on top of it for a delay, rotate opportunities. Bagel Bernie NA has his work cut out for him because this has been a very poor start for Berserkers. And we've seen how aggressive this team can be regardless of each side. It's a shock to me that this has been the start that they've been having for the semis.
Yeah, I think it really has just been like small mistakes adding up because Hyper Reserve GC with this composition, right, has Australis on an island and they are such a strong pillar of support that, again, you don't clear it, you have a gap in your smoke while you're rotating to the A site, they're going to handle you. And then also, right, I don't want to say they've been indecisive, but Maddie in particular, right, like when they didn't commit to that flank, right, just because of the smoke, they expected somebody watching. When they go back, that's wasted utility, that's wasted time. And on top of that as well, right, I mean, it's just been the eco cycle, right? You'll lose round 3, it's going to be rough regardless this early on. And I think the timeout felt, I don't say too early, but again, like, you haven't seen the full picture yet. Like, they got creative.
Have
like,
to, at this point.
Yeah, I just realized Miara's 6-0, bro. Like, K has been doing their job, but like everybody else is stealing the frags away from them.
Oh, look at this read yet again. It's going to be the solo hold on A side. Australis at least now traded. Again, was there any utility mid? No, but at least there's a safe passage for Berserkers to head on over to Road for A side for the re-clear. But Taeho, oh, Armageddon, the Rolling Thunder off a breach. This is already locked in for Hyper Reserve. They can overextend through screens, take over heaven with those ults.
Oh, and the Skydog, I don't think spotted it out either, which was the big thing I liked from from Berserker's Dawn was they had all this main control, all this heaven control, and they're trying to clear out these post-plan players that you mentioned, and now both are being dealt with by K, who, like I said, didn't have kills because they couldn't, but because they weren't given the opportunities. But Maddie, who dropped 30 on the last map, has 3, has the not dead yet, trying to come back to life. The bait should be good to collapse onto Ariel, but you mentioned it. Armageddon should rain down from above. The timer following in its wake. Maddie looking to stick it to half and trusting in Liv to get the job done. Can they do it? It's not planted for them, but the guidance solo is coming. Is there a spot to stick in it? No, there isn't. Miara clean with the clutch, clean with the Taeho utility, and they live immortal, undefeated now. Should be, 8-0.
Sign Miara and put them in VCT with this Taeho. This might be the best Taeho I've seen so far since release. The pure stall of holding spike and saving that utility speaks volumes so far about Hyper Reserve. They don't need any entry info. They don't need any real stuns and reposition value off of Berserkers. They're just flooding into sight with no opposition.
And what I love is they actually did use the guided salvos on entry. If you saw when the Raze was entering, they used them to clear out elbow. It's just then they bought the 40 seconds they needed with that Armageddon and the Rolling Thunder so that the missiles came back to use to clutch out the round. And that's how the designers made this, right? Like, they wanted you to be able to use it for both entry and post-plant. So you could play Taeho however you wanted. Yeah, I mean, when you got, like, all the players here, sounds about right. And then they can save, right, the nades. They can save whatever they want. Spike. Post-plant. But yeah, that's rough. That's going to be huge delay with the rotations already coming through, but Maddie, you have to hit those.
That's huge early on. That's going to buy some time. Look at this. Australis for the flank. Might be able to secure some ramp control. There it is. Horde of Force with one. Lover is gone. Ira still waiting for that flick over. It's Arthur. Unfortunately, though, that guiding light hit a smoke, did not find any info. Seekers are available and are desperately needed here with a body disadvantage. The Astral is ready for the post plant when they feel threatened. 2 left alive, might not be necessary. Ariel holding now the 90 degrees needed. Oh! Annihilation! 1v1? This is good, but all you need is a simple snipe from a gigantic sniper to take down this Yoru. Arthur baits it out, and there's just no time to defuse. Australis can play for the delay. All that's needed, sacrifice their life, and Arthur can't do anything.
And I love that, like, that one rogue Astra Star on site, right? I don't even know if that was an intentional smoke, but it made it seem to Arthur like Spike was planted over there. So they don't clear the actual heaven angle. And now you don't know if Astralis is deep main or playing for heaven because Spike is actually planted for that angle. And so they get the element of surprise either way. And now, I mean, they've donned the operator in the stead of the Tour de Force. So they're going to keep that attack op impact. Because again, we said it, we didn't know who was going to be playing Lurk. And it's almost like Astralis starts as the mid Lurk or the B main Lurk. And then transforms into a bodyguard for K and their utility in the post plant.
Okay, good fake stun outside of A ramp. I thought maybe Arthur would flash and go for the double swing inside of mid. That could have been the case, but a smoke comes down from Maddie. Maddie's there for the protection. Arthur might be able to sneak their way through. Unfortunately, that does lead to the end of Maddie. Arthur, the flash swing, a little late now. So much chaos. Unfortunately, it does not go well in Berserker's favor. Seekers are still available. They are procced. That's good. Split to B. Ira alone. An island. A 1v potential 4.
They've gotten the control over the site at minimum. Australis finds again. Cuts off these rotations. Lover sneaks through. Slips through the gaps of the guided salvos. I thought Australis would continue their tour, collapsing inwards onto Maya, but they think better of it, and that's what I love. They know when to disengage. They know that Miara's gonna be on trouble on site. God. They know that's where the plant was, but the trade? Wait, not even the trade. They survive.
Australis is like, wait, hold on. We won, right?
Wow.
7-0. This is looking like another 11-1 game. First half.
Yeah, I said it, right? I was like, this is the trend that happens, right? It's like you have a stomp, you have a really close map, and then map 3 ends up being a stomp. Like map 2 was a fluke, it was Berserker's Dawn, possible best map kind of vibes. And I think that's what we're seeing here come into fruition. But also Berserker's Dawn with this composition, I think they were a lot better on the attack, right? I look back to Ira who had those insane lurks, opening up the map, heavy mid control. But right now, again, none of that to be seen, right? They're oppressive towards Maddie, who was that carry last map. And now, I mean, how many showstoppers have we seen? Throw another one in for Ariel and throw another kill while you're at it, too. Their way. Another kill, insanely done, and they are now causing issues for the last 2 players trying to rotate. Please go the correct angle, the flash, the lineup, and the ace.
Unbelievable. All it was, an entry from Ariel. Attempted trade, sure, but just taking fights. Berserker's Dawn have never been able to take the tempo into their own hands this matchup. They're always playing reactive. The times where we do see them attempting to make a move, it's Arthur playing mid. When Australis is not holding with an op, it is usually K, victim of this Yoru, pushing deep into mid site. Taeho ult is available again, and so is Astra's. Cosmic Divide, a great post-plant tool on top of the insanity that is the Armageddon from Taeho. Well, that spike goes down, these rounds are over. Arthur, again! Sniped out! Please stop contesting mid!
Oh my goodness. And finally, what do? They try to fight for that Ram's control because they know that that space has been granted to Ariel for free. And unfortunately, it still doesn't work out in their favor. Just again, the staggering stunning here from this team. And now, I mean, look at it. They're just like, kind of like jumping around who gets the opportunity to push in a spawn to look for these kills. And guess who's up to bat this time? Irene. And unfortunately, just Ira getting the clip of the timing here. Sets the seeds of doubt that it could have been a different direction, and at this point they've contemplated, guys, let's save the gun, see if we can hand that off to a hero player, see if we can leverage it into the first round one, because at this point, right, it's going to be 9-3 minimum, and you're probably looking at worse.
Surely the answer for this next round is Berserker's 5-stack mid, and just straight up destroy Astralis, right? Go for a retake after that? I mean, their eyes are not going to be good. They have one rifle to work with. Double flash out with Sky and Yoru. Nothing Astralis can do.
Oh. Here we go. Irene unable to find them. And yeah, this is again, like Maddie is one off from ult. We've seen Maddie and the impact they have, right? They still are top fragging in the lobby, even with them getting as oppressed as they are. I think that ult plus Dimensional Drift could be good. Like, the one round they came really close to winning, right? Was when they had the Dimensional Drift guide the utility of Lover, guide the re-entry there, and it just, like, slipped away. So we'll see what can happen.
Oh, Ira, please.
The gamble's incorrect, though. They're heading deathballing into B.
That's good for Hyper. Yeah, the sonic sensor's in the way. It's gonna get destroyed out by Tejo's utility.
Or you just satchel through it. Not a care in the world if you're stunned. They clear the common angles with the guided salvos again. Then you have Miara wait for the regen while they plant. And here we go. The retake I said was going to happen, right? With the Dimensional Drift, you know, okay, there's 4 on site. You come that to your team and you send the nade flying. Now they're pinched between players and utility, and it's gonna be result. Death incarnate. A nade kill, a Yoru kill. At least they're traded out, so it's a 3-on-3 as the dust settles. But you got one player off site who is holding down mid, holding down the flank, and they're unable to find the shots. The smoke, the ruse is down, and Ira is popping off. Live with the judge also finds a kill. Astralis cannot connect with the wallbangs on the spike that is planted for her. And unfortunately, the headhunter shots also don't align. Berserker's Dawn on the board.
It is a Christmas miracle. Good for Berserker's Dawn. The retake on B was solid, but to me, that just says Hyper Reserve. Oh, they're going to double down and go for it again. The expectation for Berserkers could be now to stack up A site, wanting to catch Hyper Reserve on that entry. Yeah, that's exactly what they're thinking. Surely if B doesn't work for Hyper Reserve, they're going to go A this time and try to secure their 10th. Hyper Reserve, they've been one step ahead. Ira now on the op. Solo hold. May try to contest with mid on Astralis early, but this is a double swing mid.
Wow. Okay, and here we go. Another big exec. They thought it was a fluke. Probably gonna take deeper control, hopefully, as well, off of this dimensional, or I should say cosmic divide. But the issue here is that the players, again, rotate so fast for this squad. You have your Astra maybe with a late mid flank that's gonna disrupt this, but again, that timing seems to misalign because you're depending on the Armageddon. But nobody's CT, right? They're already outside. They've already clearly splinted your players that are on site. Half tucked away main, half fighting from back site. And again, one half has to hold, and they are.
Miara has been a demon so far this first half. Already secured so many. Maddie's the last one left. A single smoke to work with. Delay util brought out by Miara directly into a funnel of death. A 4K once more.
Last round in the half.
Wow. 1 to 10, double digits already breached here. Thought for a second Ariel was gonna get the off. Maybe just skin shopping for Astralis. She picks it up here. Again, these weapons for the last round and a half aren't great. Light shields, no shields, regen shields. The full picture, the full array. And it's just, again, just A, B, A, B. And they went like B twice because they thought the loss was a fluke. They get that round and then, again, they're just going to overwhelm these players here.
Dialed so far back, Berserker's Dawn
Those guys
allowing Hyper Reserve to take this extra space. Smokes are down, hidden with shotguns in the 90-degree corner, baiting out almost seems like for Liv to get this next kill into the Seekers.
All right. Showstopper doesn't find anything. They waited out. They have held onto the site control. Player backside not able to swing alongside Arthur, so they're just gonna fall. Liv stays tucked away with the shotgun in order to hold on to this site control, and it works out with the Seekers as well, just to strengthen it here. And this is like, again, one of the first times we see them all out stop an exec here, possibly, for Hyper Reserve GC. The follow-up from the guided salvo regeneration, the attempt here getting made, but again, doesn't dislodge these players. They finally make the call to head back towards the B site. Ira has been alive though, still has the sonic sensors. I think that's Australis' job, right? To be that first player in, to seek out the deadlock and take her offline.
This is good. Australis has created so much space. A dry swing like this, there's really not much
No
this
way.
deadlock can do. The op shot to the elbow. Ira removes K. 1 HP left. Very far away, Maddie. On an expedition of their own, through mid, still noise cannot be heard. They choose not to push up mid to heaven, but go back into B main. And of course, Hyper Reserve are none the wiser. One of their 3 players is at 1 HP, the other full HP is gone now. Ira, a breath will take them out, and it's Australis, but they don't know about Maddie. Surprise! They're lined up! But the wide swing from Miara saves the day. 11-1 for the first half.
Wow, wow. I thought for a chance Maddie could cap it off, especially when Australis has an operator in that kind of situation. Like, you have like such thin margin for error, and she simply just does not miss those shots. 11-6. The op on attack works out for this squad, and okay, I'm gonna say you were down on the chamber pick on this map, but kind of were.
I mean, sure. I mean, just off of Berserkers not doing really anything to stop Australis. The double flash potential, the smokes, Berserkers absolutely could have destroyed
They tried once with that one smoke deep mid, and it just didn't work out because they had a player in Ramen as well that calmed it, and then they pinched with Ariel as well, leading the charge.
It's just, Berserker's Dawn just did not play mid very well here, but double flashes up against the chamber here who should be stationary on one of these pivotal lanes every round, should be much easier to take down. Spike is not available. Berserker's Dawn are playing the game of exploration to see what exactly the lay of the land looks like for Hyper Reserve's defense early on. Most notable, a star in mid, no player top near ropes. Instead, it's going to be the trademark set up and ready for either cross.
Trap destroyed.
They've been silent here. They've definitely like spread themselves out equally across this map, but the concern is that Spike is still deep in spawn. All of this with a few deaths will fizzle out if they can't find a way to convert it into impact. And K netted, able to find one, shut down your smokes player. So now if you go away, you're not gonna have smokes at all. Spike's trying to recover it at least. Lover's trying to make their way to the A side, but again, your players mid now are getting pinched. If Yara can hold on here, they have nowhere to go. Full blind, they're almost about to get the second. They settle at least for chip damage, so you'll make your way onto A, but you're making your way into Australis. The nade doesn't align. Australis able to re-swing here. That's a lethal shot.
One left, it's Irene. No flashes available anymore. All it is Aftershock. Could be a great snipe to separate out these two attackers. Fake TP. Irene doesn't fall for it. Plain idea in the back of their mind. Aftershock for one. Now approximate location discovered by the attackers. Double swing. That's one. Oh. Lover barely tanks the headshot. Is able to survive.
Too close for comfort for sure, Keg. And again, this wasn't a 9-3 curse, so they gotta win one more round before we're like, okay, there's another curse in the making here, potentially, for an 11-3 comeback. As nightmarish as it might seem, but again, these two teams have already battled each other tooth and nail. That's what the last map was with that 14-12. And that was a pretty standard stark comeback as well. I think it was at one point Berserker's Dawn up 8-2. I have to look back to see what side they started on because they could just be this attack-sided team. And speaking of offensive, Hyper Reserve GC cleared out all of A main. They forced Ira off, but this is what Ira's good at. The late lurk through A, the late rotate setup for their team. And they're so convincing on these B cells as well. They take B heaven, and then they never take site. But this time, when they have better weapons, they don't want to overcomplicate the round. Pile in, confirm the site, confirm the round. Maddie, don't give them a gun.
It would have been twice in a row now. Maddie accidentally gets right-clicked into the face by K's Astra in a position that Maddie should have absolutely won. Ira once more, as you mentioned, the lurk is available. Still waiting for the cross. I'm sure the call was made once Noise is heard top heaven to move. Stuns are out. The utility dump has begun. Hyper Reserve are down a body and down weaponry. But Maddie, now out of the flash motif is good for at least one. Top above its rafters. Miara's the last survivor here of this defense. Weaponry is absolutely not in their favor. No utility at all. It is just a brazen run, a hope for the best. And unfortunately, it leads to nothing.
Yeah, the trust in the GCD falters. Did again do a little bit of chip damage this time on an eco round. Both teams did that each half to keep things in check, but at this point, right, you're so close to the finish line that you force up to supplement the rest. And at this point, again, you gotta start snowballing rounds if you're making an 11-1 comeback. And I think it could start here, right? 4 Vandals and a Bulldog and full shields on top of that, right? Like, if it was like light shields, etc., we could say, okay, there's maybe not a chance of converting, but this is like, they have an advantage basically into this round.
Drop in a smoke.
Trailblazer's good, sets down the smokes, implying a funnel towards A site. You won't be able to see the trademark from the Trailblazer. So that top ropes control won't be unknown. We'll have to wait and see what the response will be. Astralis is good to remove that lurk. Now, of course, the chamber's been identified. That trademark has to be on A site. He's much more appetizing, especially with the player down.
This feels like the caveat here. Hyper Reserve GC has given up mid round after round. They've done it yet again, fighting this time back into B Heaven, off of the Raise util, off of the special delivery. And again, they just weed out that utility and then fighting back, equally heavy-footed. 2 players stuck in mail, Spike is down! That's what you use the guidance up for! You put up players, but you gotta follow it up with the kill! That's exactly what the designers say! The kid isn't lethal, what you do with the guns after is. And Lover proves that here. The missiles weren't enough, they instead lock in, opening up the possibility of this round. A 1v2 for Astralis that they want to get to map and series point.
Chamber. Astralis has nothing to work with outside of the teleport. The rendezvous is helpful. Interesting spot. Definitely heard by Berserker's Dawn. Astralis could try to take the 1v1 here, wins it out. TP's above to rafters. Arthur hears absolutely this chamber, drops down, has the angle ready, but doesn't connect. Arthur again, just a warrior.
Wow. Again, FPS gonna FPS at the end of the day, right? Like, both of them had perfect reads, right? You talked about that little wonky rendezvous, but deploying at Heaven made it seem like they were gonna swing out rafters. And so what does Maddie do? Push into CT, collide head-on with Astralis, and even just the tap, the swing from Arthur, they all aligned upon each other, and just the shots, the bullets go astray, and so does the round. 11-4. The gap's starting to close, but again, they still have a long way to go with very little margin of error. Let's see what the setup is this time. Again, A aggression. Again, Ira so deep just to avoid it.
Headhunter. Trailblazer identifies the chamber, forced to use 1 bullet. Might not seem like a lot in the beginning, but Ira instead using this time to bait things out. I like this call from Hyper Reserve. Let's play up, ahead, and aggressive. Astralis can't find much. K is now forced to give up the baby of B. And everybody else in Hyper Reserve are severed out.
Oh. Yeah, again, a free B site. They save a little bit more players alive for this retake, but Maddie's gonna try and make work of that. Now it's just even. They might have to pull out the showstopper to clutch up against an eco round. Which is not what they want for longevity here, so they're gonna try and set up these crossfires. But again, the stun, the guided salvo combo, it might just neutralize this. Rocket fuse, nope, the swing, Irene gives them the kill they are searching for. And again, it's all down to a clutch. Again, it's down to Miara, who's known, spotted, getting dumped by utility, the flash, the clone, the nade. This point, might even save that rifle for the next.
Please let me see. You have glasses for a reason, Miara. The 3K, though, is good for Arthur. 5 to 11 though. At this point, Hyper Reserve, they could start toying with the idea of a timeout. It might still be a tiny bit too early, given that they have 6 rounds ahead, but if you just want to close this out and move on to grand finals, this would be the time to do it.
They got the ults, I think. Again, I think there's two veins of thought. One is, okay, you have ults, you should take that time out to think about how to use them. Or number two, you know you have ults, you know how to use them, so we don't need a timeout. Let's just close it out and get to that map point. And I think that's the route they're going with here. They've also saved up enough to get Australis with that operator. So again, they already know what adjustments they wanted to make, and they've made them, right? They feel like they've been giving up mid control too heavily, so what do? They put the raise, they put the off, and it should be done and dusted, but it hinges on Australis hitting those shots.
Identified where this op is now. It's going to be very hard for the Chamber to retake Arthur without a problem in the world. Gets rid of smokes for Hyper Reserve. Again, those ults are powerful. But if there's no follow-through, as in a lack of bodies, it makes things a lot harder. I think now there's no ults available for Berserkers. It's going to be tough to climb your way up of mid just because the op's presence is known and the Yoru's not there to flash. But the sky is.
Alright, so you held mid.
Ooh, they think the Chamber's in the other side.
Spike down mid.
I was gonna say, they held mid prior, they gave it the space, now they're reclaiming it, reposing their stake! Australis, no rendezvous, has to get out the normal way, the manual way, and they do. And they just a ruse for the pressure. This time, though, there was no Ira lurking up through A, right? So you have 30 seconds left, and you're about to death fall into the A site. I'm looking towards Miara. Do you have the stun? Do you have the guided salvos? Do you have the Armageddon? Just pop an A main, and this round's over!
Oh, but ahead of all the ults, it might not matter. Lover's ahead. Miara's alone. There it is. Ult number 1.
No
Will it be
way.
enough? No! Even then, stuns are available. Lover has to get that spike into the ground. 10 seconds left. Australis has the up. Flashes are no longer alive. Oh, but there is the Yoru. Arthur's good for Irene. Australis, the Opper's the last one left. That is a scary motive to go through. Luckily, though, they understand Australis has to be holding a longer angle. That's one. Arthur is baiting. Well, actually, not really, but there we go. A great 3K.
Wow.
Probably,
again,
another Chamber, huh?
I mean, in my mind, first off, we get that timeout you want to keg. Number two, I don't think Australis was at fault that round. They did their job. They kept those players out of mid, whether it was opting from vents with the scare tactics after the first shot misses, or whether it was denying B heaven control by getting that frag. It really came down to, I think, just the overcommitment to the B site, so that Miara was alone as that Tejo anchoring the A site. And again, Miara, like, the utility was more for sight than forward deep into A main. So again, if they were playing deeper into the A site, maybe like in that front corner of the site, they would hear it main and drop the Armageddon there, so they can stop that Raze satchel entry. And also just the fact that Raze has the spike there. Any other agent, they would not have been able to satchel through it. They would not have been able to get past, find the kill on Miara, and get back for the plant. And then also, again, RNG, the nade from, you know, the side of Hyper Reserve GC not connecting to shut down that plant from Lover is just crazy.
Timeout's been called now by EQWWR. Surely this stands for every queen wins, winning. Really? Not a single defensive round has been won by Hyper Reserve. This is the round to switch it up. I like this call. 3-stack. Tejo breaching the Raze available mid. Oh, they're looking to take this control fast. They're leaving.
They have full, trust in Australis. You're saying they're leaving Australis A, right?
Yeah. Deep A main. Could be good for one. If there's no utility brought out at all by Berserkers here on this entry, that'll be a big mistake and a great opening pick for Australis.
Oh no. Not getting the kill into Ira. Tunnel visioning onto Ramen. Lover cleans those kills up quickly. And I mean, Spike, down towards the A side. They're going to confirm that the Seekers are there with Australis. This smoke as well, kind of off a little. Allows them to get past that operator along with the guiding light. Ooh, the flash, it's so thorough. Like, Arthur's not letting anything slip through. They're not giving this operator, this tour de force, any opportunity.
That's right. Pummeling now. Maddie can play overly aggressive. Not dead yet. It's available. Australis looking to see if anyone reroutes back to ramps. It's getting close. It could be Ira. waiting for that opportunity. Remember, the weaponry for Hyper Reserve is not that good. They can die to the spike. It's looking for exits at this point. Maybe an attempt to go forwards, but Maddie once more can just play with their food. All that's left is Australis once again. The stall wasn't there. 7 to 11. 4 rounds now left to possibly even this up.
Okay, you know what? I don't know what's half Hyper Reserve GC and Berserker's Dawn started on for map 2. But I think I'm going to call it that Berserker's Dawn started on the attack. That's how they got that 8-2. And then somehow Hyper Reserve GC locks in for the comeback after it's 10-6. We'll see. But again, that's what it feels like. Yeah. And again, my concern is that usually when it is a comeback like this, it gets shattered by, again, a big ultimate round. And what happened when they had both the Armageddon and the Rolling Thunder online? It didn't convert to that 12. And so now they have like half ults with this, you know, Astra and this Raze, and it's Berserker's Dawn who are saving up these to snowball into a win, into overtime. And again, I think Hyper Reserve GC is not getting enough kills on the rounds that they've lost. Again, last round was a flawless to get those orbs to make up for it.
We saw this back in the Tenax matchup. It was the push from B main into mid to take this down early. Hyper Reserve, the collapse, it's so strong. I was worried at first, but Ariel has finally woken up on this side. Showstopper available. Yara, though, takes down Maddie. Might not be necessary. This is a very tough ask. Is that anybody? No, the Annihilation misses. Ariel's in the perfect spot to go for the Showstopper, and they will. That's one. No.
Oh.
But Miara's there for the follow-up. Australis now, the final dagger into the back to go E2 Brute. That might be it. To bring things to 12. And now, it is just recreating history one more time to bring them to the grand finals.
Kek, was that French you said?
No, that was Latin.
What was it? What did you say?
It was like what Caesar said when he got stabbed by 1 billion knives.
Mm.
And you, Brutus? Come
it was so
on,
fast, I
man.
couldn't tell. But again, the curse broken. One good round from Ariel, and all that hard work gets dashed away. And again, I love how they used the Tejo ult, right? It's like move or die. You choose. Do you fall back into the guided salvos? Do you fight forward into the showstopper? And Ira tried to do both, right? They fight forward, they get showstoppered back into the guided salvos, and if the bazooka doesn't finish you off, then the inbound bombing will. So now, again, one more round. They utilized that one pivotal ult that I talked about to get that conversion factor. Now they have 5 more rounds to charge up ults and get that across the finish line, which now I think it's winnable. Now I think it's in my mind set in stone. What was that 7-11 where I didn't see a future for Hyper Reserve GC to get that round on the board? Things got dicey.
I still think there's a very healthy chance for Berserker's Dawn to bring this to overtime.
Okay.
Big thing that we saw from Hyper Reserve is the fact that they played much more proactively before. And this was, again, the big struggle for defensive teams throughout this entire tournament on this map is that they become so lackadaisical holding the back ends of the defensive parts of a map, wanting to play for retakes, that teams are just unwilling to play aggressive for these opening picks. But now that you want to change things up and fight very aggressively and very risky, sure, early on, I think that will prove to be much better. Arthur, an up and play, misses the shot. Could have been a huge opener for Hyper Reserve, but unfortunately, both sides missed their opening shots.
Oh, speaking of missing opening shots, Australis the rendezvous away. I was wary because they gave up that mid control heavily here yet again. And there was a major lapse in B heaven control in particular, right? You saw the little pivot head on a swivel there from K, but Miara has since patched it. They since have triggered the trademark as well, so the breach is perma holding it. This is again that passive mid hold, and they're trying to expand their domain. Arthur had to relinquish the operator, picked up a vandal, and they still are dropped.
Great call, Miara. Great timing. Huge, but Maddie does remove Miara. A trade. Ira was going for the lurk and does not end to be. Still down a body. 40 seconds left. The Astra's right down below, waiting for the drop of Piranha in the water. It's K biting away at Lover's life. Another no. It's Ariel to help things out. 13 for Hyper Reserve. Great calls at the end. Huge adjustments for grand finals.
And there it is, the second ticket booked. 2 vying for that graduation speech. Hyper Reserve GC going up against Super Cat in the final grand finals for where Radiant Academy 108 for the 2024 season. And again, showing why, right? They have returning champs as well. Might not be 4 out of the 5, but Australis is another player to reckon with. Insane impact that first half on the chamber. Maybe a little bit obscured in that second half since they didn't get the opportunity to find those opening kills, but still, when you're that dominant, when you have an 11-1 half, it works out eventually as long as you can get a few across the line. And if I get the chance to talk to the squad, I gotta talk about this Tejo, because the combinations, the duo synergy with that breach with Irene was also off the charts.
I just think overall we saw a really impressive performance on Split. Both teams, every team so far this tournament has had interesting philosophies and ideas of what they want to do to approach. And most importantly, it's been the most entertaining map that we've seen.
Oh, for sure. Right? An 11-1 comeback almost coming true. We're like, yes, 9-3 curse, that's cinematic. But again, once we hit that 3-11, I'm like, am I watching Fnatic Loud? We'll have to find out. And fortunately, it slips away, but all I can say is that Berserker's Dawn should be proud of that performance, especially having such a big composition shift on this map. Again, the mental fortitude it takes to make a comeback like that as well, to trust in your attack half as much as they do. Now they know what they have to work on too, which is great if the squad sticks together. They're like, okay, guys, we got to hone in on the defense because right now it's not working.
Absolutely. And with that being said, look, we only have grand finals left to see if our valedictorians can keep valedictoriating or if we could see a brand new student take over.
And so we're going to throw to a break. And when we come back, it's going to be Super Cat versus Hyper Reserve GC.
Grand Finals is here for Radiant Academy 108. That's right, 108 of these tournaments culminating now to the greatest match we could possibly ever see for the Radiant Academy themselves. We've got the valedictorian back, but there's a chance that their spot at the tippity top could be threatened.
Yeah, let's take a look at that bracket to see who threatens Super Cat in the grand finals to steal away their coveted multi-return trophies. It's going to be Hyper Reserve GC contesting them. And after an undefeated run, right, from Super Cat and an embattled run from Hyper Reserve GC, lots of overtime, lots of 2-1s, can they stick it out? It would be Australis' back-to-back wins and their second in Radiant Academy versus this would be Baddison's hat trick and the 4th and 5th for many others in this roster. It's truly gonna be one for the ages.
That's right. Super Cat right now has looked like an unstoppable force for every team they've had so far for the playoffs. 2-0 against Goats on Boats, 2-0 against Minecraft 1-2-3, whereas the journey for Hyper Reserve has been a little bit slower. It's been map 3 every single time.
And speaking of maps, so why don't we go ahead and take a look at these map picks and bans, because I know our players are rearing and ready to go into games sooner rather than later. And dang, 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 guess what, Keg? We get to cast Split for a third time of the day. We get to see Pearl, a new one to this pool, now confirmed. And of course, ever looming, ever present, ever loved by Riot, but not our casters, and I guess it is loved by players, Ascent will be there as the threat if we make it to a map 3.
I mean, Ascent is just Safety City. It is your comfort map. It's one that everyone knows how to play. Split's just about the opposite. It really feels like, I think, maybe outside of one matchup we had in quarterfinals, every other series has been very dominantly stacked for one team or another on this map, and a lot of it really has come down to the agent compositions.
No, for sure, for sure. And I mean, I don't know about Ascent. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I think it'd be an ISO, but for Split and Pearl, we're going to see that Australis Chamber. I'm curious to see what we'll get out of Pearl from Super Cat, since again, that's a map we haven't really seen from that squad either, considering they've stuck to Split, Bind, and Haven. So yeah, no clue how it's going to go. But I do know that Pearl has been a really good map, right, for the side of Hyper Reserve. That's map the 13-4 Berserkers on in the semifinals. So they're definitely getting their comfort picks. And a Split's that kind of even ground for them, where they had a dominant 11-1 and then a really rough second half with that potential comeback. So I'm curious to see, because, I mean, it's not like Super Cat had anything to do other than sit and chat and watch that game unfold. So they know what to expect out of some of these trap plays, out of some of this Taeho utility. So I'm cautious and fearful that it's going to lose its novelty factor.
I mean, I think this is the best case scenario for Hyper Reserve if you're looking for vetoes, right? You got the map pick that you've been so good on throughout this whole tournament. You just played Split, so any mistakes that you made during then, because there was a bit where an Avalanche was approaching them with a lot of rounds lost, you can fix those mistakes and bring a comeback into the grand finals, and then Ascent's Ascent.
Yep, we'll see. I'm gonna call it now. This is a 3-mapper. Each win their map picks for the first time. We've actually gotten to cast that, and it's gonna be a banger. So I think our players are ready, so we will be jumping into Agent Select here very, very soon, and we'll see if there's anything out of the ordinary, right? Supercat, we talked about it, how, right, on Split, they have kind of 2 variants of this composition, and it looks like they're going back to that safe bet without the Taeho, right? The 1-for-1 substitution of the Battison on the Vice for Princess Icy, and the switch up from the Raze to the Yar with Reverie coming in as well to take that duelist role, that mantle away from Battison. So here we go, and it's the same comp as well from the side of Hyper Reserve GC that we just casted over in the semifinals.
Yeah, definitely not as good of a defense as we had seen on the attacking side. Australis took full advantage of the mid side on the attack, making sure that no utility was really used against them, and had full mid control, uncontested the entire time. Miara, to me, the glowing MVP of both sides, was getting unbelievable value out of the Taeho. Ariel there with the follow-ups too, racking up those kills, was unbelievable. Supercat, I think there's more consistency across the board when it comes to player impact on utility, but I think the big question mark for me is really going to be Avery and how well they can clear things out and re-clear on the defense.
Yeah. And the fact that they are starting out on the defense as well for the side of Hyper Reserve GC. We saw that it was the attack that they thrived in, so it'll be interesting to see if it was just a fluke thing against the crazy composition being run on the side of no Berserkers, or if it truly is something fundamentally unsound. Because like I said, some of those trap plays on the defense were kind of clean. So I'm curious to see how when they get to a more structured team like Supercat, if it's going to work out for them. I think one thing I did notice from Supercat, right, in many of their matches, like what we saw from Foodie Fish, what we just saw in our first semifinals, is that they do know how to wait out an aggressive play style, right? And so I'm expecting that, like, oh, when they trap play with the Taeho and the Breach and the Raze nade, like mid or main, that they'll be like right behind it and following up that aggression. So again, it's just going to be the internal clocks and how they mesh for these two squads.
We'll have to wait much longer until round 1 starts. Curious to see if this is just going to be another game where an A-hold is the most important thing for attackers. There is the Vice available for the attack too, so post plants, very concise, very interesting, having the battle between the Taeho and the Vice util. That's what I'm looking forward to the most. Love this change early on. Australis now aggressive outside A main off the Taeho util. Tries to spam through the Astro smokes and couldn't find a whole lot. Madison does lead to the opening pick though through mid.
Yeah, it's a battle of the lurking sentinels, right? We saw a lot from Australis on the last map. We're looking to see that same impact out of Battison, who was really a late lurk. This time they're a little bit more profound in that early presence. I mean, they found one, they're looking for a second, but Irene holds their ground. Now the read, actually, for this being a late B exec is sound. But this could also be a refake. Look at how deep the Raze is again onto this A site. At this point, do you dip and go back A? And if you do, is Reverie gonna stay alive? 15 HP, they find Australis. This is where you make the call. Spike on its way back through water. The deep push up in a spawn as well. Reverie, how close are you going to fly to the sun?
Rise has no TPs. Could smoke through mid to have a safe journey back over. Waits it out and could go for a deep lurk. Keep in mind, Australis no longer alive. That trademark you see on the minimap cannot activate. Reverie's in such a, well, was in a decent spot, but they were very forward and aggressive. Miara has one piece of utility to work with here. Everybody else so far spread out. A game of delay to buy time for Rise to rotate the ropes is necessary. Avery, not good for one. A great re-clear from Hyper Reserve GC. Now it's up to Rise to buy that time and be the last one left. Paranoia available, tries to isolate the fight, but it's far too late. A great defuse from Hyper Reserve.
And again, I think the pivot there, right back, was the right move. Don't get me wrong, to go back towards A after Reverie gets the sight, gets the kill, gets the forward pressure. But again, the whole team didn't commit to it, right? It was kind of staggered, right? It was Fade along with the spike. They were still wary. They still delayed. They were still thorough with the utility, which is smart to clear out ramps so you don't get like reslung out of ramps and suddenly Spike is down with no players surrounding it. But again, then Rise was late. Then Harry was late, and it kind of stacked up a little bit there into giving Hyper Reserve GC the chance to regroup and retake.
Oh, could be a very devastating wide swing. Astralis doesn't check their corners. An easy peasy outlaw for Reverie. Oh, sure. I suppose so. Kay has nowhere to escape to and just needs to wait for Taeho. But Miara, not long for this world, Reverie. How do you do it? All 3 members of A destroyed by the outlaw.
All right, Spike goes down. You're down a player, but Reverie, in their Reverie, did lose HP with those 3 kills. So with these better weapons in hand, we have to see what the rest of the arsenal looks like for Super Cat, because these weapons can hopefully tear through the remaining players, still salvage this bye round. Because if not, that prediction of this round being, or this match being standard, Valorant could just slip away. The flashpoint, they need a way to get out here. They need a way to get into elbow, and they do. Dark cover, just seconds too late. They're just buying time, and it's gonna be slipping away here. The clock doesn't land. Reverie has beyond the ace at this point. They get away. They're going for the stick. Is there time? No, they just what? And they tweet about it again.
Hi, TikTok.
What a round. And it all started from one corner not getting cleared, Keg.
Yep, all one corner. Reverie picks up that outlaw and proceeds to ace with it. That is not a good feeling if you're Astralis, but that's okay. It happens. Happened early on into the grand finals and can easily be made back up. One thing that really impressed me with both these teams, and a very good reason why they're both in the grand finals, is that both teams micro-call off of each other so well. I mean, Reverie did end up acing, yes, but that double swing from screens at the end of last round was really close to shutting that Raze down. That could have been everything. And being able to swing off your teammates like that is so valuable. In fact, we're seeing that in mid. It's only Ariel, top of heaven, looking for the wide swing. A potential double swing could have been available here, maybe even a triple.
Oh, what a reveal. 3 players now located and suppressed in mid. The players trying to collapse inward on and off of Miara's utility, right? You're stunned by the special delivery, you're taken out by the Aftershock or Aerial. In the meantime, again, the spotlight falls to your Star Duelist, falls to Reverie. Who opens up the B side, but they don't even need it. They'll make their own way. They'll pave their own path through B Heaven. They get the site control, and again, it's all down to Astralis. The source of the flip last map now has to be the source of the clutch. The carry is there. Again, Super Cat immediately flip things and take the lead.
Round 4, showstopper available. I can only imagine this should be a fast execute, either A or B. It's really up to the deciding factor of Super Cat what they want to do. They have so many options here. A buy round like this, a huge opportunity to eco break hyper reserve. Oh, and there it is. Flip the script. I wanted to say this would be a fast A execute, but Astralis has been playing A the entire time. Super Cat loved to avoid this chamber, and a split towards B with the fast execute of a Raze. Oh, this could be picture perfect.
Yeah, that's why they have the Bucky, right? It's more if they survive. They were planning from the get-go to throw away their life for the site, and they're gonna survive. Deagle out looking for a second on the Miara alone, but supported from heaven by Irene, by your breach, but it doesn't matter. Domino after domino falling around them, player after player funneling into their death before Spike can even get tapped for the plant. The entire force of Hyper Reserve eliminated.
Chat, what was that, a 5-second round?
I don't even know. I couldn't even count to 5.
Oh, man. If we had a replay, it would be the entire round. It went so quick. My favorite part was that Reverie got the entry, got the ult down top heaven. We see Reverie aim duel somebody from the bottom of ropes. We cut to somebody else, and I thought for sure, oh, Reverie's absolutely dead here. Reverie lives to the end of the round without even getting a kill. It's just like they were saved by it, the cosmos itself. But regardless, though, they are back on top of A ramps once more. Astralis, forced to respect the smoke, could push past it, but facing a 1v5 does not end well.
Oh, here we go. Finally, contestation before the plant goes down. Eco around and all, but again, good breach util, but it doesn't matter when Reverie and Battison are hitting shots like this while fully stunned. And now, I mean, Irene, you know where they were. They were trying to set up the support. They had to be the star. And importantly, Stars also die out, and there we go. Near flawless from Super Cat's side. 4 rounds on the board beyond that initial pistol from Hyper Reserve GC. We talk about early timeouts, early turnarounds. This, in my mind, has to be that round for Hyper Reserve GC, which is why they're going to take the timeout. They made this mistake, right? In their comeback from that 11-1 against Berserk, right? Where they had the ults, they had the Breach ult, they had the Taeho, they didn't use it, and what did they do? They lost the round.
There's a lot of ults available for both these sides. They could absolutely swing around in their favor. I imagine now Super Cat posturing themselves outside A early round could be a quick fade. Oh, maybe on site, but the over-engineering part of my body wants to say it could be towards ramps, which Reverie loves to take. Vice ult for the return 2 could be big. I don't know how many ult points Miara's at on the Taeho. I think that could be a big determining factor about the speed that Hyper Reserve want to retake.
This is true. I mean, they've been so fast on the pivots, on the rotations, right? Like 2 rounds ago, that's why the round ended so fast, including the last round as well. Like, they're in the right place at the right time. It's just, again, out-aimed right now by Super Cat. And they're, you talked about that duo synergy, right? Always side by side. Well, the last round, that was Battison and Reverie.
Oh, 7 out of 8, yeah. This is going to be a fast retake.
Yeah, Armageddon too. Like, at this point, right, if this doesn't work, what will? Because they've been in the right place at the right time. They've had clean utility from Irene, and it's still not been enough.
All right. Mid control this time being held by Australis. That's going to be 3 very lethal enforcers on A site. Early smoke. Super Cat have to respect this. This could easily be a push-up with all those ults available through that smoke. An ultimate reveal could drain away what could be needed for the entry. Where will the smokes go? It's going to block off ramps. That means fast control up top, but the Crabs are going to reveal at least one player, just Reverie. Doesn't promote a rotate just yet.
Yeah, remember, I mean, you still have...
Australis has not known Zobi inside of mid. If we see the Vice try to rotate, they could get opted out.
Oh, that would be huge. We talked about it. Who has better mid-impact here? And that's why Battison's so wary. Spotted out the wall and connects. And now, I mean, they're going to try and group up and stomp out the operator, right? 3 players here, ready. And what I love is that they don't fully commit, right? They sow the seasons out. They keep the Omen over towards the A site. So whether they get B and late rotate, whether they have to repivot towards A site, they never gave up that option. Nightfall, in combination with the Steel Garden, about to come through. They decide to only use the ladder. And here we go. B site falls under their control, but the immediate retake setup is there.
Oh, we'll have to talk about this late round. But hold on, Avery. Spike goes down. Rolling Thunder off the audio cue. So important. It's a battle of delay. Look at this Omen. Going for the behind, but no rise. It's taken out. That's a huge crux of this attacker plan, but the spike still goes underway. Battison, a double kill. And I love this timing Rise had on A site. The entire purpose of that slow lurk was being able to be in the approximation of where Australis' trademark was. Hear it deactivate, and then rotate it off of that. Such great tech.
I couldn't tell, right, if it was actually triggered or not, or if it was recalled. But what stands out to me is that Australis also got the kill, right? So it was more just keeping the players off site so they couldn't punish off of the Rolling Thunder. That was so pivotal there. And also just the fact that Reverie drops Aerial, like full raise diff, 12-1 right now, mind you. And again, it's half these ults, these big picture ults getting invested with no conversion. That is so lethal for Hyper Reserve GC right now. I mean, you got a few more, you got the Eco, you got the Tour de Force. This is, again, another very winnable round, but... Again, it's just Super Cat. Can do no wrong at this point.
Irene is playing a very dangerous game. The Haunt, the Boombot, the Nanes, the everything. And yet, Irene survives?
Miara got their back.
Okay, sure. Oh, well, there's the assassination. Avery removes Irene from the round, and that's a lot of flashes. All the flashes the Hyper Reserve could have needed. But there is still Armageddon. There is still the Tour de Force, which, up close like this, I have my doubts about. But the Cosmic Divide could leverage a lot of this space back in Hyper's favor.
But at this point, I mean, I don't know if Super Cat realizes the fast rotation nature of Hyper Reserve GC, but I don't think they're sold on the A exec yet. Look, Spike already headed back through spawn. They're convinced that they've drawn enough players to this A site, and they're gonna lead Reverie to clean up the scraps anyways, right? Vulture lurking while they actually head towards the B site, where Aerial could have gone nuclear if they found one more. Getting the gun upgrade could have been everything, but now, again, safe passage at the B site. You know Australis is there with a tour de force towards A. You're not letting her slip through spawn.
And you know, or Australis knows that someone's still possibly in heaven for this late lurk. I don't think Australis is aware that it's 3 players. Oh, the distraction.
Gotta do something. You don't want to save your classic, your
There's
headhunters and
nothing to
your
save.
tour de force, yeah. Oh, 1 bullet, okay. The bait and switch for Madison. 6-1. Again, I don't want to say necessarily that this is the fact that Supercat got to sit back and watch the split game, but also it's just maybe proven that Hyper Reserve GC also is that team that had defensive issues, like we saw out of Berserk GC as well.
This feels like such a confidence diff. We saw the same thing from Hyper Reserve in their first half on Split in the semifinals. Supercat, they've been able to wield this confidence throughout the entire tournament. But look, I'm going to forward ahead a little bit, right? Hyper Reserve, let's say this isn't their map. They've won every series this tournament, or at least in playoffs, going 2-1. Like, it wouldn't be the end of the world if they don't get split.
Yeah, their map pick is up next. It's been a dominant map that Supercat hasn't even played this tournament. But for now, I have to wait and see what happens for the remainder of this half, the remainder of this map. Because look at this! Finally! Diablo's been brought down. Their reverie has fallen.
But there's no utility for carry.
Not wrong, but
Till now.
I mean, Carrie knows how to play alone, right? This is the player that popped out the last split we cast for this team. And might have been stripped of utility temporarily, but all they're doing is setting the seeds of doubt, right? This smoke makes it seem like, okay, there might be mass numbers rotating to the A site, rotating into this chamber and their trademark. But in reality, it's about to be a death ball into the B site. Carrie takes care of one of the Heaven players, looking for the second, looking for Irene, but you gotta clear out the site first. Ariel, alive, kicking, showing what they are made of as a duelist for this team. But Carrie's not dead yet. It's still a 2-on-2. They just want to set up Ariel for the ace, and they have...
Both raises now with an ace on this half. Really being the maestros of both their teams. 9-7, 14-2. Hyper Reserve on their defense. They did win their only 2 attack defense rounds off of hero plays. And a lot of them were based off of Ariel.
Yeah. And I mean, at this point, they might have just heard us calling Reverie a raise diff, because that was impressive, you know? Managing the chaos, quelling it, controlling it into a round win. Australis, again, high expectations have been placed on her to solo anchor the A site. Kay being so far off in screens can support from afar, but at the end of the day, just the high pacing from Supercat, the amount of utility they throw into this, right? You have to respect it and fight back at the perfect time. And Australis has. Dark cover in play, toying with the idea of swinging out, but you got no rendezvous as a contingency here. So you wait it out, you wait and respect the side exec. You're gonna play retake with the entire force of your team, with the Showstopper, with the Armageddon, with the Cosmic Divide. This looks good.
Does look good. There was that attempted flank inside of sewers from Hyper Reserve, which would have caught off carry. Armageddon, procced out. Showstopper in return. Again, carry should still be unknown. The timing here could be everything. Does it detonate? Yes, but it leads to the death of 2, 3, 4. Almost 4. 10 bullets. All that's left now is in carry's crosshairs. Again, a dance with the devil. No. Carry, certainly no angel with this. Could be enough to spray their way through a 4K afterwards. Supercat looking so healthy this attack.
No ace because Rise steals it away, but again, when everything theoretically works beautifully for Hyper Reserve GC, the well-rounded nature of Supercat's squad is what shines through, right? Like your util's getting dumped, you see it, right? The Showstopper from Ariel thrown into the site amidst the chaos that's unfolding screens of the Armageddon, of that aftershock from Irene, and it does result in a player loss, but then Carrie steps through the smoke and frags out, and all of that impact, all of that control of Rams is neutralized instantaneously. Now, no buy, no guaranteed lead at the half. Supercat has everything going for them.
That's right, they do. It is just a pummeling with this early util dump, and it doesn't lead to a whole lot. The dogs agree. Not through mid, though. This raise has no opposition. Everett is all fast aggression towards each lane. K removes Battison. No flank watch available now. Not that it was a big priority for Super Cat. However, Reverie, this golden aim. Little do they know, all these rotates are focused on this Raze who has been a demon in the server. And that could be a win condition too, removing Reverie and having the retake A site. Everyone in Hyper Reserve are working together.
Oh, this timing is everything. You drop carry, you get the gun, you might be able to fight in and contest the spike plant head on, but there's still so much utility here. The C's, the paranoia, your missiles don't align, but your aftershock does, but they don't have to respect that for the plant. So that goes down, and Reverie, the late impact, they denied the gun collection, they popped the showstopper, and now even just the scare tactic alone denies this retake. No trade comes out either from K sacrificing their life. It's all crumbling yet again. The players staggered, splintered for Hyper Reserve GC, and it's all at Reverie at the crux of it again. On par for the 4K, the right click shuts it down, but again, someone always there, hip to trade it out.
Just love the calls from each of these teams and how they like to rotate and play off of each other. It's been what's won them so many seemingly unwinnable rounds this tournament. But now when you combine the two forces together, yes, it's not looking great for Hyper Reserve. This was not their half in the semifinals either. They can absolutely tie this back up on the attack.
Here we go. Operator in hand for defense would be huge if it was on the right part of the map, but the mass deathfall off the Nightfall on the B side, K gets overwhelmed. They're gonna have to play retake again, and the concern is that soon as things go astray, they're gonna pull up the Steel Garden. You're gonna be robbed of these weapons for the retake. You have the Breach Ult, the Rolling Thunder. I think that came from fighting Rams, fighting a main, so now you actually do have a retake strategy.
You do. You have the Cosmic Divide as well that can capture back a lot of the space that you've quickly lost. Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide. It's not a map. Never mind. I was going to say if and when, but we only get one of the two to come through. It is pure carnage. Any which way you look, Carry does it twice over. That's Heaven Control. But Miara's the only survivor. They're going to go out swinging. Good for two.
All right. 9-2. 9-3 here. Wouldn't be that bad looking at the 11-1 they had when starting out on the attack half. But again, that's just well wishes here because look at this buy. Only one rifle, not even complemented by a full shield. Guardians aplenty. And Australis, the last player you'd expect with a Bucky in this situation. To hold down, solo hold mid, mind you. But look at this. We talked about RNG misaligning the last split we covered. This time, the stars, the frags might just catastrophize here in A main.
I like that word, catastrophize. Ariel. Okay. Very nice headshot. Carry forced them use not dead yet right away.
Whoa.
A jump peek through, having to make a desperation move just to get a kill to stay in the game. Miara's taking a wealth of damage and really have no other choice, but they just line up, knock him down. Battison suddenly is the only one left in this lobby.
Yeah, Armageddon forcing them towards these remaining players on Hyper Reserve GC's side. They're on par to end the half with a flawless, which is a great momentum shift, right? Stealth drone confirms that a player went up the ropes just from the sound cue alone. The Thorns funnel them into a kill. There's no way they throw a 1v5, right?
Be impressive from Battison. This is already going to be a somewhat healthy half for Hyper Reserve. We've seen their strengths on the attack, but Battison, unfortunately, is not able to bring the double digits. Once again, Hyper Reserve 3-9, excuse me. Yeah, it's not great, but we know how well this team can play on the attack. It's not the end of the world. It's just pretty close.
Yeah, definitely right. Little room for error because Super Cat does have that dominance hanging over. I also don't expect them to lie down and take it on a more aggressive attack half from Hyper Reserve GC, even with the success that was warranted in the semifinals. But that last round, again, it felt like just small mistakes from Super Cat that added up. Like, I liked the aim aggression, don't get me wrong. That was a great play, the RNG aligns. But it was one Prowler missing, that's why they didn't clear out Miara, right? When the smoke dissipated. Like, they expect, okay, this Season 8 combo likely cleared it out. It didn't. And so, again, RNG cannot be what you rely on to get rounds through. But again, Hyper Reserve GC, we saw how clean their attack half looked But again, Supercat knows their attack tendencies. They know they like to fight for mid, so what do? Stack 3 players here.
Yep, stack 3 mid. Astralis, heavy push up immediately. Good to remove Madison. Yes, it is just duking it out. The walls erupt defensively, and yet no attackers caught out. It's just Astralis to fall.
The nades stole the kill from Rise.
Unlucky.
When they jumped out of the smoke valiantly with their right clicks ablazing, hoping they could carry on the legacy, but they survive, so it's still a 4-on-4 here. They're tracking these players towards the B site. They already have a flank pressuring forward since Astralis with the trademark was the first one to fall. They had trust that their Astra would get there in time, but they don't. And so it's always a reverie that cause this damage. Hopefully, again, the Astra will clean them up. That's why they're not focusing too heavily on it. But again, the timing, they'd rather have Astra find impact elsewhere. Nope. The collapse, the stun. Away they get this kill. Okay, K's good.
Good, but again, a re-hit mid. This is good. Supercat don't have to clear a whole lot. They can just keep holding for the stall, and the comms can be given towards... Oh no. Supercat are expecting this to be an A rotate, but with 30 seconds left, that would be a possibility. Luckily, though, the double back comes through from this Omen. They hide away.
Clear corner?
I don't think they'll clear this. Rise should be good for at least one.
Oh, you're wrong, Keg. They do. Ariel opens up the B site. Now they realize their mistake. Now they rotate back. A little chip damage off the top here of the breach and the raise, but still a 2v3 with these two players alive. Right, these are your two top winningest winners of Radiant Academy in the clutch against the new kids on the block. We'll see. Carry, frenzy in hand, clears at the close corners. It should confirm where these players are. Katie, though, not cleared out from bottom flat, and it's Ariel to show they are still a present force in this lobby. The 9-3 pistol confirms that it's gonna be something to contest.
Astralis is immediately gonna invest into this outlaw. A great push-up, but Ariel, double vandal actually with K2. I like this. You have your forwards aggressor. Aw, bringing the vandal. I was gonna say, your anchor towards the bag will also be bringing a Vandal too, just in case. You could swap them around, but for money management, bringing out Spectres and a Bulldog, much safer of a choice. Biara and Ariel are looking just to bump up their ult points.
Alright, here we go. Again, just force and numbers. Those weapons in hand, but the mass rotation, the commitment from Supercat squad, trusting Madison to anchor the A site. The best you can hope for. And this is also, I feel like, the procedure they have set in play, right? When the B exit comes through, they were pressuring spawn. They decide not to this time, right? Glow carry funneling back to play with the squad, but again, just the better weapons, putting in the work here. And they're going to keep the Vandal, keep the Spectre, keep the Outlaw, hopefully into the next round, because it's all down to Madison and a Deagle.
Oh, Madison, what are you gonna do? Really not a lot. Doesn't want to quite save the Sheriff, no reason to. Hunting for exits would be a great opportunity. You just don't want to give Miara or really anybody on this roster any more ult points.
Yeah, but they're tracking it down. At least it went to K, right? Like,
yeah, that's
looking
not
at looking at the ults, like that's like the least inherent impact, I would say, that you could give that ult orb to. But also, they were one of the closer agents to getting it online. So, good funneling from Hyper Reserve GC here. Again, weapons carry forward, but with the Vandal, the Bulldog, the Outlaw, double Spectres, it's not as strong as some of the, I feel like, the 11-1 comeback third round we saw, where like they all had Vandals and like one Bulldog, right? So I don't see this round snowballing. Supercat's too kind of concrete, too decisive of a team, in my personal opinion, to lose this round. But again, who knows what's going to happen? Anything could go south.
I think Supercats have had more confidence so far this entire tournament than Hyper Reserve, and I think the fact that we're not seeing an overinvestment in very powerful weaponry goes to show that, yeah, Hyper Reserve understand their position right now. They need to play it safe to get more rounds, even if that means they can't risk their economy more. If they overinvested and bought a bunch of Vandals and lost, this map could be over.
Yeah, hard to say for sure. Again, this round is good. I think they take the pace of where we go, right? It's either they win it, they reset the economy for Supercat, a comeback's in the making. They lose it, again, double digits, very little room for error, but still not out of the woods just yet, because it'll come down to then once they first get that rifle action online. But outside of that, Again, little tech pause action, little breather, mind you, which is good after what was a really fast-paced map one. Like half one. Like there's no way to deny that. And I want to take a breather, okay? We're just gonna, whew, there we go.
A reset of our own. Hopefully we don't get Australis mid with our breathing patterns, but you know what? That's okay. I don't know what to expect in the second half here. I still think this could be very close, but these teams have also been pretty good about adaptability. I was worried at the very end of the semifinals for Hyper that they were failing to adapt on their defense, but guess what? That defense is out of the way here. Now it should be nothing but an upswing for their attack. And, you know, if things continue the way they do, Zobi, I think you might be right that we could go to a third map.
Yeah. So hard to tell because it was so dominant, a 9-3. But again, these teams, and I think that's been like another defining factor, right? Yes, this has been the most competitive Radiant Academy we've had, but it's also been the most sided, I would say. Like, these teams clearly know what they're good at, and they clearly know what they're bad at, right? I feel like Supercat's that one team that's, like, good at everything, like, to a degree for both sides. But, like, for the other squads that were in that top four, right, we witnessed all of them have really good halves and really bad halves. And so I'm curious to see how that happens when a really good team on attack, like this squad that's just from the pistol and the follow-up inside of Hyper Reserve GC, beats a team that is well-rounded, that, like you mentioned, knows how to adapt. And as well, we mentioned it, right? Like the growing pains of a Tejo against you. This team has played with the Tejo at their side, right? Carry knows how the kits work. They're not going to fall for as many trap plays as Berserker's Dalton did. And I think that's going to show.
I think every player on Supercat has hero potential. We've seen a lot of rounds put on the backs of each player individually to get a 4K or an ace, and I wouldn't say Supercat is carried by that, but again, there's been a lot of rounds that might be very losable that they somehow swing back just because they can shoot their shots better.
Well, we definitely saw, I think, like, that's a good way to define how the first half of the first half went, right? Because again, the util combos were off the charts for the side of Hyper Reserve GC, and it just did not matter. Reverie, Carry were consistently just like withstanding the util ahead of it, or when the gun's disadvantage was against you, they would just shoot through anyways, and that's crazy.
Yeah, it's been wild. I think the Tejo here is going to be a huge, massive advantage going to this attacking side. I think we've already seen some advantages there with just getting rid of some very aggressive defensive spacing that Supercat would normally like to rely on. And that should be, to an extent, where Battison needs to come into play. This Vice can absolutely be knocked out of the way by a Tejo at times, but there's a reason why almost every region in Kickoff has been rocking the Vice when a Tejo is present.
Well, weapons in hand. Last thing I'd expect from Hyper Reserve GC is to splinter their forces, but this might be trying to sell like a B split, especially when they have no players starkly on the B side. You can see the Clove, for example, trying to re-clear all the space that they could have walked up on. And so it is keeping the players positioned towards the B side. Hopefully they were trying to lighten the battlefield on A, but I don't think it worked, right? You still have Riot's positioned. They could have the Paranoia at hand, ready to go. And aside from that, again, the slow pacing looks almost scared. And again, yes, it's a substandard buy when you're bonusing in the third round, but gotta find that opening. And right now, Util has broken into heaven, but Rise has dropped the spike main. You gotta go back on a whole effort to recover that, and you might not get the opportunity to. Battison drops Irene. That's your huge support player gone. A regroup alongside Miara to get the spike at a minimum, but that's a needed kill. That's clean. Now you have an option to go vents, to go B, and it's all gonna fall to Carry to be the one to deny it.
That's right now, end goal should be B side. Not a lot of ults for Supercat to work off of, but again, delay could be enough here for Carry to get at least one and stifle things for a minute. It's 22, but Carry cannot convert. Spike planting down now. Avery, the valedictorian, the player who has won the most Radiant Academies in this tournament, and really all of Valorant, does fall. And it goes to Hyper Reserve GC once more. Love the mid-round call off of Australis, finding this anti-lurk of the Rays. Allowed a safe passage from what A seemed to be unattainable to get down, and brought them over to B site.
And score. Nice.
Nice.
But what's nicer are the ultimates also coming online for Hyper Reserve GC soon, right? The fact that they're able to convert that round, The fact that they're able to now have a full buy versus the save of Super Cat means this round they should win cleanly, in theory, right? In an optimal universe. And then next round, when they are met with rifles versus rifles again, they're gonna have ults anyways. And you can see indications from this lighter buy that Ariel as well is gonna plan on investing the showstopper.
There we go. Special deliveries all over. There is a showstopper stuck by the tether. Why is enough time for Supercat to reflood the site when they need to? And this is still dedication for Hyper Reserve. They like to go straight in. They're not going to dilly-dally with a mid-lurk whatsoever. Destruction all over. A 3v3. Any ults available? The answer is no. Reverie tries to find at least one, but Carrie and Battison have been the dynamic duo to shut things down with a GCD, and they continue to do so. Astralis tried to pave the way to victory, but Carrie's there to save the day, to bring things to double digits.
I'm not saying all went wrong from that C's, but it definitely felt like it did, right? Like, that was the plan to clear out the A site, right? That was them investing just that extra level of precaution so they didn't lose a round they needed. They didn't lose the eco round for Supercat, and from there, right, then they didn't get to clear out Rise of Elbow. They sneak away with the cheeky frag back sight, and the rest of the players, again, that coordination comes through for this team. Like, they have to have a high thrifty rate from the freaking round of 16 McAcid up until now, and double digits. This round is everything. Yeah.
Could be the split into B side. Astralis sitting with the op outside B main. This will be the main entry point towards B if they can get Heaven control. Sever the site in half. Spike not picked up though. That's a risk maneuver. Miara still waiting far away. This does not have to be dedicated to B just yet.
All right. Deep B main control. Trying to re-clear mid here. Make sure no one pushed out from vents. They find the kill onto Battison here. This could be good. But if Astralis falls here, that B side is gonna falter. And that's exactly what happens. Reverie, Bulldog in hand, trying to ensure there's no additional players. I mean, they know Miara's there. The Guided Salvos came, and they also came for their life. So they've fallen. Now your players, B Heaven, are on an island. Miara's gonna have to fight into site alone, especially, I was gonna say, if Battison survives. But still, with the trades coming through, it results in a player disadvantage. So, B-side eventually, by nature, going to fall here to the side of Hyper Reserve. GC should be able to get a plant unless Gary has something to say about it. But again, extra thorough, extra precautions, stealth thrown into CT. Oh, and pressure into CT.
Push up from Ariel. Paranoia out, no follow through just yet. Rise does use this opportunity to reposition. Miara. Rockets don't find a whole lot. Forces Rise to move out. Can't help their teammate. Buys time for Avery. 1v1. Stunned. Hiding the corner. Wide swing. No. A stealth peek. A 3K from Miara to save the day.
The confidence there from Avery just to tap the spike and stick it is insane. Talked about how, right, players like Ariel were the ones having impact last map. Well, Miara was the one that also had a few nasty clutches to turn the game around and might have just done so when needed for this squad, right? We talked about it. They lost the bonus. That was their last round to have a bye. And if they lost it, it would have been basically the fast track to map point for Supercat. And now, 3 rounds separating these squads. Yes, there's a hero rifle for carry, but if they shut that player down with the ults they have in tow, with the tour de force already popped by Astralis, then they break Supercat's economy and probably tie us 10-10.
Missed shot early on. Rise now in very deep waters. 50-50 with the hands of Battison. Spotted. Whoa, Ariel. Great reaction time. Was not expecting it. Was the wall tripped? Vice.
Now it is.
Oh, don't bring out the ult. Don't panic. Don't panic. Ariel's already fast tracking into ropes. Top of A Heaven.
Oh, the tracking though.
Could be a mess. Carry does get rid of Ariel. Kay's hiding below, does not want to be spotted by the now compromised Heaven.
Gotta say, there's no way that 2 ecos in a round, Supercat's able to win this. They get the shot before the Steel Garden sets in. They still have a showstopper here, and Reverie with that kill might just want to invest it. They're gonna confirm both are corralled and elbow off that haunt, or they should have. So what do? You pop, deny any re-entry point, right? Both chokes cut off by this Armageddon. Splintered separately. The gamble into the smoke. The evasion aggression from K. And it's all down to Avery in a clutch again. Tender Tendrils confirm the K, but do not deny K the round. Hyper Reserve GC sought out.
Whew. Very close call. And that would have been, what, 2 of the only rounds won by Supercat. Would have been Egos on A site. That means B has been so far a free entry pass for Hyper Reserve. I'm expecting Supercat to stack it up more, but the answer is really no. They're not. Cosmic Divide is still available. Very well could set up for the split push into B early on. No setup just yet. Madison, top of mill. Double smokes are available. Shears also procced out. Go for the stall.
Go get him.
It's a default yet again from Hyper Reserve. This first piece of utility can help dictate the puzzle.
Oh. And again, it feels like Hyper Reserve GC, their solution, their fix here is to disrespect this mid hold and then decide where they want to go based on either Astralis finding the opening pick ramps or them contesting and winning a fight cheekily, punishing the over-aggression over towards Mail. With them, they run so many risks with the strategy, right? Like if Madison pushes into vents and wins out the duel, it's everything. And it's just timing upon timing, layers. And this time again, it's over-respect shown from the side of Supercat that gives them what they want in terms of this deep heaven A control.
Well, the Prowler didn't find anything either. No one's dropped down below. K, the timing. K. Reverie.
What?
Unbelievable here. Talking about ships in the night. This is an entire boatyard.
Madison's not gonna know, do they?
K. Yeah, K. Oh,
And
you
they
almost
won
win
that.
it. Oh, I lost a few years of my life, but that's okay. It was worth it. A slow crawl for Hyper Reserve back to A site. These have been rounds that Supercat been able to bring it close. Not dead yet's available for carry. Astralis, an op shot, has succeeded. Hiding behind once more. Madison unable to survive. Carry needs to get a kill. Right now, everyone's playing calm and cool, but Miara is collected. Reverie shot down from the sky. One more round and Hyper Reserve can tie it up.
That's when you need a replay from Astralis' perspective, right? Sniping Reverie out of the sky after they satchel over your trademark. But mentioned it, 1 round separating these 2 squads. Again, just the fact that Reverie, right, could have cracked that round wide open, but all that potential gets converted too late. The velocity too low to have an impact here. So what are they going to do? They're going to drive that impact meter through the roof. Look, they're going to be the solo player peeking B main here. And it's either going to go really well or really poorly.
I mean, we just need more aggression in general. That's been the solution to when you can't convert defense rounds on this map. Miara just destroys Reverie. There's not really a lot you can do against that. But this is just going to be another one of those rounds. Supercat have not won a defense round handling B yet.
Yeah, I mean, the disrespect for the Razor Vines. Again, the solo anchor trust there, especially in your Vice after your race falls with that aggression B main, which I said could go poor or well. It's not over just yet, right? Avery, carry, this duo's alive. Carry's on for the ace. Looking for it with the Guardian. 1 more to go. Avery confirms the position while getting stunned alive, and the ace. Final verdict delivered. Supercat says no. You won't tie it up. We're getting to 11.
A third ace for this first map of the grand finals. Huge impact from Carry. The first defensive hold we have seen now from Supercat on this map. They only need 2 more rounds to bring things to map 2, and that should be, I believe, Hyper Reserve's map side, right? They selected Pearl.
Yeah, Hyper Reserve's like Pearl, Supercat split. So the fact that it is this close in contention on the map pick of Supercat is definitely a breath of fresh air. But yeah, all the ults is what makes this so hard to call. Because we've seen it, right? Really good investment of these ults, and we've seen really poor investments of these ults, staggered. So how do they plan around them? There was no timeout this time. They know that would be their last before overtime. They're just going to trust in the calling, trust in the coordination. But look at this, so much delays. The Razor Vine about to be replaced by Seas. They don't want them to get mid control this time. They don't want them to have Vents control. This is a stark change to the defense from prior rounds.
Run out, blocking Avery's path. Doesn't stop Avery. Prowlers are still available. A great stall for, or against Hyper, I should say. Still looking to re-clear down below ramps just in case. That's going to provide a lot of reassurance for the defense.
Right there.
Everyone's holding stalwart positions. Again, the fear right now are going to be these ults. The showstopper will be ult number 1. Will we see the split in the B? The answer is yes. Reverie falls. A safeguarded passage back over. Look at Madison's position. Evasion away from Taeho's ult, and the Rolling Thunder of Breach should be in play. Finally, never mind. It's not even the ult that's needed. But this is just every piece of utility under the sun that could stop this defense and infuse. Rise can't survive into this round. Another one for Hyper Reserve.
They didn't have to use all the ults. Half of the picture, half of the puzzle solved to establish double digits for themselves, to put themselves in 1 round of striking distance. And you can see Supercat diving into the reserves here, half by, just to see if they can strike fear and a 12th, a map point round, confirm their ticket to overtime at a minimum here, and see if they can go further distance. But the same can be said, look at the economy for Hyper Reserve. I was about to say, like, 2 players didn't have guns for a sec. I was like, huh, what's going on here? But they get the guns, probably just some skin trading. And this is a change as well. Aggression! Australia's dealt with them off the get-go. They had yet to fight A main heavily. They don't spot out K just yet. Carrie, take your gun out, please!
Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. I like this change of pace from Supercat. You want to fight the Breach in the Taeho before they have the chance to ult. That is going to be the prerogative of Hyper Reserve this close to the end of regulation. It's got to be used. So why not fight up ahead when it's unexpected? Addison falls. 2v2. Taeho ult still available, and we know how Miara likes to play it. Save all the utility and the ult if possible for the post-plant stall denial. There it is. The Armageddon is out. Rise, great reveal. As you mentioned, Rise could try to remove Miara. Goes from behind, nearly gets the spray transfer. And Rise is there to bring things to 12. 1 more round needed to win their map pick.
Wow, wow, wow. Again, both of those teams, from a utility perspective, played it perfectly. The Armageddon forcing the accelerated timetable there for Supercat, but the reveal pinging out both guides Rise with the paranoia, and they all collapse inward. And even the double swing there, right? That's what it does boil down to, a tactical shooter at the end of the day. If Miara gets a spray transfer, GG, you go next. But now, we're staring down the barrel of an avoidance of overtime of Supercat, possibly able to put this to sleep. But guns in hands, if they lose this round, they still won't have a full buy. We're not done yet.
Not done quite yet, but I like this idea that Supercat have, is to fight things early. Astralis was the victim of the opening pick last round. This time a gravity well to ensure if you take these aggressive fights, yeah, we'll bring the advantage to us. This now sets up Irene for that Rolling Thunder to take these early fights. There's that flash, no follow through, just shots to pave way maybe for destruction. Astralis falls. That's not a good sign for Hyper Reserve to start things off. Spike has been picked up though. Miara is joining the rest of the crew. But that's not indicative, Zoe, of this being a B push.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been worse. You could have lost Irene and that Rolling Thunder. But now they're about to have full util back online with regeneration of the fall line. They're going to go for the full exec back here, right? Reverie, I swear, if they have an impact here of a multi-kill, just so much utility just got whittled away from Supercat. But with the time ticking away, it's a fair trade.
There's that aggressive smoke down outside A long. Don't believe any orbs have been picked up just yet. It's great information for Supercat, knowing that this is not going to be a rotation into A main just yet. 30 seconds left. It needs to be mid or B main. It could be a split, and Rise has that covered.
Ooh. There we go. They whittled away the Vice util, and they finally pull the ripcord on this B split. They don't split. They don't clear the corner, and with 15 seconds left, the spike's down main. You can see Miara trying, scrambling to get here, but with their gun ripped away, it's going to be a flawless closeout for the 13-10 victory of Supercat on their map pick. 9-3 into that. I think it proves that each of these teams' map picks might go their way, and we might just see a scent keg.
Yeah, a great ending there for Supercat. The adjustments were finally found. There was a while on this defense where the team was just struggling, could not find a solution to what they needed to do for the early round, and all it took again was take the fight directly to Hyper Reserve right away. There was pushback, but I love the positionings Super Cat held on that defense. Reverie especially may have single-handedly won that last round.
I was getting flashbacks to like 4K with the Bucky. Like that's the level of impact they've had in being a substitute player for this team as well. And I'm about to go back to VLR over the break and be like, who is Reverie? I don't remember the name off the top of my head. Like, have they been here the whole time? Are they a random new player? Are they from Latinum like we saw, Terror Beef earlier today? We'll have to see. And I mean, if I want the time to go fact check that, Keg, we might need to throw it to a break.
Oh, I suppose so. You know, a break doesn't sound like a bad option. Luckily, though, I gotta go. I gotta go to the Radiant store. My shift is starting, and my job, is to just buy all the stuff there. Who would have thought that could be a job?
I think that's a great job. You know, coffee mugs, hats, t-shirts galore, tote bags, the crop top sweatshirt. I feel like you could rock that, Keg.
Oh, I'd be so down. Maybe
next Radiant Academy.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see if that could be a possibility. This is going to be us going to map number 2 pretty soon. We got to set it up, though, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to Radiant Academy 108. We hope you picked up some swag to rock in class next semester from the Radiant store, but it's Keg and I here to call the remainder of the action for our grand finals between Super Cat and Hyper Reserve GC. A 9-3 half turns into an embattled 13-10 victory on Super Cat's map pick. But Keg, we're about to head to the domain of Hyper Reserve GC over on Pearl up next.
It was a close call for map number 1. We knew for a fact going from the semis to the grands that the defensive side for Hyper was not really the best on split, but they certainly tried to bring it back on the attack. In fact, I think you could just say the defense for both these teams for split was not the best ordeal. When it comes to Pearl, however, I'll be honest with you, it's more question mark city for me. Pearl, relatively new back into the pool. I'm very curious to see what the agents are going to look like. We've just seen split so much from all of these teams that we kind of knew what to expect going into it. But for Pearl, it's almost the exact opposite.
Yeah, I can shed a little bit of light, at least
Please.
on one of our opponents, which is going to be Hyper Reserve GC, because they did play, right? We jumped into a map 3 in our last semifinals between Hyper Reserve GC and Berserker's Dawn. Their map 1 was a 13-4 victory over their opponent, right? On Pearl. And so we're gonna get that Australis back on the chamber. That's like the consistency along with K on that Astra. But then everything else is what shifts, right? And I'm expecting us to even have a head-to-head between Yorus. I'm expecting Ariel on the Yoru, and I'm expecting hopefully Reverie to match them to create an ultimate showdown between these two duelists, because ultimately that's what we had over on Split as well, was a battle of the raises. But what's interesting and stands out to me, Keg, is that not only was it a 10-2 half that transpired into the 13-4, but it was a 10-2 on their defensive half. I'm seeing diffuses, I'm seeing a lot of limb kills, and all of that stacks up to, okay, is it going to be a complete 180 to what we saw where they were attack-sided teams?
Could very well be. I mean, if we see Reverie do Bucky things on that Yoru like they did back on
mid-door?
Haven, yeah, I'll be down. It's very much a possibility. But kind of like how Pearl was for a long time before it was taken out of the pool, mid is very important to this map. Straight up execing out of A main is very unheard of, though more common. B main pushes are decently common, but I really want to see what kind of lurks can come out from these two teams. There's been a lot of ingenuity with that.
No, for sure. Like, we had that question posed of, okay, is Australis or K gonna lurk for their squad on the side of Hyper Reserve GC? And they were both kind of like half lurks, right? Like, they were more just playing a site. Australis was more passive mid, just like holding it, abiding by their time. They never really like push through vents or push through B Heaven into the spawn kind of dealio. And I think that's where they could have more impact here, especially from a player like K. On the opposing side, I do think they had a little bit more of that lurk prowess, and it was coming from the most random of people. Like, even Reverie had some really good lurks through like A, for example, right? They were just like, I don't need a duelist, and it worked out, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of hero plays over from Supercat's side. I feel the Hyper have not been able to do that as much, but again, if the agents will allow more freedom and flexibility for these teams, then I'm sure we will see it. Speaking of which, Agent Select is out now. Ariel now on the Yoru. Carry, of course, the ISO. Reverie should be the Yoru.
Yeah. Especially when you have an ISO in the mix. But this is spicy. Look at Battison. Now, again, we didn't get to see Pearl from this team the entire... okay. Ooh.
Okay.
Carry? You know, I mean, Carry, they played the Vice before. I'm not surprised. I can see it working out. That's what they play on Bind, actually, is the Vice.
Oh, is this going to be the...
Mirror comp?
No. Okay, I thought it was going to be the Neon pick, but no.
It's a mirror comp.
Double Senti both sides. So
I like
think
it.
For as fast-paced as Split was, I do think this will be a slower map overall.
Is this the Evil Geniuses comp? I'm like fact-checking myself right now really quickly. It is. No, it's not. They have a Phoenix. I lied. But basically, if you put out the chain... Okay, me thinking that Jay was on Chambers fair, okay? It's basically the EG comp, but switch your Duelist to a Yoru and switch your Phoenix to a Chamber. But it's the same kind of impact in my mind. And I'm curious to see again... I've never been sold necessarily on a solo Yoru. I think definitely Ariel and Reverie have been like the top, maybe Arthur as well, that could sell me on it. But Battison picking the chamber is so left field for me. I'm like, they're doing this purely to spite Australis.
Must be. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the Yoru is going to attempt to do here. Entrability is not going to be as positive as it was on the last map, but I mean, group pushes are pretty common on Pearl. You don't necessarily need the entry of a Raze or a Jet, though a Neon was a lot more common last year when she was beyond busted. But I guess the idea here is to take more picks early on and swing into a site with a player advantage.
Yeah, I think you're definitely going to see your Vice very much over towards the B site. You're probably gonna have like a trademark art while your chamber plays aggressive A with their rendezvous in the close corner. That, or they can play it around mid door with their trip towards art if you want to have them mid and stack 2 players like your Astro over towards A. That's the kind of defensive default I expect to see when I see these compositions, and that's how we've kind of seen the Vice employed when they were early on getting picked up on Pearl, like back during the offseason with like the Sen City event, for example. We'll see if that's what comes into fruition here, if they have ways to spice things up, but again, this is a comp where things can go differently. And that's exactly what's happening. Look, aggression from the chamber down B long, but also Supercat's the team that I was expecting. Like, they don't have sets for how to play this comp. I expect that at a hyper reserve GC when they're on the defense.
Oh, interesting split early on. The chamber playing for orb control. Like this deep art play from Supercat's side. An early drone's going to be the first audio cue coming out for Supercat to understand where the plays might be, but Ariel immediately is the first to be headshot in the second map.
That's your duelist gone, your entry obliterated. I like they use the sheer wall so they can't reflink through mid door, but it's not going to matter if all your players fall on site to carry. The end going crazy, boys. Quick succession into the flaws before we can even blink, Keg.
Beautiful work. And that might be indicative of how the entries, again, are going to be looking for both these attacking sides. You don't have someone to break the crosshairs and contest a deep back-end sentinel like Carry. Backside, holding the line through smokes. It was already the Yoru gone, but still, space could not be created. It's going to be these group pushes. And if Carry can keep dominating like that pistol round, things are going to get very scary very quickly for this defense. Carry's going to invest in a Vandal.
Yeah, I would too after a round like that. Put them on any agent, right? We've doubted them on the role swaps being like, they're not going to frag on this agent, they're not going to frag on this agent. Well, here's one more to prove us wrong. They're challenging Avery again. You know how that went last round. Are you really going to try it again? Well, this time they followed up with a drone, so the respect shown. They should at least get art control without a singular player falling, but exec into sight, Carry, again, playing their life, doesn't want to donate this weapon. Thorough, though. There's at the clone, but the wall, can you jump? Yeah, you can jump that.
Oh my, there we go, a great trade-off immediately. That Vandal should be picked up by somebody. It's Avery. Strahless falls. Licking the wounds, of course. Well, not so much anymore. For what's left of the attack, it's Ariel.
Wow.
Good for one. That's the Vandal now in Ariel's hands. That is absolutely what you do not want if you're Supercat. Fake teleport, though.
They see it.
Addison checks. Knows for a fact, like it's mentioned, not real anymore, but the Headhunter saves the day. I like the forwards aggression Supercat are bringing out with their smokes on A and A link.
Yeah, that could have gone south real quick though, right? With Carry playing in such a hot pot position with that heavy rifle. And I like how quickly we saw Hyper Reserve GC as well try to clean up the mistakes on an exec through a art, right? They're not underestimating Avery. They're thorough with the Sova utility to clear that player out, force them back into connector. It just ultimately, again, didn't get the objective completed. The rotations come through. Here we go. Addison, aggressive off their rendezvous. Know they have better weapons for Hyper Reserve GC now. Wants the opening kill, but they don't breach that barrier. And Avery, without proper aggression early on, without that drone, they were trying to get offensive, and they do still off the shock dart. Waste down that timer, clip the drone early. And now, maybe Addison? Okay.
Important to note, too, that we don't see Supercat fighting for orb control whatsoever. That is a free tick to the ult point for each of these Vice, or at least the attacking Vice early round. Avery brings out Sova drone. Vice is waiting for the wide swing. A big battle could commence here, but Ariel still wins the opening pick.
Good damage.
This Yoru has struggled to get on the site up until this round. Finally, we see full Vandals in the hands of Hyper Reserve GC. At this point, Supercat, they had a big investment round 2. Smaller investment into round 3. Is there a possibility to convert these numbers and go for a defuse? I feel like it comes down to Madison. Oh,
yeah.
my.
Oh, that's a gun. Yes, they get hit by the trademark, but the rest of their players can hopefully scale up. I was wondering how the Thorns are going to work in this situation if a player had already tapped the spike, but they use it early. It corrals one of these choke points. Again, you asked how it was going to happen. Well, Madison has to step up. And unfortunately, they cannot. Reverie drags one down with the classic, but ultimately it's Australis showing them how it's done to be on the chamber. 3 kills now. Gets the first round on the board for Reserve GC. They keep rifles, which is huge. But look at this. Operator picked up for Madison. Still trying to figure out its end position here. And I'm concerned. They have not gone B once, but if this is the round they decide to, it's only a Yaru there? And then you're retaking with an operator for Madison?
Yeah, this is most definitely for a retake. If this is going to be a big contest into B. But look how split up all of Hyper Reserve are. They are defaulting into this first full rifle round. Madison's taking a very, aggressive position. And the chamber's been found.
This is a
which
fake.
means the chamber's not on B.
I'm so weary of how this is going. To me, it's a fake, even with Spike over towards A main. The reason for that was the gate crash, the sheer wall, the trademark is all committed to watching the flank on B. And now that they've knocked down the first player, now that they've gotten the trade on the Yaru, that's how you know it's gonna start accelerating here towards the B side. You leave the Vice for the late flank. They can also wait for the Arc Rose to replenish and flash to keep a player there. And you're hopefully just thinning the herd here. But I'm worried. They're hesitating. They're slowing down. And now Supercat's rotating to add soldiers to this site.
Oh, Carry. Gets the flash down. Plays for the stall. Should have been the escape.
Ouch.
It was not. Ariel now having to worry about using their dimensional drift to find information. Again, the op wielder has been found. Now you know exactly what to try to out-aim. Madison's already moved in. Headhunter available. The stall has been made. There's a big case of delay now. It's going to be the other Vice on the attack. Waiting. Try to catch up and help out this remaining player. It's K. Not for much longer, though. What do you do here? Undiscovered. It's Irene 1v1.
30 HP, a classic, a shotgun will get the job done.
Well, maybe, perhaps so, but no. Avery again, steel nerves through the ult. A great 3K.
Wow. Again, just that ounce of hesitancy, right? Allows Madison to get in position, set up the rendezvous, and go for that swing. Which, number one, they don't even have the right to be gifted that battle, because Ariel knows Madison's posted up there. Likely in the comms, warns their teammate, and the teammate still swings out and loses. Like, you should have just waited or had some utility to flush them out of Link, but no, you take the duel, you lose the numbers, and it was all down to Carry, or sorry, I should say, down to K as well. Down to Rise. I'm getting my number. It's so hard with the Mirror Comp Pro. To anchor there with the Gravel, and they don't buy enough time either for their Vice, for Irene.
Oh, we should see Avery go for a very early Hunter's Fury here on this stall. The Astra Stars are available. All the utilities set up by Carry should be good for this too. This should be a perfect opportunity. The problem is, though, Avery has no protection from Art. This is looking like it should end A side. Hyper Reserve, though. They've shown that they like to dilly-dally a little bit on the reset here mid-round. But there's no presence up B whatsoever.
Or Art. Avery
was
fully trusting in the sheer.
Great wide swing.
Yeah, again, they have not been able to slip through Art undetected. Even when Avery, you know they're there. It doesn't matter. Okay. I mean, you think, okay, Mel, Avery went back to check it. There's likely nothing here. Well, guess what? You're about to trip the sheer. So even if you flash, even if your teammate gets control here, it's not going to matter. Ariel gets through, side by side. Here we go. Still a 3-on-5.
Another split push, a great re-clear coming out from both Yorus. The clone does find some impact. Once again, Avery on track for an ace, solidifies it. Another ace this series. What is that, 4?
No clue. No, yeah, 4 total for the series. I thought we meant for Avery. But 11-2 on the Sova? I know I was making the claim, right, that these teams don't need duelists, but they're definitely taking that to a whole nother level. Hyper Reserve GC, locking in, taking things serious with the timeout. And again, you mentioned it, I like how they're starting off these rounds, right? Like, they're whittling away so much utility, particularly, right? We talk about how that Yoru's been picked up as a pure counter to the Vice. You saw it on the A exec, right? That clone. It gets out the Thorn's A main. It gets out a lot of utility. But just the way they're splitting the Vice utility through art is perfection. And in my personal opinion, Hyper Reserve GC had the most success when they hit the B side. Albeit it was late, albeit it was when they dumped a lot of util onto A for the fake with the Yoru. But I think that's what I want to see them replicate, and I'm hoping that's what the coach is calling out in this timeout, because they haven't even really tried to push players through mid door yet. And you look at it, and again, that side of the map is so weak. The stack is clearly on A at this point.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of info gathering utility outside of the Sova. And when all that util is dedicated towards clearing out art, there's not much left for B Link. There is the trademark there. I don't think that's been tripped a single time.
No.
Addison's been able to have free reign over B-main. Yeah, and that's where the lineup for that old alarm bot setup is. But we haven't seen that from Miara just yet. Could just be that Miara might not know the lineup for the trip or not expecting it to be there.
No. Okay, recall, double off.
Nice.
Oh, and the Chambers face out. It's Battleson to come out on top. And I did want them to take the B side. I did want them to fight it. But the round they finally decide to, right? When you take a timeout, that is a #1 indication something's going to change. So Supercat also adjusts. They put the Vice there, they put the Op there, and suddenly Hyper Reserve GC out of their timeout is left running, left scrambling. And Irene with that kill on to Rise should punch their ticket, I would say, to the A site. They're still not sold. Players finding their way into B-Link, finding their way into Connector.
Remember, this is a very defensive-heavy comp for both teams, not including the two Sentinels who have your Astra. The Yoru, too, can be a pseudo-Sentinel. Finally, B-Link is being punctured. Avery on the roam clear. Could be good for at least one, and that could be the spike holder. Plenty of information found off of those shots. Avery's going to back away. 40 seconds left. Hunter's Fury available. Could be used off the call of Reverie in case they do fall, and the answer is yes. But maybe to the Hunter's Fury, no.
30 seconds left.
Down a player, down a body, pressured out completely, and no A site available.
Ooh, they're just baiting out ping after ping. 20 seconds left. They have the time, but all this is done is delay. Buy time for the rotation. That's why the players for Hyper Reserve GC are getting offensive, are fighting in to the defender spawn. The aerial full clip wasted. Whiffs left and right. They're lucky to have their life. They disengage. They got what they came for. They got the numbers. They got out. It's two players, one with the Vandal. Now the last with the Operator. Had to swap it out. Here we go. The 1v3, the high-low pseudo, the triangle of death collapses inwards. Suddenly, Battison disappears.
That could have been a great round for Battison to convert up the Tour de Force Chamber all into the next round, but it wasn't to be. Great round from Hyper Reserve, just again to clear out utility and play around with where exactly Supercat liked the setup utility. Them forcing Avery to roam clear through the back ends of the defensive areas of this map was really good to keep them on their toes. But now Supercat, they have a lot more in their stock to use. I'm looking at the Steel Garden. Dimensional Drift available. Two very powerful stalling and ult gathering info that you can use. Just a matter now of seeing how this reset into a default goes. There is Tour de Force available, not procced yet. Likely not to see it this round. The Cosmic Divide, Hunter's Fury for Hyper Reserve does indicate this could be a split push into B site.
And here we go. They're finally starting to realize, okay, if we fight B, they kind of just give us that space. At least that's what it seemed like last round. But again, what I love from Supercat is they don't let the opposition get away with anything. As soon as that's been exploited, they make an adjustment to address it. And usually it's Carry that does so, right? Again, that game awareness from them in the round is wild. And speaking of awareness, right? Battison pushing through that deep into A. Now they're going to be able to fight from main to support Rise, who's solo back site right now. This should be a nice pinch. Now they got them surrounded with Carry as well through art. But you need that triangle to stay alive, and Battison falls. They trigger the Cosmic Divide. Now all of that was set up has crumbled.
Yeah, great indication if the Vice util not set up on A.
No
they
way.
don't fall into the trap.
No
With
way.
the Cosmic Divide execute. Reverie does it again. Just needs one more to recreate the magic of semis. Irene drops falls. 1v1. Keep the Bucky, Irene. You know what to do. Time. 10 seconds. 34 seconds.
Okay,
To
crush
stall.
out.
That's good. Good for one. The clone. Not falling for. No chance to plant. Now the TP just in time. The snipe to get away. Reverie, a relative unknown in the Radiant Academy, has performed so well this entire tournament.
Bro, if we don't get to see them like in the main GC circuit, it's gonna be criminal. I was looking up, like I said, during our break, their history, and they played with like Hamster Rave Party and like a Radiant Academy, and that's like it, right? Like this player deserves it. Like Fly, I heard you're looking for a duelist. Maybe look right here. But otherwise, like, whew, with the Bucky, this much impact, like. We talk about like the winningest winning players. Like this one deserves just the Bucky title at this point.
Yeah, get the Bucky medal ready. Oh, Madison's playing it dangerous. A lot revealed that nobody's mid.
Ooh.
Not quite.
Fine.
Hyper Reserve. They like to fake a site early on. Again, the Steel Garden could be farmed up by Hyper Reserve. Just a matter of them popping utility and sending so much fake
Irene?
information. Oh my, Irene.
The shear gets triggered, but they're too late to react. And Irene should have been able to maintain that A side control, but overextending. And again, it's always carry. The macro impact of Thorns up, they reclaim control. And what's even better is they waste out all of these Astra Stars because they're gonna crumble. They snuck their way back in. The Sovadar goes awry, so they're not even gonna get it revealed, but they fall. But the damage was done. It's a 3-on-3. It buys time for the rotations. They've done what they can to lead the legacy for their team to carry on.
What do you do for the re-clear now? Hunter's Fury's available. Hyper Reserve. Not playing in a spot to use it. Miara. Not necessary. Reverie falls. Now it's up to Madison after that. Unfortunately, though, it's going to be Australis, the op diff. Ult diff. And Avery may just have to lick their wounds and run.
Okay, probably heard them running away here. Yep. Start the hunt. See if Avery can survive. But I'm glad you pointed out the Tour de Force different, because it's like one tally for the op column for Madison, one for the Tour de Force column for Australis in terms of who is the better chamber in this mirrored compositional universe. Avery, K, second to go, and the headshot aligns before the round resets. Nice damage here again to keep their opposition in check, but again, the damage is done. Avery's gonna have to be that hero rifler with their 3 KDA. Like, this is the best person you have at hands on it. And I want to see Reverie with a Bucky again, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah!
You really just have to keep Avery towards mid side. Their re-clears have been so good and so great at stalling Hyper Reserve throughout this entire map, but no matter how much Sentinel utility you're putting on A site, it hasn't been enough to stop Hyper. And again, they go for their mini default. Take over mid control once again. I like this change of pace to try to take A control back. Steel Garden available. Won't be the ult found by Irene just yet. But now they can claim the orb and get a step closer towards the end of this half.
Oh no.
Oh, Reverie.
Oh no, there's no way they can mid here. Not again. Clone, they take the bait, and they should have been dealt with. Now you know there's a Bucky. You're gonna take the flash bait, and you're still trying it out. The Yoder diff delivers. Madison on an island, though, right? The guy clicks run and gun. Australis whips out that Hunter and still comes out on top. So another tally in the Australis chamber column after a move like that. But even then, after all that went wrong, it's still a 3-on-3 as the spike goes down.
That's right. Avery. No, sorry, not Avery. Sova holding on to this ult for the longest time. Miara is never in a position to use it for post plant. And at this point, it seems like it could be a lockout against Supercat, but they will still make the attempt. Recon Bolt available, double shock bolts in play. Could be the double swing to be used here outside of Halls, and it is. That's 2, make that 3 gone. Great teamwork and coordination for Supercat to bring things to a healthy 6.
Wow. I don't even know where Rise gets that Deagle shot from, right? The utility there was clean, right? The Astra utility in particular, right? The stun when you expect the swing to come through after they confirmed the position of Miara. You mentioned them not using the Hunter's Fury because they didn't think they needed it, right? The crossfire there alongside Australis and Link looked unbreakable. And somehow, again, Super Cat breaks through with that clean timing, and it's a Thrifty on top of it. After that hero rifle was carried over by Avery, after they find the extra upgrade there for carry, and you talked about a healthy 6-3, I don't think they're stopping there. But, again, Keg, it was the defensive half that Hyper Reserve GC was so dominant on in the semifinals, so who knows what's gonna happen?
Big group push outside of A. This is not the best buy in the whole world, but there's plenty of Sentinel util from Super Cat to hopefully stall. But
What?
We've seen some wild things in the past. Steel Garden has been brought out, clears out A site entirely on top of this wall, dropping down. Hyper Reserve need this round, and referee again, the triple judge has been great to clear away all of Hyper Reserve.
Dang, they graduated from the Bucky to the judge. All right.
We're in Judge 103?
I was gonna make that joke, and I feel like we've done it too many times. But look, they're like, guys, okay, literally they're sitting 10-7, Keg, right? So how many of their kills have been shotgun kills? What, 7?
Too many.
And like, the majority, so they're like, yeah, I might as well stick with this gun, right? Like, they're finding the most impact for it. They're always in the right place at the right time, or they use their gate crash to get to the right place at the right time. And again, just Super Cat's awareness, Carrie saying, okay, we're gonna fall off, we're gonna refight for the retake, I'm not gonna fight out this util, I'm gonna trust in my thorns, which, again, that was a Razorvine field. Even if they were jumping over the sheer wall, they realized, wait a minute, we can't take the dive here in the A side, it's still defended.
Right now, Hyper Reserve are waiting to see where the contact will come in from. Madison, known to take these early aggressive peaks, up versus up. Both these players have had each other's numbers. Recon Bolt out now. They'll spot out this chamber. No teleport available. Reverie 2 fighting in these corners. Cannot react to the flash. The judge falls. Unlocks the round so much more now for Hyper Reserve. Big question now is, where is this Opper on the defense? Avery re-clear, finds Miara, ducks away. No more info gathering.
No way. And Madison 2-2 now tied in the chamber skill field that we've set up here. Now, Ariel pops the Dimensional Drift, trying to find where the opening is for their numbers disadvantage situation, right? They spot a solo player A, but now they realize the Vice support is not far behind. Gonna challenge the solo player, but the Steel Garden rips the guns away so that Rise can have that advantage before Madison can blink an eye and rotate. Their forces on the A site have dealt with the round. 8-3, Keg. Are we getting another 9-3?
It's hard to say. It's looking like the answer should be yes. Hyper Reserve, they're starting off playing for picks, but they're not winning a lot of these opening duels. Avery sneaks by. The slithering works well. And even then, it's Reverie who's been the weak link in a lot of these re-clears. Gets flashed out, shotgun by overextending, and yet it's up to Madison, Avery, and everybody else to take back a lot of these kills that they can follow up off of each other. It's the hero play potential that we mentioned that Super Cat have as their specialty. What is this? Again, another flash re-clear. Smokes are out, divides out B-Link. Madison can use this as a safety net or someone to use more utility to push up. Buys time. But you chase two rabbits, you almost lose them both. It's going to be K for the trade. Op now gone. E-site in the control once more of Hyper.
No way. Carry, consistent, looking for these shots, but as the smoke gets instated, they will fall. Here it is, though. A lot of chip damage from both of those players. You talked about not finding either rabbit. Well, what if it cut off the feet of both? They can no longer hop. They can no longer find that impact, but it doesn't matter because the rest of their team can hop along and find the kills in your stead. Those two players survive, and it's gonna be K and the Vice to get the job done. No 9-3 here. Spared that curse for a second time. The 8-4. But again, Keg, with a dominance of a 10-2 against Berserker's Dawn, in my mind, I could call that enough.
Could be. I will say, though, Hyper Reserve GC, they had the right idea by the very end of that attacking half. They looked so clean, but it just took so long to get to that point.
Oh, for sure.
And frankly, even before that, by the eye test, I thought Hyper Reserve was doing a lot better than a 4-8 half.
The rounds were close.
They were all very close, and it took a lot of adjustments too, despite winning from Super Cat, to get to a point where they could feel comfortable getting to that 8-4 position too. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Hyper Reserve adapt faster on this defense than Super Cat did.
Not ready yet.
Well, again, it's a matter of how fast they can adapt, right? They went mid-door finally on their attack half. It worked. But you talked about that delay factor. If they don't adjust quick enough, then this is going to slip away. 8-4 still is not a lot to work with, and when Art is not a steel trap like it was for the opposition on their defense, yeah, it's going to get exploited. Super Cat breaking through, but they're not going to stop there, right? Last time no one fought in the connector. This time, it's going to be Super Cat to try and take that initiative. Reverie in their stead falls, but they've done some chip damage on to Rise. They're going to break back through onto this site. Players one after another funneling out of the smoke here. Flowers, Astralis putting in the work. Enough for their team to get over the finish line, and Hyper Reserve GC bounce back with a pistol.
A pistol round deleted on A entry by a Sentinel? No, I've never seen that one before.
Different Sentinel, but same impact. Oh, one was a Headhunter too. One was with what, a Ghost from Carry. But again, not a lot of util. It was just pure mechanics. But again, the pistols looked scarily similar. Other than Reverie, I think the one difference was them, again, fighting in a mid-connector, but they still lose. They don't find that space. And ultimately, if they did find that kill, it would have been a very different round, right? Then they're pushing water. Then, you know, the Asher's no longer in the picture because they were the one that closed out the round.
Oh, Strauss just barely evaded that recon bolt. Very aggressive Astrostar placed. Super Cat prioritizing a lot of mid-control very early on. Don't know about... Oh, Ariel's position. Great opening pick. Reverie is a player that loves to overheat. We marked about that a few times now this tournament. But Super Cat, when they can harness the raw pushing power that players like Reverie have, it makes these attacks scary. But not for this round.
I think a water here. You got players all over. You're waiting for the rotates. You're waiting to cut these players off.
Against the Spectre, you can. I think
Right
more
click?
so just waiting for someone to skirt on by could be the opener. Maybe listening for rotates to allow Carry to maybe clear out something on A. Go for the late lurk. You don't know about this position. Who is that? Is that Madison? Oh no, it's Astralis deep into A orb. You do push it!
30
No!
seconds left.
Timing was off. Still again, Miara holding the line on A. It's gonna be Astralis deep near A orb waiting for the crossfire.
Yeah, there's no way. It's just gonna be a mow down. Flawless denial. I love that possible thrifty round. Again, keeping these weapons important if they want to snowball into a tied game in this third. The rifles coming online here for the side of Hyper Reserve GC. And at this point, it feels like Super Cat might be overcomplicating, right? Like, they got really deep control over the 3 mid lanes and then did nothing with it, right? Madison, right? Scale down B long, loses the duel. You have the water control, loses that duel. You had art control, and you lose that duel because that's the last avenue you fight towards. And that's the one that has your objective, the A site. So again, leave a player there, let a player lurk, and commit. But now look at this, right? It's the eco, the bonus for Hyper Reserve GC. So what are they doing? They're fighting heavy mid. They're trying to flip what Super Cat's strategy has been against them. And finally, this is the round where they change. They're going for the B adapt. And unfortunately, because of that heavy mid plaza presence, it's going to be the quick rotate from Hyper Reserve GC to meet them.
Looks like the dedication is going to be sound here. Sheer wall activated. Reverie. Teleport once more. No clearing out. Back halls. Carry's waiting for the rotate. Stralis takes the duel. Elbow seen. Goodbye shooting arm. But there's actually one more waiting. It was Miara. And this could still be the call to leave. You could reset. You don't have to dedicate B, but the smoke falls. A simple swing could catch anyone escaping now. You're doomed to push into B site with Ariel's judge on the other side of this small screen. Right? 40 seconds left now. A smoke in play. Perfect for Ariel to crunch its way through, but no, never mind. Madison gets the double instead. A poor timed push. Left alive, make that one now for the defense. Astralis only has an outlaw. Sure, Headhunter could work here. 4 headshots needed. to save this and bring Hyper Reserve one step closer to tying up map 2. There's really not a lot that they can do.
And Super Cat not giving them even an inch because this player is known to take a mile. And I love Battison as well, right? They want the 4-piece. Again, they want the head-to-head against Australis.
The attempt is out.
The
Avery
timing!
sees. There it is. Not quite the headshot, but a kill nonetheless. 9-6 now. Super Cat only a few rounds away for Avery specifically to get another Radiant Academy Championship.
All right. But again, like, yes, that round would have been great for Hyper Reserve GC, but, like, it's not out of the field of error, right? Like, it's part of Standard Valorant. Like, the third round, you are expected to win. And Hyper Reserve GC needed to account for it. Like, yes, it's nice if you win it, but you have a bye if you don't. And not only do you have a bye, but you have Australis with the Operator, what's become a core part of a chamber pick and the defense here on Pearl. And I'm going to say it's probably one of the reasons why it was a 10-2 the last time they played this map up against Berserker's Dawn. But again, gotta be hitting those shots. They're entrusting Australis to solo anchor the A site with that op over towards main. Reverie, you're gonna entry with a judge and a classic how?
Sure, why not? Australis is still fighting for A orb. That should be a fast farm for the tour de force in just a few rounds. Spike not picked up. This is a clearing out for B. What is the plan? Yes, don't overcomplicate it. Bring it to B. What do you do at this point? Honestly, if I'm Hyper Reserve, probably save. Yeah, the weapons are not in the best spot. So I'd like to see what they could look like. Yeah, Vandal's in play. This is such a tough call. I would say save.
I say save the op, see if Ariel can get an entry frag. If so, Miara joins the fight. And that feels like what they're going for here, right? Ariel was exploring towards CT, but now with Australis at their hip, is this a commit? Is this exit frags? I also can't call it, Keg.
I don't know if they want to decide. They're just looking for someone to push in. There is a lot of util off of Ariel, but the shots don't connect. Double push. What a mistake.
They lost both.
Oh, no.
Does Battison pick up the Operator too? Because that would be lethal. And at this point, you know, right? That Miara is saving since they didn't go for the full dive. They were kind of going for the CT fights. The double digits. You have one rifle. I don't know.
Hyper Reserve need to have a long conversation between now and the next round starting.
Let's see what that conversation looks like. No timeout called just yet. It's Nico round.
I have to get on the same page.
I think it'll be next round that they call it. Would that be too late? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like 11-7, I feel like it's the normal part, so maybe they're hoping they win the thrifty, and then they'll save that timeout. You could win
the round and go for a timeout. Like there's no rules against that, but at this point, your economy is next to dinosaur bones.
Okay, but if they lose this round, they're gonna have full rifles, right? Miara even can buy next round, it looks like, right? So I think that's why they don't take the timeout.
You could time out here and be like, okay, we'll do this round, this next round. Okay, that's fine. Fight for A-Orb control. Harry's still inside, deep in this cosmic smoke. I don't know if the right-sided player was spotted. Hopefully, possibly, yes.
No, they weren't. They broke the dart in time. You can tell no one's holding that corner. I don't think so. No one's even like getting ready to clear that angle. They're so worried about the players in front of them, and Hyper Reserve GC is doing such a good job of obscuring them. Now with the smoke, I think they know, right? That's just because of smoke they could have been used to cross.
Damage has been taken against Irene. A reset, all for delay. This allows more time for Chamber to rotate through, but they don't know about... Oh, no, Ariel.
No, Battison.
Oh. Thank your lucky stars, Battison, that it was only a sheriff. This is just everywhere all at once. Carrie's maintaining this pressure on A-Main.
They never left.
Irene. There's some steal. Why? Unbelievable there.
Is it gonna matter? They got the B-side control. Battison, I was gonna say, you should be good for 1 or 2, but Trigger Discipline fails you, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. So the dust settles, it's a 2v2. Ariel's alone here. But what they're trying to do is just gather info while their teammate rotates. It doesn't matter. The gate crashed, so they both double up. You thought Reverie was Hull. Psych! They're beside their teammate that you were about to ambush. It's all down to Miara. Had the hero rifle from the get-go. This is a hard clutch, one of the hardest retakes in the game, and you're doing it alone.
Miara's had some nutty shots before in this tournament. Won't matter up until now. Stun, the gravity well, the flash, everything being thrown against them. Recombo is available. Far too late to be
Save.
procced. And you have no choice. It's far too late to defuse. A save has been called. Another rifle saved. I like the idea for Hyper to push and fight for A control early on, but that smoke stalled them out so heavily, and by the time impact was made with Carrie's death, it mattered so little. B site was already called, and
What did I say?
there's the timeout. At this point, though, I still think it's too late. Yeah, you have rifles, sure. But really,
like,
it should have been earlier.
how much closer would it have been? Like, that's the thing with timeouts for me, is like, if you have a good plan, if you are the IGL and you have a strat, there's no reason for the coach to call it unless they disagree with that plan.
Strat.
Like, I feel like they had such a good setup there, and it was good, right? It came down to what should have been a 2v2. It's just the fact that Reverie outclasses them with that gate crash that it didn't turn into a 1v1 between Miara and the Astra, to be completely honest. And again, I think this is like when I would have taken a timeout if I didn't need to come up with an eco strat. But again, I definitely think it's now you have no room for error. And so this has to be a conversion or it's GG, try again in the Radiant Academy 200 series.
3 ults available now for Super Cat. There is the Cosmic Divide. We already see Tour de Force brought out for this next round for Hyper Reserve. The chamber set up on B. Could very well go B long. Could be for the Link. Attacking pings. Already looking like it could be indicative of a split towards B main for the exec. There is Cosmic Divide available. Reverie has their Yoro ult. Great info gathering can be found for the back ends of this map.
Who's next?
All right, Reverie, the entry off the dimensional drift here. Good info that the operative's posted up here. I'm expecting a shotgun in hand, and it is. But they've done the damage. They've left it just so that this Astra's anchoring the site. You have the Sova nearby, but it might not matter. I was gonna say it doesn't matter, but when it's Miara, it does. I don't know how the back damage is dealt, but it doesn't matter. The job's been done. Nearly flawless conversion. And that's, I guess, what the timeout was for. Just the call to stack towards B, the hard read. It was going to be an exec there. It works.
It worked well. But the problem with going for a timeout this late again is that, yeah, your economy looks better, but it doesn't take much for Supercat to go for adaptation against a hard read like that. Supercat just doesn't have to fast push B. They can go back and fight for this A orb control. It was sketchy last time, but at least they played for the stall and allowed more time for Madison to clear out art. This time, though, the art hole I really like from Hyper Reserve. And there could be the late push too from this Astra, if they so incline.
Oh no.
Connect? Yes, it did. That's Miara gone.
Oh.
Trades upon trades upon trades.
But there's still an Astra mid door. You could still try and fight it here. With 19 HP, you'd rather have your impact be shown elsewhere. aka Stars, aka the Cosmic Divide. But Irene's going to challenge it. Thorns pop. There's a minute left. You can wait it out. But this is the last angle you're going to clear if you're Supercat on the entry towards the A site, which makes me weary. There it is.
Spike down A.
And Spike's down.
That's the spike. Cosmic Divide still available from Hyper Reserve. They can lock that spike away. Might be too late though, whether they know it or not. Carrie is so close, dancing with its Carrie through the smoke. The last survivor could be nothing but 1v1s. It's a classic right click, Vice versus Vice. The ballet continues. 3 rounds now off from evening things up. Supercat at this point, they need to take a breather and figure out how they can reset themselves. Every push they've made has been read into these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think this is where, I'm not mistaken, right? It's Hyper Reserve GC used a timeout in the first half, so they're out of them, correct?
I believe so.
And so I think if I'm Supercat here, I take 1 timeout now and I save the other for when it's like OT on the line. Because I do agree. I think this is the point where, again, you have a forced buy, you have the old, like the Tour de Force and the sheer, the Garden, I should say, and Hunter's Fury to work with. But they're not going to because they have a strat in mind. And that's Madison diffing off Starless. It's a one-way ticket into the B side, or I should say a B fake. Spike, okay. Starting to make its way over there. So finally maybe committing towards this, but are you gonna walk into the player trying to enter the smoke? Okay, I was like, that's a precarious position. Speaking of precarious. Okay, Reverie.
Great for Reverie.
The Sova's made the trade, yeah. Miara drops them. It's all down to Madison. Again, just causing mayhem on this site. But speaking of mayhem, K was never cleared, and the Hunter's Fury comes in as well. It's all down to Miara, and their position's been spotlit by the Hunter's Fury, but trying to deal with that angle, Madison walks right into their death.
Brings it down to just one. It's Miara. It's been the safety shield for A site. Not for much longer. A 12th and series tournament point now for SuperCat. They only need one more. Great adaptations.
Wow. 12-8, and again, that's what we thought this map was going to be a matter of who could adapt faster. Hyper Reserve was slow too on their attack, not recognizing the weakness of mid door in the B site. By that time, the damage was done. The best they could get was an 8-4. In this half, again, the timeout, like you mentioned, Keg, may be called too late. That adjustment, a one-off. No consistency being drawn from it as SuperCat continue on their merry way. This is a change as well. Hyper Reserve GC, they haven't just lined down. They're trying to get aggressive. They're trying to color their playbook. The issue is when they do, it's just Madison usually at the receiving end or another impactful player
Who's next?
to just shut them down with raw aim, raw mechanics.
Reverie finds information that's carrying the backside. I
have a
don't know
shotgun
if they
again.
cleared out anything for
calling it.
Art. Miara's good for Avery. Steel Garden applied. Reverie hides around inside dugout. Could this be? No.
They commit.
Could be the commit. Yes, it is. There we go. Art control fully in plan, though. Steel Garden in return. Cosmic Divide available. It's just a matter of when. That's
Oh,
ult number
no.
1. This is it. Could be the final moment now.
They need
One
a delay.
player down for SuperCat. It's just a matter of waiting. Have to bring it forward. Ariel removes Reverie again. These attackers are losing bodies left, right. Rise and Carry, though, try to even the odds. But it's down to just one. One to try to bring it home. Madison. Oh, but the spike.
No time.
Not planted in a good spot. Having to use the
Smokes.
Vandal. A 1v3. The stall is out. Just a magical headshot. There it is. A 1v1
It's
again.
halved.
The chamber off. It is halved. Going
Starting to
forwards.
fade.
Now or never. Madison! But Astralis is there to save the day. Just barely. Keeping Hyper Reserve inside this tournament.
I'm sorry again, but like I just need to like take the time to like edit this VOD and do every single moment these chambers went head to head, because that in itself is a movie, especially with the lore of like maybe they're working with their other self with the Alpha Earth and all of that. Like this is that in the making. Like the pull out of the Headhunter from Australis has been the most impressive thing this map. Twice they've been able to drop Madison in the blink of an eye. And with it being a fundamental clutch like that to keep your tournament life alive in the grand finals, you could not have asked for a better time, a better clutch. And now, that's the kind of hero thread that you need to carry confidence, to carry energy forward into an overtime clutch. Or not.
There goes one. Losing a defender like this is your opening pick. Pressed up against the wall for series point. Tournament point again. It's not the place you want to be in. Madison could have just removed Miara. Info gathering would have been completely removed. Reverie slurking slowly forward, so focused, but that timing of the flash is good. Astralis, the reprieve. Cosmic Divide is out. 2 players gone for the attack B. And it just keeps going. It leaves it down to 2 attackers left. If this keeps happening with SuperCat, yes, they're at 12. But they might be facing up against overtime if they cannot get their act together.
And it was such a strong opening, but sticking around on the B site didn't work out. Again, you cannot challenge Australis in her domain. And now,
30 seconds left.
rotations. It's 2 clutch players, to say the least, right? Like, Rise, Avery. Most winningest player, Rise on their re-retirement arc. Oof.
Oh, yeah.
One's dropped, and it's down to just the final player. Not again. There's no way they clutch out another. K, again, head-to-head violence between like agents needs to be studied for this map, because it is never ending, as Hyper Reserve GC are going to get to double digits.
I really want to see SuperCat playing to mid once more. It's been a great way of dividing out these rotates and making sure, again, that you have these very stalwart positions, both A and B. You want to go to the opposite side. But there just isn't a lot of info gathering on a big map like this with just a Sova. That's all you can rely on here. Looks like, though. Once more, Super Cat leaning towards A site. The buys are not looking good. A single Vandal to work with. This could be the rush over towards A. Despite the Vice util, there has been success getting by it. Double star setup. Might be a little too late. That's one recall. Good for the stall. Star near orb, waiting for it to be procced out. Irene tries to get a follow-up, unable to do so. Call for the rotate has not been made yet.
Wall trip. Blinding.
Oh.
Good hit.
And that's what we love to see, the auto utility. Perfect clash for the Vice, but speaking of a perfect clash, over towards our Rise Falls again. The issue right now is that Super Cat are trying so hard, desperately, just to throw themselves into duels that they think they can win, that they each are losing individual duels. But sometimes individuality can shine through. Avery, singular kill with the D carry. Weapon collected, but again, no one's there to trade them out. And again, it's gonna take one round to dive in from Reverie alone on an island. Avery a second kill, but even that's not enough. 12 to 11, one round away from overtime. Super Cat, do you take the timeout?
Oh man, I mean, ideally yes, but Super Cat again, a Pug Squad, you don't necessarily need to take a timeout. You can still talk to your team at any point really, and be like, okay, this is what we gotta do differently.
A gift.
This is one of those hard moments to be like, what do you do? A draining attacking.
Look at the ults for Hyper Reserve GC.
Yeah, last round of regulation, all of them will be used. And it's just a matter of pushing down B yet again. Astralis, a very delayed, wide swingy angle.
Love this angle.
Yeah.
Like the
Does
drone
not
clears it.
evade the owl drone though.
Cool.
Like
And the
this
ping.
Anti-push up from Battison inside of mid. An anti-B setup from Hyper Reserve, ready to give up control of B for the quick flood.
Not ready yet.
It would make Noah proud.
I hope Super Cat would be ready, bro. Like, they should be able to recognize this, right? They're hiding out the owl re-clear. They're hoping, right, that they're thinking, okay, this is maybe one lurk player. And Battison still not sold, trying to go for the A hit. Ariel's gonna see all of these players long. All Starlet to the opening kill. This might go the distance to overtime. Because, yeah, this B's plan,
three.
they see 3. Like, they're so on the commitment. It's gonna be Battison cracks this round wide open, or it's overtime.
3 spotted out now. Call is going to be made to try to push through double door. A trademark is available. And who's on the other side? Miara. Miara knows there's pressure now, and this could be indicative of a rotate. 30 seconds left. Time to get moving, Super Cat. Everyone, the forces are mobile, set up and ready for an A exec, but no. The call is actually to reorient back over towards B-Link. Battison removes Miara. Ariel's forced to run away. Call's been made now for the late rotate, and look who's delayed and far behind. That's Vice. This collapse is good. The Rise, there's only so much you can do. A panic call was made, and unfortunately, it causes Super Cat to concede regulation to overtime.
Wow. And that is why I knew this team was going to be a formidable force on the defense. Just Astralis with that operator, fearful. We talked about how Hyper Reserve GC on their attack was able to identify B as a weakness. That's because they really never had bad distinction with the operator posted up on that site till super late in the half. That mini round kind of 3 that was secured, and it was from the get-go. As soon as possible, Astralis supported that operator, so they never could have that fallback. And again, it started crumbling into solo fights when they did have that after that last round of consistency was achieved once rifles were obtained. I mean, look at this. It's literally like the two teams so similar on paper, right? Playing so similar now that it's so hard to call who can win.
It really is just who can get this early round advantage. I have liked the way Super Cat have played into this map more. On, well, really both defensive sides. Oh, but Astralis gets rid of Reverie. Reverie's been the wild card. Battison's gone too. You have 2 ends of a spear, and both of them chopped down. It's nothing but a stick. It's Super Cat. That's all they have left to work with for their first round of regulation. And if this does not go well, we could be looking at map 3. The intensity made me forget this isn't the very final map of the tournament, regardless of who wins.
Yeah, sent. Never escape it, Keg, the litmus test, but this round's not over just yet. The 3v4, Harry was able to find a kill on the way over onto Irene, but again, B-site's so difficult.
Defuse?
The stick attempted, the thorns.
Defuse?
Doesn't matter. There's a grab well.
Diffuse. Oh, snipe! Australis! Could be, maybe, possibly. No! Distraction! Supercat's the last one left. Rise! You were just in this spot a few minutes ago. 1v1. No! The bullets! They ran out, and Miara, the safety anchor, saves the day. One more round, and Hyper Reserve Bring is kicking and screaming into map 3.
Whew, I need to take a deep breath after that one. That was just absurd. Like, one shorty kill away. They were pulling it out, and it just wasn't quick enough. Out of bullets, and they almost had the timing there. Like you mentioned, one round, no off this time for Baddison. They've not counting themselves in any longer in that department against Australis. Because they want to go aggressive mid-plaza. This is going to be interesting. Up, posted up. On mid-door, the rest scale out. A quick E hit, it's just a battle of the B site. Round after round now, Keg. They haven't even tried A in the longest time.
No, everyone's been trying. It was A for so long for both sides, but now B is just a fast rush in. Mechanical plays, gunfights are the move. Defenders, a long flank around. Already set awareness for the Vice. Opposite end, though. Ariel. Try to go for the flash swing. Carrie is set up and ready. Carrie's had a bit more of a quiet second half of this game. Reverie does get the trade.
What a reveal.
Oh, but look at this with one player left. Miara can't save the day yet again. Super Cat brings us the double OT.
Wow.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Here we go. Again, just like mirroring across the scoreboard, across the agents, across the play style. I'm gonna call it, Keg. The team that wins is gonna be the team that plants a spike on the A site first. What do you think?
Maybe. There's just been so much defensive setup on A that no one's gonna allow anybody to push into it.
It's gonna be super late. I didn't say it was like a direct exec on A. I think they're gonna end A and somehow
panic
win.
Rotate?
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe. At this point, it's one of those games where it's like, I feel like we've seen everything. All the rounds are blending together. There we go. Drone's been found. Information gained. Reverie does not move away. Recon bolt. Evaded.
Smart.
Madison's still unknown.
And it flushes out so much util just to stay there the extra second, right? You got the drone, you got the recon bolt. Talked about how they might want to end A here. I think that's what Irene's trying to terraform. Or this new colony, this new A-side exec. But again, you mentioned it, they gotta get past the shear, the thorns. That's what you want to do, is bait the Vice wall without getting traded out by the Astra back site. And that's what makes it so difficult, is they are trying to prevent you from punishing, or prevent you from flushing it out. But speaking of getting flushed out, the op versus the op again.
That doesn't sell the attack very well. 47 seconds left. You might get your wish. Hyper Reserve at least want to make it seem like they're going towards A. There is a trademark double doors, which will resell back to B. My fear is that they panic and try to reorient A site. The Yoru's already rotated back over, and Avery's set up and ready for the reclear. Reverie. A flash peek far too early. The double swing met in return. Madison's eyes are set up on the B main entry. Reverie shuts down one prong of this trident. But what about the others? Well, there is certainly K. K gets the trade, yes, but with one attacker left, it's back to B.
No way.
Solutions found, and Reverie another 4K.
Tweet about it. Every clutch they pulled out that flex, I swear. And there it is. Match point for Super Cat. Timeout for overtime, triggered by EQWWWR. And let's see what they have to say. Because again, Super Cat, they like to adjust off of a timeout as well when the opposition calls it. And to be honest, right, like, Hyper Reserve GC hasn't faltered on the defense. Neither team really has. And so that's like the question mark now, right? He's like, they're probably like confirming this and talking more so in my mind about their attack half next,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
But my concern is that this gives the opportunity to Super Cat to come up with a super creative attack round, because they are the one and done here. And in my mind, that's going to mean an A exec to somehow dismantle this Vice Astra setup for once.
I mean, both teams have made hard reads, very different from what they normally do off of timeouts, and I wouldn't be surprised if those hard reads end up countering each other into these next two rounds. Definitely a possibility. Super Cat I would like to see an A round now. I just feel like the nerves are setting in at this point where everyone's speeding up to take these opening picks and run with it. And yep, there it is, A site. At least pointed towards to in the beginning. I'm gonna hold my breath and see where it goes.
It's interesting to see how far, deep into art as well that Irene's playing, because usually it would just be like your Sova there and you trust them. This is spicy though as well. The Yoru, the last minute swap with the Astra over towards the B site, because they wanted to get offensive, they wanted to fizzle out this pressure. That's the collateral for the hard read of if this was a tried and true death ball into the A site. And now they TP out, right? So they fizzle out the pressure, they waste some additional utility, like this deep owl drone. And I like it. It also allows them to set up the deep Vice wall. But can they go around it? I don't know if that went all the way through.
Ooh, not too sure. Addison's mini defaulting here to sell some pressure towards B. There is the gate crash set up. Chamber, B site, and island.
The fake, it's
there it
working.
is. There we go. That's one rotate back over. This is looking good. Reverie, huge to remove Miara. Info gathering for the re-clear, not available. But still, A site has been a clog that needs to be undone. And now, you have Ariel, who's waiting on the wings of B to find that entry that's not available. Supercat have a body advantage, and yet there's no pushing power just yet. They're going to wait till the absolute last second. The flash already doctored out on A site. A star available. Addison meets up with the rest for the split push.
Oh,
it's
no.
a battle of timing, whether they realize it or not that Ariel could be on the other side. And there it is, the fight that means everything. Supercat only have 2 more bodies to worry about so they can confirm themselves as champions. Okay, holding the back line. Does not want to go out just yet. That's 1. Make that another. That's 2. 3K
No
for the round.
way.
Nearly a 4th. A 1v2 now. Astralis has been doing so well as this chamber. But this is the moment. They have to truly shine. They only have a few seconds left until their rendezvous. A flash out against them. Time. Stalled out. Carry. A double swing could help out here, but Avery's going to turn the other way. Fitting that one of the survivors, the 2, are 2 of the most winning players of Radiant Academy. And still they've held enough time. It might be too late, and it is. Carry solidifies it. Supercat once more are your champions for Radiant Academy number 108.
Wow. And it's poetic that it is Avery and Carrie who now, as a result of this victory, each are going to have 6 and 5 wins in Radiant Academy 100 series over the course of this year under their belts. And, you know, an honorary win thrown to Supercat, right? They won Radiant Academy's 103, 104, and they were here in spirit of that profile picture of this team's name. And again, just looking back at the season, Keg, the opportunity to participate and just see the growth of these players, and even the spouting of new names like Reverie, like, for example, Taru, who came over from LATAM to participate as well in the Radiant Academy, just to get their feet wet and see what it's like, right? Like, it's such an important program, and I'm so glad to have been a part of it.
Absolutely. I'm always a big fan of the Radiant Academy, and I'm so blessed to be here as well. This win, assuredly, goes to Supercat, who was not here for this tournament. Everybody played so well, and yeah, this was easily the most highly competitive Radiant Academy we've ever seen.
Oh, for sure. And Reverie 25 and 21. I'm gonna guess half of those were shotgun kills. I think that's a pretty good estimate. And I like, we're trying to set up an interview. We're trying to confirm that for you guys, but like, I feel like that would be like one of the players to talk to, right? A new face in the scene. We don't know where they came from. It's like, how did you suddenly lock in and wake up and like become this monster, this machine? Like,
Yeah, I think Reverie's positioning was one of the best in the entire tournament. I think Supercat in general had really great fundamentals from the big picture to the smallest levels of plays, and there were moments of struggles. They were a team that were at times very slow to adapt when needed, but to be fair, given how many big changes have happened to this game's meta and the new characters that have come out, yeah, a lot of teams have struggled. So I think overall, Supercat looked like the absolute best team, and they're absolutely deserving of this winning trophy.
oh, for sure. And let's take a journey or picture of that journey by taking a look back at the bracket as well. And I'm glad you mentioned Keg, right? How well-rounded this experience has been, because it was a goodbye to the old map pool, right? We talk about the shifting meta. We got to see the new agents coming back in, Chamber coming back in, Vice coming in. Hopefully we'll see more of the Tejo as time passes on, but there it is, not dropping a single map on their journey, no matter how close it might have been, like a 15-13 overtime. And again, huge praise to Hyper Reserve GC, right? Like, you had one winner on that team and the rest coming in trying to throw their names into the hat as well, and they took down some main event players along the way. And again, I'm hoping we get to see some of these rosters stick together for the kickoff event, right? Our registration just opened. Go check it out, everyone. Please, please, please find people you want to play with and stick with them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is such a great prelude to game changers in general for 2025. If Radiant Academy can be this combative, who knows what we can see for Game Changers proper, where everyone's coming out of retirement, doing their best here as practice, and for the real deal, who knows?
Okay. Speak of it and I will it into existence. That's how powerful I am. We have an interview with Reverie that we have to jump to a break in order to set up. But fear not, while we're away, make sure you go and check out the Radiant store. You know, I'll tell our interviewee also to cop some of the merch. You know, maybe we'll rep it next time they're on a broadcast. But regardless, I want to talk with Reverie, Keck, so I don't want to hold this up any longer. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see you in a few minutes.
And welcome everybody back. We said it would be a short break because we are itching to talk to one of our new victors of Radiant Academy, the rising name, the rising face of Reverie, who stepped in today, mind you, after Princess Icy, to take up the mantle and close out this grand finals with their team. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, honestly. I played a couple of GCAs and I was just getting second place each time. I wanted to break the curse.
Nice, you did a fantastic job breaking that curse early on. Were you a Yoru shotgun demon in those last tournaments?
No, I actually was playing a lot more Raze
Neon.
and Jet. And Neon, yeah, definitely Neon. Neon, Raze, Jet.
Okay. And I was curious because you mentioned it, right? And I'm confirming this is you. You played with Hamster Rave Party, right? In Radiant Academy 107?
I don't think I was able to play that one. Or I might have played in it. I'm not too sure.
Alright, I'm trying to figure out if you'll are. We'll figure it out later. But regardless, you definitely are a newer name, like for at least us having casted. So how did you find this team in particular to kind of play in Radiant Academy 108 with?
Well, my good friend Battison, I think they won a couple of GCAs as well. My good friend Battison has always wanted me to really play, but I haven't really had the availability to play like with Battison. But I was really excited because I finally am able to play with Battison. He's one of my just great player, knows a bunch of good players, and I was so hyped to be on this team.
I mean, look, you're on the most winningest team in all of GCA, so it's definitely an honor, I feel. I mean, what's the future for you and the rest of the squad? Are you going to stick together for like future GCAs this year? Maybe game changers?
I'm not too sure. It's up to how Battison wants to. He's low key, or they're low key team leader. Sorry about that. They're low key team leader, and I'm just here. I shoot my gun. I'm just with Battison.
Sounds like a duo in the making for sure. A lethal one at that, right? You guys were like the most impactful players of that series, in my opinion, especially with the head-to-head on that last map, right? Battison versus Australis, and then you versus Ariel. It was just insane to watch. I gotta ask, what was the fascination with the shotgun, right? Like, I feel like we were like, you probably got like half your kills that game were from the shotgun.
I mean, it was working, and I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I also kind of like sat there and I was like, they're playing heavy lurks, so like they have to walk clear everything, and they're like defaulting their drone long, so they don't have a drone and they don't have a dog. So like best case scenario, I just sit in a corner with a shotgun, get 1 or 2, and I'm green. Like there's no dog to clear me out, so the shotgun is just the more beneficial pick for me there, rather than like maybe getting 2 with a rifle.
Absolutely green indeed. Reverie, I'm sure you're a name that we'll be saying a lot of different times, not only just this year, but I'm sure plenty of other competitive years to come. You're going to gain a lot more friends, enemies, I'm sure, in this server, and your family's there to support you too. What do you got to say to all of them?
I'm probably going to still be running shotgun, so I'm definitely going to make a lot of enemies, and I'm just hyped to play future tournaments that I play in. I'm just ready to keep gaming, keep shooting. That's what I'm here for.
Well, I definitely think you have the mechanics to back it up, but I hope we get to see that availability open up to see you maybe even in the main game changer circuit, because again, Keg and I have been in the space for a while, and there's definitely something there that with the right amount of time, the right squad could grow into something special. So again, congratulations on the win. We'll let you go early to go celebrate with your team, and we hope to see you back in Radiant Academy Series 200 or even kickoff? Question mark.
Yeah, I do want to throw some hype on Carry though. Just an insane player, hitting some crazy impact rounds. Oh god, I was watching him when I was in Spectate. Yeah, absolutely insane player.
Yeah, just unbelievable plays. Reverie, thank you so much. It's been an honor to interview you, and I'm sure it won't be the last time we interview you either.
All right, y'all have a great night.
You as well. Well, GCA Radiant Academy for 2024 is over. School's out. We're good.
School's
we got summer.
out for summer. Don't DMCAs. All right. Anyways, yeah, no, Keg, it's been a blast to cast with you, to cast with the upcoming talent. You know, Jaren, Zach, CB-chan even getting in on the action from Overwatch and calling out heroes into Radiant Academy, breaking down so many barriers. And again, if you want to be on a broadcast like this, whether in front of the camera like us or behind the scenes, make sure you reach out to the Radiant mod mail. That's the best way to get started. You know, shoot me a reel your experience list, because again, we want to show new faces. This is again how you're building up that experience, you know, get your name out there. And it's been an honor, Keg. But Do you want to do one last shout out for our Radiant store? You were the best at it. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure, apparently. I mean, yeah, I have to head out to the Radiant store. I'm gonna go in deep hibernation in their basement. They have a cryostasis chamber. Maybe you can find one of those too. And hopefully, I'm just gonna hang out. Well, see, the cryostasis chamber's not shown in this graphic, but you can wear a cool T-shirt while you're in there. But yeah, we'll be in cryostasis until the next Radiant Academy or potentially Game Changers. But regardless, though, you can find us at Radiant.store. That's where we'll be. We'll be working behind the scenes there. So we will see you all next tournament, and have a good night.
Bye.